Let's get started. Demo first of complete hotel management system and a user management system using Firebase DB and Firebase Storage in .NET MAUI app. So here my application got running in desktop app along with the Android app or mobile app. And once I log in, let me see all that feature what we have in this application. So we have that sign in feature, sign up features. So let me just sign in first, sign in with the admin users. So once I sign in, so you're able to see there's a complete hotel list coming from Firebase DB. And if you tab over here, you will see there's a many other tabs also. Like this is a complete hotel list over here, and this is a user list as well. So there's a whatever the user in this application, so those user also coming from here, and user can manage those user as well. So let's start for that hotel list. So there's a one hotel list. I'm logging with this admin user. So if I admin user, so that means I have all that access to add, update, delete, all that operation. So let me add first a new hotel. So let me add a new hotel or test hotel, right? And then description, for example, it is 4 star and 4 out of 5. And if I want to pick some image, so I can also pick that image. Let me pick this image and save it. Once you save it, I should get this data. I'll see I'm getting that successful image. Once I I'm able to see those data along with that image. So this image actually uploaded in our Firebase storage, and after that it is retrieving from here. And there is other functionality also here. If I admin user, so I can easily edit as well. So go back, and whatever that previously image over here, that will be appear here. And if I want to change something, if I want to update something, so I can update as well. Let me choose select and all. Let me choose different image. So once a different image, that image got changed, and once I save it, it should be updated. And once you update it, it should be redirected over here, and image should be changed over here. Right now, see, image got changed and also data got changed. So this is that functionality for the if you have admin user. So if some user does not have that permission or all, so those user also not able to do anything over here. Let me show you that example as well. So for example, let me there is a sign out feature as well. So once I sign out, let me sign out. Once you sign out, now it is redirecting to this user this screen, which which asking to your credentials. But there's also mechanism here like sign up. So once you sign up, if you don't have a user and all, so you can sign up as well here. So I as of now I will not sign up over here. I will not register an user, but a user can register and go to the sign up. Not sign up, actually click on the sign in and just sign in with this another user. So for example, suppose I am a HR user and I'm keeping password is same, so sign in. Once you sign in, definitely you will get this error because this is not authorized actually for this HR user does not authorize for the view that hotel list. So that's why this pop-up message is over here, right? So based on this also, you are not able to see that tab as well, like that user tab. So there is a one of the user tab over here where we can manage that all the user information, but that user also not appearing to this user. So those authentication authorization feature also we have implemented over here. And let me sign out and log in with this our that admin user, so that I can show you one more feature over here. Let me log in with the admin user. So once we admin user, now I'm able to see everything and I can do all that performance as well. Like we have previously edit, but if we want to delete, so I can delete. But before delete, I will show you that how look like view. So click on that, right click on that, click on the view, you will see that image as well along with the information. And go back. If I want to user want to delete, let me delete this. So let me delete this same example, same list. So now it's got deleted. And same things, if you admin user, go to that user list, you also can manage that user. Like for example, this is admin user and this is that HR user. So right click on that. If you want to delete, so you can delete it. And if you want to modify that user roles and all, so you can even edit that user as well, modify the user. Like for example, see, this HR has this information along with this HR only have this HR role. Like if you allow to the admin role, that user also can see that hotel list as well. So easily we can manage that user functionality as well over here. So cancel it, and same thing, same feature you also it will allow to in our mobile app. So let me log in with first admin user. Once you click that admin, so now see, you are able to see all that user, and even you can just click on that add button. So once you click the add button, you can just add new hotel as well. For example, mobile hotel, right? And then let me add some rating over here and choose that picture over here. Once you choose that picture, you can choose any picture over here and save it. Once you save it, this new hotel will be added in your list, which is coming from your Firebase DB. Now see, this is latest one, is just got it updated over here. And if you want to modify and delete as well, so you can do it as well. So I'm not going to do because I already showing in our desktop app, but yeah, same functionality will be happen over here. And same things also over here. If you click that user, so once you click that user, you can just modify or update it your user functionality as well. Like once you click that edit, you're able to see same user, you can just change it to that permission and all, so you can able to do same thing in mobile as well, right? And if you want to add a new role, new user also, you can able to add a new user over here in the my mobile. Same thing, let me sign out from here. Now once you sign out, you will redirect to over here. And same things, if you want to sign up new user, so click on that sign up. It will asking to that user email, username and password, and it will create a new user. And once you go back to sign in, and let me sign in with this HR user, which does not have any role, right? That use voter roles. So what I will do, so let me sign in. And once you sign in this role, means HR role, so you will see same pop-up message, because it is saying you are not authorized, because this HR role does not authorize to that view hotel management system, right? So that's why it's populated. So those things we will implement in this complete session. And yeah, before implementation, I'm especially recommend, if you first time visit my channel, so go to my channel, which is .NET Real World Example. Here I already actually completed this complete series by the step-by-step series, so you can just check out step-by-step series as well. Or if you want to complete series, so you can continue this one. And not only this one, I just completed one of the series, one of the session, which is same things like build complete user and hotel management system in Blazor hybrid app using this Firebase DB and Auth and Firebase Storage. So you also check out this session for more learning and more curiosity, right? Let's moving to start to implementations. So before we start, what you need to do, you have to record another things, that is a Firebase console login, right? So let me quickly open that console Firebase login. This is that login. And also you are not familiar with what is a Firebase and all, right? So there is another session actually I just created in my channel. Go to that, you will get that Firebase complete Firebase information over there, how we can create that project, how we can integrate in our Blazor application or any web application or any other application with the .NET. So you will get that idea. So now what you need to do, simply you have to log in with your whatever user, right? So with the Google, you have to log in, and you have to just create a new project. So let me quickly create a project. The project name would be, for example, MAUI with Firebase, right? And then quickly continue and select that default one, create a project. It will take some time to create a project. So once you complete, click on that continue. Once you continue, it will land actually that project which you just newly created. So this is that newly project we have to create it, MAUI with the Firebase. And here you have to go to that build section, and in this build section you have to go to that real-time DB. So this is that section. Okay, so you have to go to that real-time database, click on that real-time database, and here you have to just create a database. Click on that create database, and simply choose whatever location you want. So I'll just choose it as default. Next. And here there's a two section. One is that locked mode and another is in a test mode. So as of now I will use the test mode, but upcoming session will use also how we can restrict that user, like particular user can able to read write operations, right? So let me quickly enable on that. So once you're done, now you are getting this URL. So this is that main URL which we'll use in our .NET MAUI application or any applications, right? We can use that URL and we can easily now send the data and store the data in our Firebase real-time DB. So let me open a Visual Studio first. Click on that Visual Studio and create a new project. And here I'll choose the .NET MAUI. So if you're not aware that MAUI and all, so that's why I recommendation, please go to my watch and .NET MAUI application. So click on .NET MAUI. Next. And here I'll just choose that name, MAUI app real time DB with Firebase, right? And then change to that whatever project location. Next. And using that whatever framework, I'll use .NET 8. Now got created my project, and it will take some time to restore all the dependencies. And this is that default template and all, so I'm not going to details, but yeah, first we have to make sure, okay, whatever actually we created a default template, that is working fine or not. So let me run this application using that window app first, then we will run this Android app. So let me run this first. So this application is running perfectly, and also once I click, so see it is click event also working. That means the default template is working fine. Let me close that. So let me change the Android one. So use whatever your emulator. I'll choose this guy and just run this application. Now got running, and once I click, now see it is working fine, right? So let me quickly close those all and let start implementation. So first things we record in a one package. So let me quickly add one package first. Go to the NuGet package and look for what this guy, Firebase, this guy, right? Firebase Database.net, and install, apply, accept, and done, right? So once I done, now go back to here in the application, and here what I will do, I'll configure one that Firebase client, right? So before configuration, first I let me go to that main dot page. First let me design one form where I just input that hotel information, for example hotel name and description, and we can just click that save button and it should be saved in our Firebase DB. So let me quickly here, like after this label, before that counter button, after that actually I'll just create a form. So what would be my form? It's simple form, like for example entry. I'll just add that two entry box over here. So one entry box is name entry, and here let me change to enter the hotel name, right? And then another one would be as a description. So whatever description user wants, so they can add over here, for example enter description, right? And then I'll just use this button because I record one more button. Once I input this to field, once I save button, we can get that information and save it to our DB, right? So go to that here, main.page.xml file. Here let me quickly just change that name over here on save, right? And then first I change this button. Let me remove that all that unnecessary code over here, whatever the existing one, right? So once I change, now see I have to change the name as well, like on save, and also let me change the text save, right? And yeah, that click button also got changed. Rest of things we are good, right? So now my form is ready, right? This is that two entry box and one button. And go back to your code behind file over here on save. As of now, actually I'm using just very simple implementation, like using that code behind file, but yeah, I'll use that MVVM model using that advanced feature, which is community toolkit provided. Already we have create a session, but yeah, we will use with Firebase as well. So don't worry about that, we'll do an upcoming session. But now, as of now, I'll just keep it simple so that you can understand, okay, how we can actually integrate easily in our Firebase DB in our .NET MAUI application. So what I need to do now, actually require that Firebase client, because that Firebase client actually to send the data and save it to our Firebase here, right? So now what you need to do, go to that maui.program.cs file here, and here I have to just register that client. So simply you have to do that builder dot services dot add singleton. I will use as singleton over here, and then inside this at singleton use that Firebase client. So this is that coming from Firebase database, and inside this actually they expecting base URL. So where you will get that base URL? Now go back to here, which I already create the real-time database, and we have this is that URL. So let me copy this guy. Okay, this is that copy option. So simply pass it to over here, right, and save it, right? So this configuration registration is done. Now we are good to go to use this Firebase client. There's the way also you can just directly create the instance and use it, but yeah, that is not a good way, right? So that is fine. Now what I will do, simply I'll just inject this client and in this constructor, and I will use that. So create a property, a private property, and initialize on this here, and then we are good to go to use this guy. Firebase client dot child, and mention here whatever child nodes, right? So my child node would be, for example, hotel. So I'm just creating a hotel information, so I'll just create a hotel, and then use that post async method. And inside this post async method, what I need to do, I have to send that model. So what is that model? I don't have, so that model I have to just create it. So let me quickly create a model. Right click on that add folder, create a model property, add class hotel, and here I'll just whatever property I required this particular model, I have to just is declaration over here. So my first would be the ID, then name, then description, and then last one would be our image URL. So this is that normal property which I using over here, but yeah, in real world we have to more, right? Save it and go back to here and just simply add whatever your property you required, whatever model you required. So use that hotel, and simply I just use that property. So my first property would be this, and getting the name from that name entry dot text field, right? So this is coming from in our form, like in main.ds file. If you go to here, so see, this is this two field, the name is name entry and description entry, right? So this is I'm getting that value from here and assign to this model, and similar I have to use that description and description dot entry, right? And here actually we getting one error. It is saying something argument cannot convert it to string, right? Because see, this is actually required the string, right? String means it is required actually that query. So we have to send as a query, not as a model. So for this, what I can do, simply see, once I mouse over, you will get this option, right? And once I click over here, you will get this namespace. So what, let me add this namespace. Once I add this namespace, see, the error has gone, and that's all, right? And then finally what I need to do, simply once I complete it, I just assign as a string.empty so that I can make it to empty over here, this two field, so that user can again re-enter all that information, right? So this is just a simple implementation. So yeah, That's all. And let me quickly build it. Yeah, we are getting fail. What is that issue? Let me quickly figuring out. So here is already content on save, right? So somewhere on save, see, main page already we have saved, right? So go back to main page on save. Yeah, so see, I just add the name and also the common, right? So what I can do, I can simply change to save, right? And save it and build it. Now this time build succeed, right? And now first let me try to run in our Windows app. Run it. So now I'm getting one error, right? So this is something I missed that, because see, I'm using some dependency on this this file, right? The main dot page, right? And also just adding this dependency. So if I adding some dependency, all definitely I have to resolve that as well. So what I will do, simply just close that application and go to that main page. And here what I will do, simply we have to register same things also, service dot add singleton, and here I'll just add that main page and just close it, right? So that is done. Now let me try to run. Now I'm getting that running this application. See, I'm getting this too, and along with this button, right? So quickly just add the information, for example, test hotel, along with the description. For example, it is has a 3 star, along with the 4 out of 5, right? It's the rating. Save it. So once I save, it is saved successfully. And let me check the database, because as of now we are not binding. So if you go to that real-time database, if you just expand that and expand that, now see, whatever data I just added, I'm just getting this data over here, right? So now we are going to bind this data in our application, because now easily we have easily just added, right? So this is the way how we can easily add. Let me add one more from that, not here, let me add from that Android application as well. So let me open this as an Android application, run this application. Now deploy successfully. It still is try to run. Now it is running perfectly. And let me add another hotel, for example, Paradise, right? Paradise. And this hotel would be rating is 3 star, and along with the rating 4 of 5, and save it. So once we save, it's gone. That means successfully saved. Let me check in the database. So there should be two data. Yeah, see, this one, this old one, this is the new one, and coming from this Paradise, right? So yeah, that means it's working fine in this window and as well as an Android. So now we have to get the data, when bind the data in here, whatever data we have added, so that data we have to bind in this collection over here in this same page, right? So let me close that and go to that main page.xml file. And here what I need to do, first I'll just create a one method, right? Like for example, public async and task, and then create a method, for example, load data async, and then I have to just implement to retrieve the data for here. So again, it's simple as like be done, right? So using this client, so in this client dot the child, and then pass whatever your child node. So my child node would be the hotel, right? So which I already see, we have seen, right? So this is that if you see, this is that child node. So this is a hotel, and in this hotel what I can do, what would be a return type, right? So as observable, so using that as observable, and what is that no model, we have to retrieve and map that over here, right? So that would be our hotel, which I already create as a model. And here, once that is available, we have to use that subscriber. So inside the subscriber, we will get all the data. So let me create a lambda function over here. So for example, item, and this item we have to use this guy, right? And in this guy, what I can do, I have to just try. First let me check, like, okay, this item, it should not be null, right? So let me check as a if condition, if item dot, actually it is written with this item dot object. So item dot object, it should be not null, then we can store the data over here. So let me quickly here, yeah. So now I have to, whatever, now I get the data from this object, right? Whatever that objects, it is a returning the hotel object. So I just add it in our list. So for that, actually I just create a list over here quickly. So let me quickly create a list before that over here, and the private, in memory list. So this is my collection list over here. I'll use that observable connection like my list, and just create a new instance of that, so that it should not be null in first time. So in this list, what I will do, simply I add all the data over here, list dot add, and then this is that object I have to pass over there. So whatever data we'll get, I have to just add in this observable list. That's it. And then finally close that. And once I close, right, so that's all. So this is simple implementation. And this load method I have to just call on our lifecycle hook. So either you can just call on over here, like once in load your page, so you can call it over here, or either I will use, this is the overload, there's a overload method on navigation change, yeah, see, on navigation 2. So every time it's navigating this page to here and there, this actually event will fire, and I can simply call this guy as a over here as a async await, right? And then simply call it. That's it. So now we are get the data and storing the data in this here. So now we have to design to be show in our this XAML page, right? XAML main.xaml page. So go to that, and here I have to just design after this button, add button, I have to just design that collection view. So what I can do first let me create a collection view over here. So this is my collection view, and close that. So this is my collection view, right? And in this collection view, I just simply bind my model, my this guy, right, observable collection. And in here I have to just design. So I'm not going to design because I just using as a design as a template and all. So let me quickly use this template right inside this collection view. I'll explain what actually we are doing. So see, I just using this collection template and using the template ID, template data template, using that grid, and grid just specify what is that column and here, right? And also we'll use as a image, right? And this image actually we have to just try to bind as a directly from this local source, but yeah, in real world you can get from this model, and you can just bind in that image to directly over here. And also see, I using that one level where I just bind this name, and another level will bind in the description, right? So save it, build it. So build succeed, that means there is no issue. So first I will run with this window app. So choose that window, run this application. Now application is running, but see, I'm not getting that data, right? Whatever, because already we have entered 2 hotels, but the 2 hotels should populate over here, but that is not populating. That means I missed something. So what I have missed, let me check quickly. So first let me quickly debug over here. So whatever data we are trying to get store on here, that is properly storing or not. Let me check it. Let me stop that, run it again, and application is running. Now it is reaching over here, and now see, I'm getting the data, the test total also getting, and it is got stored, that is fine. Then again I'm getting another data, that is a Paradise Hotel, that is also fine. That means data is properly storing, but binding issue, right? So let me close and see what I miss. So over here, see, I miss one thing actually in this main page.xml file. Here actually that context binding, actually that I miss that. So I have to just binding context. So binding context and use that current keyword, this keyword, so that whatever DB or whatever properties and all, so that should be binding over here in the initial level, right? So that is done. Now let's see, run this application and remove that debugger point over here and continue. So now once I continue, now see, I am getting the data, but this is image is empty because I have not image as of now. But yeah, from the data's perspective, it is working fine. Let me add another one. For example, pizza hotel, right? Pizza hotel, and star would be the 5 and 5 out 5, right? And save it. Once I save, see, it's automatically got populated over here, right? So that means for data's perspective it's perfectly fine. And let me quickly fix that image one also, remove that and go to here. You are able to see the resource folder, and in this resource folder, in this image, let me quickly add one image, existing item, and use my existing folder, use that all files, and this all files I will use this hotel image, add this image, right? And that is fine. And already also we have just configured that image name. Yeah, we just add this source as a my image name, save it and run it. Now I got one error. What is that error? So see, yeah, there is a one error. It is saying whatever image name I just added, that is wrong. Actually, image name should consider as a small name. So let me quickly change that. So edit, run it. So now it's loading, and now also see image all populated. So but yeah, this is a static image, right? So that also can populate it the same way for population, right? So this is fine. And now let me add another hotel, for example Humania, and that name is star would be as a 3 star and 5 out 5. Save, and it should be populated. Now see, I'm getting that whatever that new hotel is called. And same things we will check with our Android one. So go to that Android one, change that Android emulator, run this application. Now it's a start to deploy it. Now it's deploy successful, and also we are getting the data, whatever the data that over here. And let me add one more over here, for example new from Android, right? Android hotel, and then add a star, total 5 star, 5 out 5, and just save it. So once I save it, it should be populated. Yeah, see the last one, it is a newly we have added over here. So let me run side by side both application, Android and desktop app together. So for this, what I can do, I have to just close that application and stop that. Actually, for both application, we have to run in one machine. So in that one debugger mode will not work, right? So without debugging, actually we have to run this two applications. So first let me run this without debugging. Yeah, now Android is running. So similar, what I will do, simply change to window machine and run it without debugging. Now this also is running, and let me side by side. Yeah, so here see all the data from here as well, all the data from here as well, right? So let me add one more data over here. So from desktop app, and then rating would be here 5 out 5, save it. Yeah, see, from desktop is there, and also from desktop is there. Similar, if I add from here, for example, final Android app, and then add my rating. So this is my rating, 5 star, also 5 out 5, save it. So it should be populated over here. Yeah, final over here. Also, that should be, yeah, this is that one. And also we can make sure to our DB as well. So that should be, see, all the data. This is that final one. So like that, actually very easy. We can implement our now Android app with this Firebase DB and without any issue and all that. And let me start to implementation. So first, before start implementation, you have to record one package for that MVVM. So right click on that project and let me add that package name. Go to that browser and choose that package. So this is that package, community toolkit. So let me zoom in for you. So this package we required to implement that community toolkit for MVVM. So install that package. So once you install, now go to that solution, and here what I will do, first of all I will just create a view model, because that MVVM we have to interact in our XML file using that view model. So let me create a view model first. So create a folder first. Let me call it to view model, and inside this view model I'll have to just create a main model over here. So let me call that model name over here, view model. So create a class. So this is my main view model which will interact our main page XML file. Let me add, and now what I will do, I have to just inherit, just let me make it public first, and then I have to inherit one class, that is a observable object, right? So ideally you can just inherit class by class, right? But that is not a good way, right? So we have to create many model in our view model for that upcoming session. So what I will do, I will keep it as standard. So right click on that, I'll just create a one more base view model so that I can inherit that guy. So let me quickly create a view model, base view model, edit, and inside that I have to just get it from there and go back to the here and add it over here, right? So this is done, and make it public, and go back to our main view model, and here simply inherit that base view model. Now we are good to start our MVVM approach over here in this main view model. So what I need to do first actually I just create a constructor, so that I have to just record that Firebase client. So let me quickly inject that constructor over here, constructor injection for Firebase client, make it that Firebase client variable, and make it private property and assign to our constructor. So that is done. Now we are good to go to use this Firebase client to get all the data. So what I need to do, I have to just simply if you visit my previous session, so go to that main dot code behind file over here. I already just create that method, the load method, right, which will interact the data and getting the data. So same things I have to record. So what I will do, simply just get it from here, cut from here, go back, and simply I have to just create it from here, right? So we have just created this method which will interact the data and getting the data, and also just bring back that hotel model. So getting back, yeah, bring back the total, and then we are good. Now whatever that response we are getting, we have to adding in this observable collections, right? So we have to just create a observable connection over here. So let me quickly create a name of that observable connection, that is something this, right? Observable collection hotel, and then make it that hotel list, right? And this property we make as a observable property. So this is actually that functionality, or this is that approach actually when you use MVVM model. So you have to declare whatever property you want to use. So just set it observable property so that it will make all that, you know, on change event and all handling itself, right? So if you knew first time MVVM approach, so go to my previous session, not this previous session, but yeah, my MAUI session series. So you will get that idea how we can actually why we require this observable property, right? So I'm not going to details, but yeah, like this way we have to make it observable property for this collection. So that is done. Once you're done, now we have to go to use this guy to here, right? So all that whatever response we are getting from Firebase, we have to just add it to in this hotel list, right? So that is done. Now we have to do little changes over here so that, you know, there is a actually it is returning some data, uh returning some data, but it is not updating in our ID. So we have to update our ID. So for update ID, what I need to do, simply I have to just modify this object like item.object to item.key, because key has a, you know, ID which is returning in item.key is returning in our if you go to this guy, see, this is that key. Every hotel has a key, and then in this key has a collections, right? So these are the property, but ID we have to binding in ID our UI, so that in the upcoming session we can handle our add, update, delete and anything, right? So that's why we ID record. But yeah, there's one error. Why this error? Okay, so this error actually this is a string. So these are key is a string, but we have to we actually already made the property is a integer. So let me quickly change this property as an integer. So go to that model, go to that hotel, and here make it that string. So that is done. Now go back, it should be gone. Yeah, that is done. And one more thing actually I will update over here, that is just image name. So as of now, but we using as a hard coded image, but yeah, that also if we have a, you know, server, or we have that you know, source where we have that image, so we can use that URL as well. So up to you, you can use it. So this is done, that load async done. And also what I will do, I'll simply make it this as a relay command, so that I can use this as a command, right? So that is set, that need to set in this relay command property for this load async. So that's also done. Now we are good to call this method in our view model, mean our main page, right? So go to that main page, we'll come back over here again, but yeah, let me just design first in our you know, XAML file. So whatever design we required, actually see whatever the existing things, let me quickly get it from here. So quickly remove everything. So now we have to design from that is scratch, right? So let me remove that. Yeah, so what I will do, I have already that design, so I'm not going to writing that code. So before that, actually we have to, whatever new model we have to just create it, right? This main.view model, so that we have to adding in this namespace so that I can use it. So how we can use it? So simply this guy, right? Xamelans, and then we have to use view model, so make it that, and then just look for that view model. So what is that view model? So this is my view model. Once I adding, so see, adding that namespace along with your view model folder, so that I can use that view model. This is one setting. Then another things also we have to take in care over here as a type. So let me quickly add a type, which type actually I'm trying to use over here. So x dot data type, and in this data type we have to use that view model, which we have to just created this guy, right? And then whatever view model I want to use data type, so that I have to use. So I will use for this page main view model, so I have to just add this guy. So this is one setting, right? These are setting we have to record, so that we have done. And one more thing actually we have to add, like this model, right? Because this model also we have to bind in our collection, so that I will add. But yeah, before that, let me quickly add some design first. So first design would be, as we see in the demo, and the top we have the add button, right? So let me quickly add. See, this is that add button. I use the shell the title view, and here just simply I add this add button. And it is also we have to create that add hotel command. But yeah, as of now I can leave it because it is not part of this session. I'll just create another session to add hotel, where I can just click the add hotel add button. Will get that that form where I can fill that all the information, and will save it. That data will be stored. So that is a add and update operation that will taken care in later. But yeah, only just design perspective I'm just adding over here. So that is done. Now what I have to do, I have to just create that complete design for that list binding. So let me quickly copy paste over here, because this is a very huge design, so I'm not going to create over here. But yeah, I'll explain what we are trying to do. So see, I just create a grid, right? And we have to specify the column and row, right? And then we have to use that refresh. So if you observe in our demo, once I just scroll down my Android application, so it is got refreshes. So that's why we have to use this refresh view. And this refresh view also we required, we have to create refresh command, and as well as that this flag, right? And then we have to create one collection view, and this collection view we have to bind this list total, right? So as of now, see, whatever I have just created. So let me see, this list total I have just created, right? So if you go back to view model, so this is that list hotel, right? So that we have to bind over here in the collection, right? And then we have to collection template, and here the data template actually we have to define. So the data template we have to define actually, this is that collection, right? So if you go back, so see, this is that collection, but what data type actually we have to use? We have to use that hotel, right? Hotel is a model. So where is my model? Here is my model. So that model also we have to take as a reference. As of now, see, there is no reference, that's why it's complaining. So that reference also we have to add over here, like that x, and then as like x mlns, and then that is a model, right? So let me use like that, and then look for that model. So where is my model? Model folder. So this is, yeah, so this guy, see, now third one, it is a namespace with this model. So this is my model. Let me add it, and it is just added the reference. So once we add, now scroll down, now see, error has gone. And once you press M, this M for nothing, just add a namespace for M. And then once you just tab over here, so you will get that model name as well. So once you add the model, now you can just specify your okay, so this is a delete command, but yeah, this is a swap part, so this also will be taken care in later. So as of now, just as design, I'll just leave it as now. And then I have just created another grid where I just bind our data, right? So like example, I just create a frame, and in this frame, see, this is that image. So whatever that property in this model, I just using that binding as a image URL. And then I have to use that name and description. So see, there's another two label I just created, where I just simply bind the name and description. And the last one, actually I just created for that, go to details command. So this will also I will just do in an upcoming session. Once I click this particular row, it will go to the details section. So that will be do in a upcoming session, but yeah, that is fine for me as of now. And then I have just created another button. See, once I this grid and refresh complete, this is another section where I just create another button which will only visible for this window. See, I just added over here is visible flag. This is a very important actually. So in this is visible only visible for window platform, not only Android, because Android already have a refresh mechanism, right? So if I scroll down, so automatically will refresh, but window does not have that feature. So that's why I have adding forcefully as a refresh button, which will only visible in the Windows platform. So that's why I added this, and also adding this command means this is our that command, right? So which I just created. See, this is command. So if you want to like that, so you will get that like load data command. You can simply bind. So this is the simple XAML file, right? And save it. Now we have to just implement this guy, right? This is a pending refresh mechanism. So let me quickly implement the refresh mechanism in this main view model. So go to here, and let me quickly another command we have to create it for refresh command. So first I need to just create a flag is refresh, and we have to just make it for that, this property, observable property attribute, and then we have to create a one method which will using that relay command. And in this relay command I have to just create that async method for refreshing. And in this async method I have to just implement, okay, if it is true, so first time if refresh would be false, but yeah, once I inside this guy it should be true. And then I have to just call that method inside, I have to just call that method load async, which is this guy, so that it will get the data and it will populate it over here, right? So there is a one issue actually. See, it's always actually, see, this is a observable collection, right? So always getting data and it will adding over here. So before loading, actually we have to just clear the data, so that every time get the new data and load it over here. So what I need to do, simply list the total dot, and that's it, right? So these also has been done. Now we are good to go to run this application, but once you run this application, definitely will get some error. There also we have some error. Okay, so once I just create MVVM approach, so definitely we have to create a view model, and this view model we have to make it as a partial view. To make it that partial, yeah, that is done. And once I build, let me see, is there any error on all? So there is a some error because existing implementation also there. See, the existing implementation there. So let me remove those implementation from that main dot XAML file, code behind file. Go to there. See, this method also we don't require. So let me quickly get rid it over here. And also those things are not required. See, these things are not required. So let me quickly remove that guy, remove this also. Let me remove everything and then we will start from there. Yeah, so this on navigation property, this will required, because once our page navigation here and there, so it should be load the data. So that is fine, that we have to use. But yeah, for that load async data also we have to call that, and our view model, our main view model, we have to call this page, then we have to get this data, right? So what I need to do, simply again, let me create that constructor over there. And in this constructor we have to just simply inject our this main view model, right? So let me inject that main view model here and simply add it over. Okay, first let me bring back that namespace, and then make it that variable and inject it over here. So this is done, right? So once it's done, what I will do, I have to binding the context. Actually, this view model we have to binding the context. So let me quickly binding the context over here of this view model. So like this way, actually we can bind the context, and this property I can use as a over here, so that I can get that all that method from that view model. So that's all. These things actually we have to taken care, whatever view model MVVM approach we will use. So this time we have to just inject this view model in this our code behind file, and we have to allow assign this bind context, and that's it. Save it. And now this time let me build it. Yeah, again it's fail. So let me check what are the issue. So yeah, there is a 4 error. Okay, so add command. Okay, so it is complaining. Actually, we have to use add command, but there is no add command, right? So as of now, what I will do, simply I have to just remove that add command. But yeah, upcoming session we will take in care that add, update, delete everything. So go to that main.xml page, and here let me remove this command, save it, and now build it. Yeah, now this time see everything is looks good, right? And now what I will do, I can run this application, but once I run, definitely I will get that error, right? So let me show you. Now see, I'm getting that error. Why this error? This error because I have to use this view model inside this main XML file, but we have to not register, right? So that's why it is complaining. So what I will do, simply continue, and you will get this error. See, I'll show you that this is that error. You definitely will get that error, and after that, once you close, you will get this error. So close that. Okay, and then you have to register actually. So go to that mayu.program.cs file. Here we already, the last session we just registered that Firebase client, as well as we have to required those new things we have to edit, right? So view model I have to edit, so that I also registered over here, and this view model also interact with this my main.page, so that also we have to register. So let me add the view model registration. So let me add this guy. So builder.service dot singleton, and in this singleton I'll just add that main view model, right? So this is that guy. So simply I have to register like this way. And now second things, I have to, whatever view model I just using this place, so those page also have to register. So see, this is also registered, so I don't need to register, so that is fine. So let me run now. So the application is running, but see, there is a nothing over here, right? That means we have missed something. By mistakenly we have to remove something. So let me check what we have missed. So go to that main.xml file, go to that main.xml.cs file. Over here, if you scroll down, okay, so see, in this constructor, actually I just by mistake actually I remove that initialize component, right? That we have to just specify actually. So that's why it's nothing is loading, because on the load you have to just call this method, and this method actually predefined method in itself, this component, right? So save it and now run it. Now application is running on the Windows, and it looks good. Everything is getting over here, right? And also some design issue, but yeah, that will be fixed in a later. Yeah, let me check for that Android as well. Let me quickly close that and change it to Android and run this application. Yeah, over here also Android, it looks good. All that also here the refresh functionality also is working fine, right? So now we are good, and upcoming session we'll handle that, add, update, then also it's this delete functionality that also will achieve in that upcoming session. And go to the solution, and here first what I need to do, actually first I have to just create one view model for that, right? So let me create one view model. So open a new class, and here I have to just call it to that name, add and edit model. So let me add that, create that file, view model for add and edit, right? So this is my view model, add and edit, and make it to public and also partial, because we have to use as a partial. So let me that, and also see, I have already created a base model. So let me inherit that base model over here. So base view model need to inherit, right? So once you inherit, now we have to just start our implementation. So first of all, what I need to do, I have to inject it in our Firebase client, right? So that's why actually we can save it. So already we have to configure. Simply what I need to do simply just create a constructor of that and just use that Firebase client, and then Firebase client actually coming from that here, like this Firebase database. And let me create that property, private property, and assign to over here so that I can use it in our method. So once you're done, now we have to good to go to use this Firebase client. So what are property actually we required for here? So we required first actually the hotel property. So let me create an observable property for that hotel, and let me bring back that namespace. So this is the namespace of that hotel. So let me bring back, and also bring back that community toolkit MVVM for that observable property. So once it's done, now further required other two things actually required. So this is for that add and update. We can use it this model, right? This is the model. And then what I can do, I have to just create one command, right? One save command. So let me save, or we can say it is a save and update both, right? So let me call it to save and update. So async task, and then use save and update, and just simply create that method over here, right? And we have to start to implementation. And here actually we required one more property. So see, we have to, this is a common view model which we have to handle now, add and edit both, right? So that also we have to identify actually which one call is add and which one is edit. So for that we have to create another property so that we can know, okay, which is that command, right? So what performance we have to do that based on this command. So using this editable property, so if as it is editable, it is a true, that means so if it is editable true, that means it is a edit operations, or if it is a editable false, that means it is a add operation. So like that actually we have to handle. But yeah, there is a many way other approach you can just use it, but yeah, I am using as a demonstration perspective. It is a simple approach. So now what I can do, simply I have to just try as a condition over here, and then yeah, so see, if it is edit, right? So what I can do, simply I have to call that have to update the data. So I have to use same Firebase client which I have to inject it over here. And in this Firebase client, so we have a child and that collection, and pass it to that whatever actually ID, right? So if it is ID, because if it is edit, so definitely we got that ID. And once you get the ID, so we have to specify over here and pass it to whole that hotel object, right? So this is the way to update. And then else it is you know is that add operation. So same we have to use for add operation, call that Firebase client child hotel and post async. See, this is a put and this is a post, because in update we have to use put, and for add we have to use that post method and pass it to that hotel object. That's it, right? And then once you complete, we have to just specify one message like, okay, it is save or it is update, right? So that actually we have to do. So for that actually we can just create one property for that message property. So let me quickly create a one more message property over here, like we can use as a fail error, or if any error and all, right? So that also whatever name actually we can use it. But yeah, as of now I will use this guy. And what I can do, simply I have to set if it is update, if it is successful update. So what I will do, I set it as updated. Don't worry, I'll tell you what is that use of that guy. And let me same things for that, save. So this is save. So now see, it is a clear implementation, right? If it is update, So we have to call this guy. It is a add, so we have to call this guy, right? And store that message accordingly. So once it's done, now go to further, and here once it's completed, like suppose saved or update, so we have to show an pop-up message, so alert message, like it is a you successfully save or successfully update. So that message we have to, so there is a many way we have to do that, but I will use over here as a await a shell, use that shell dot current dot display alert, and in this display alert we have to pass actually that first property is a info, so I can add info, and then here now second one is a message, what kind of message you want, right? So I'll show you the message. So this is my message over here. For example, whatever hotel I'm just trying to add, right? So see, this is object, so whatever hotel name actually I'm just trying to add, so I can edit that message over here. This is the hotel name along with whatever message, like it is a save or update, so saved and update, and it is successfully just concatenate that our message. And here finally we can just do okay. So finally once I press okay, so it should close our display alert message. So like that actually we can do that. I'll show you another way also we can do that, but yeah, that will do later. But yeah, it is pretty much simple. So once it's done, that is good. And now finally once is successfully save alert message appearing, and once you close means okay, so go to that list page. So this is that binding, go to that list page, so use cell current, go to that async and go to that root page, right? Save it. Now we are good to implementation. And finally what I can do, one more thing actually we have to do, that we have to wrap everything over here as a try catch, so that if any exception, so we can handle as well. So let me use a try catch block over here, try, and just use this guy and just wrap it to and the end of that block over here, and just use exception, and later on whatever actually we can do that we can do. And also just simply I can do as a fail over here, and also we can just use this guy if any exception. So let me save it over here and show it over here. Okay, so this is hotel name, and this is a message, and this is got failed, right? So I think we have to remove this guy, we don't require this guy. Yeah, so like that actually we can do that. And also it is we can say info or some warning or error. I think error is fine, so we can edit on the error. Yeah, so that is how actually we can create our that implementation method. And once you create done, what I need to do, I have to set this is a command. So what is my command? It is a relay command, right? So we have to decorate so that actually that view model I can call in our XAML page, right? So let me create a relay command. So that command got created, it will be created as a save update command, so I can call it over here. So this is actually that clean implementation, there's nothing over here. And one more command actually we have to just create it. So there is a cancel button, right? So if it is cancel button, so definitely we have to create a one go back function, so that once you click that go back function, so it will go to that our main page, right? So similar, I have to just bind it this guy. So that's it, right? So this is done. And yeah, so one more thing actually we have to do that over here. So see, I just calling this component based on this guy, right? So we have to actually set as a route parameter for that, because we have to navigate this component to two different place, right? One is add and one is update edit call. So for that actually we have to set it over here as a route parameter. So let me quickly set as a route parameter. So this is a concept actually, that community toolkit. So if you don't know about that, so that's why I'm especially recommend go to my previous session. And also there's a many session actually covered that how we can use that this community toolkit MVVM approach or toolkit, right? So like this, and also we have to bring back that namespace. Okay, actually by default I place in the wrong place. Yeah, we have to just keep it to before this view model, not inside that. It should be outside. Okay, so the two things. Okay, see, is edit we have to pass as a id, right? These two things we have to pass from that whatever that navigation we have to uh, route that any pages. So that time we have to pass this to query parameter, and based on this actually we have to handle over here. So like that actually we can do that. So save it. Now our view model is got created. So now we are good to go to create our page, that content page, and we can use this guy, right? So now go to over here and let me create a folder that is views, right? So we don't have as a views folder, so let me quickly create a view folders over here. So let me create a view folders over here. Okay, and then what I can do, I have to just create one YAML file over here. So go to that new, and here let me go for that .NET MAUI, and here see there's a many template, but I have to use this guy, the YAML one, and that content page. Okay, so let me create, and also make it that name, whatever name you want. So you can just keep it over here. I'll just keep it that name over here. Add update YAML page, because it is a reusable component for both, right? So let me add that guy. So once you add, now see your YAML has been created over here. So once your YAML created, so what I can do, I have to just design actually that page, and also we have to just bind our view model over here. So let me first create that design. I have already handy, so I'm not going to writing the code, but yeah, simply what I will do, I have to just copy that design, because this is a design part. So this is a so let me add it over here, and this is pretty much a design. Now I see I using the vertical stack layout, I using that one label, and then using that entry text box, and then also using that another editor, and then also another editor, right? So one entry, and then editor, and then two button over here, right? So like this way actually I have to design, but yeah, there's another also nice look feel also we can create it, but yeah, for the demonstration for the perspective it is fine. And save it, right? And two things actually over here we have to do. So first actually I have to add that namespace of my view model, so that I can use that view model, right? So how we can do that, simply I have to do xmlns, okay, and create a variable, and that variable call it over here, and then look for that view model, right? So view model, so this is my view model, so add that namespace. So this is first. Now second thing also, we have to specify the type, right? So let me add the type. So inside that here x dot data type, and in this data type use that vm, whatever vm you just created, whatever view model you want, right? So this is my view model, so I have to use this view model. So simply you can just add it over here. These two things actually you have to do that, right? So once you done, now see, once your view model you add it, whatever view model is property, like we have that hotel, right? So just we can just bind it over here directly over here, and that MVVM model can be used. Like suppose if we want to add something or update something, so this hotel or this this property will be bind actually, right? So like this way we simply just binding, and also this is that command, but this is actually we have to change that command name, because we have to add, see, this is the my command name, save and update command. And if you little confused, so I'll just little explaining over here. See, this is concept actually that BBM. So I just created this name, right? So let me zoom in. So I just created save and update, but if you using that relay command, right, so it automatically got append that command on that whatever method you just created. So that's why I'm using that save command, right? And same things, I have to create a go back, but it is already added the command, so that's why I'm using go back command. So those things actually we have in our view model itself. So see, this is the all that command we have. This is a save command, this is a go back command. Okay, so now go back to here. Now we are good to go to run our application, but before that we have to do one more thing actually. So if you go to that our XAML page, and we have a code behind page, right? So here we have to binding our context over here. So go to that over here. I have to binding our context to over here, that is initializing actually. So how we can do that? So it is already initialized over here, but our view model, whatever view model, right? So this is a view model that actually we have to binding that context. So let me add first that view model over here. So what is my view model? Add it view model, and just create an instance over here, and just assign or just create a private property over here. See, just create a private property, assign over here, and before assigning you can just use that binding context. Binding context, this guy, just assign your view model to never binding context, right? So that whatever actually the data we can just edit over here. So yeah, by default I am using that public, but yeah, we can create as a private property over here, because we don't need to expose somewhere else. So we can use private read only, and let me remove this guy. Yeah, so that's how actually we have to just create that view model instance, and we have to bind it assign to our binding context. So that's complete things is done. Now actually still if you run this application, definitely you will get some error. So what is that error? I'll show you first. First actually let me call it. Okay, so how can call it this add and edit? So for that add and edit, we have to go to that main dot page, because it have that now as I show you, once I swap, so you will get that one button, that is a edit button. So as of now, see, we have as a delete button, right? So in this delete button, what I can do, I can just create another one, that is a edit button. So let me copy this line in this here, and just edit edit below, and just change it to edit. Okay, and just also change it to something yellow. And also what I need to do, I have to change that binding, right? So see here that I'm using the main binding, that is also fine, but here that is a delete command, right? So instead of delete command, we have to use over here as a add command. Add yeah, it is a edit command, right? Because it is a edit. So let me as of now we don't have, but yeah, let me just create a edit command also, so that I can call that command and go to that page, right? This page. So first for this actually we have to go to that main dot view model, and here I have to just create as like we have to create a delete command. We have to create that command. So let me minimize that, and we have to just create a relay command. Just create a relay command, right? And in here decorate the relay command, and once you decorate the relay command, we have to create that method. So that method actually send to that edit, because this is a edit, right? So let me create a method that is called look like this. Okay, and this is actually expecting that whatever object over here, and in this object I have to do one thing over here, like I have to just call, I have to call that page, right? So how we can call that page? Simply I can use await shell dot current dot go to async, and here I have to just pass it that that name, right? So for that I can simply binding that, right? So let me quickly bind that. So like that, see, use that name of, and what is that page actually? So this is my page. So just use that namespace and then comma. Now see, it is a property like, okay, if you want to animation or not. So yeah, I want to animations. And then what other properties? So now we have other properties, attribute or just query parameter, right? So that we have to add, like use the new dictionary object and just pass it to as a string, and then as an object. Okay, so in this object what I can do, simply have to pass this two parameter, right? So if you go back to that edit a view model, I just using the two route parameter, right? So these two things actually we have to pass. So first I have to just pass to that total object. So whatever hotel actually coming over here, simply have to just use this as actually we have to use the same name whatever route actually we have to declare, same name using that hotel object. And then this is another parameter which we have to use. See, I use this guy name, so let me add this name along with that object. So it is editable, right? So that means it should be a true. So once you true, and go back to here and close that, and let me quickly fix that issue. So okay, see, like this way you have to, okay, let me bring back this code so that you can see clearly. Yeah, so see, this is simple calling method, right? So that what I'm doing, simply I'm just calling this page, our that add update hotel page, right? And then we have to pass our query parameter. That's it. Like this way we have to call. And one more thing, actually we have to create a one more method, that is a add method, right? So if you go back to again to main page, there should be one add. Yeah, so over here we have a add button. So on the top, yeah, so this is that add button over here. And in this add button, as of now, it's nothing, right? So we have to just create an add button, and this add button will call, this command will call, and again that will call this that method, right? So let me quickly first create that add button completely as a binding. So over here, so like that, for example, from the text, and after the text we have to just create a command, and in this command I can just binding, and then our method over here, right? So as of now we don't have that add hotel command, right? So just let me quickly again another command, let me create it over here. For example, like I just copy that same over here, right? But yeah, this time I don't require this hotel object, and it should be, for example, add hotel, right? And in this add hotel, same component we have to call, right? Same page we have to call, but this time we don't have this guy, right? So in this case what we can do, simply I can just create a new hotel object, pass it to as a new hotel object, and this editable should be as a false, like that, right? So this is simple. And once you're done, go back to here, and you can simply bind that add hotel command. See, now add hotel command appearing over here. And one more thing, actually we have to bind, that's in this edit one, right? So in this edit, see, we have to pass this guy, but that command, yeah, this path. And in this path we have to just specify that edit command, or just check it, what is that name exactly. Yeah, so see, edit hotel. So similar, you have to just using that edit hotel using, and then prefix is the command, save it, right? So once you're done, now see, for that Android perspective it is fine, but yeah, for desktop perspective it is not fine, right? Because desktop will not support this swap view. So for this actually we have to do something else, so that I will show you. But yeah, let me show you first how actually look like and how is it is actually working, right? And yeah, still some dependency issue, right? So now run it to Android application, right? So go to that Android emulator and choose that whatever Android emulator, so set it over here and run it. Now it's deployed on my Android application in Android emulator, and it's running. Okay, so what I can do, I can simply, if I just swipe out, so now see, just edit over there. Also, if you just click add, so that add should become, but it have an one issue actually, so that's why it is not coming. Okay, so this is an issue if we it is running actually that without debugging, so that's why it's not throwing any error. But yeah, let me show you as a debugging mode so that you can understand, okay, what I am actually explaining. Now see, our application is running in debugging mode as well, and once I click add, I will get that error, right? So see, this is that one error because it is saying URI it's not finding. Okay, so that's because actually I have not actually resolved the dependency, that's why it's a mess up. So what you need to do, simply let me okay, before close, because it's already closed, so what you can do, simply go to that MAUI over here, my program.cs file, and here you have to just first you have to register that view model which we have to edit a new, right? So let me add that view model, that is called is add edit hotel view model. This is one. And second thing, we have to add a new page, right? So that also you have to add over here, built-in dot service dot, let me call that page name, it is a add and update, yeah, this add update hotel page, and register this. This is one thing you have to do that, and one more thing actually we have to do that. So once you're done, right, registration for view model and pages, so now one more thing actually we have to do, actually we are using navigation, right? So that navigation also we have to take in care and handle it. So where we can handle, because we are using as a shell, app shell, so go to that, you know, app shell.xml file .cs file, and here we have to that register as well. So let me register for using routing over here, routing, yeah, so this guy, routing and dot registered. And in this registered, how we can register it, simply just using the type and like this, see, using the registered method, and just mention is two property over here, two parameter you can say, and this is one is another route and the another is type. So this is my route, right, which page. So let me quickly add the namespace, and yeah, now like this is a look like, okay, so this is done. So if you trying to navigation any page, so you have to register routing actually over here, register routing over here. So once you're done, now we are good to go to run and should be expected result. So now let me run in a debug mode, run it. Now our application loaded, and once you click that add, now see our application uh, running perfectly with this that add page, right? And let me try to add a new hotel, for example new hotel, and just add that some name, for example this, and save it. Yeah, see, I'm getting that message, hotel edit successfully, okay. And once you save it, when you scroll down, now see the new hotel is edit, right? And if I want to edit something, now see it swipe out over here, and once you click that Now once you click edit, now see you're getting that same component which that let me zoom in. See the same component along with your data, like whatever the data. So let me quickly add or update something. So over here, why I don't know, it is just appearing over here, but yeah, I can just backspace something and L and then space, or just update is with one, right? And just save it. Once you save it, now see this message, it's popping is this update successful, because this time is updating, right? And now okay, once you okay, the data got updated with that new data. So go to down, and over here you can see this is got updated. So that Android application is perfectly working fine, but if you just show you, just stop that. If you run this is for in our window, so it is not working actually, because there are native event and native features over there, that Windows and Android, right? So same command, same things will work, but yeah, differently, slightly different. So if you open over here, see that is done, right? So there is a running. And if you trying to add, so add is fine, there is a no issue, because add is similar for both. For example, desktop hotel, right? And hotel, and then star something, this guy, and 5 of 5, and then image something, this guy. And okay, I just 5 out 5, right? And save it. So once you save it, it is saved successfully, that is fine. And also you will get the data over here. If you scroll down, just scroll down, you will get the data. So that is perfectly fine. But see, once you swipe right, it is not appearing anything, because that swipe view, it's working only for Android, not over here, that swipe view, right? So that's why we have to do something over here in our their native features. For example, once I click the right click, so it should be show some options, right? So that's we have to implement. So how we can do that? It's very simple, nothing we have to do special. So go to that main page again, and go to that main XML file, and in here we have to do add one more things. Yeah, so this is that swap view. After swap view, just collapse that swap view, and this swap view, after that it is a button, and this is button starting that grid, and this is swap template. So inside this swap view, see this is that collection, and this is the template, and this is a swap view, right? So just expand that swap view, and this swap view has that our swap condition over here, right? So see, this is swap left, so this is a complete swap left, and after that is a stack layout, right? So in this stack layout, and then we have to start over here. See, this is a frame, and in this frame we have to use that one grid, right? So here actually we have to add that feature, like once you click that right click on that, I will get that fly out actually that things, right? So what I can do, simply I have to just use that layout over here, and we have to just close that flyout first. Okay, and in this flyout context, actually we have to add that context, flyout context. In this flyout context, we have to use that menu, light menu. Let me add this guy, and then also just close that guy, menu flyout, right? And this guy, and inside this menu flyout there we have an item. So let me quickly add a one item. For example, this is that one item, right? So in here, so I'm using that, see, I'm just creating a menu file item, we using the edit one, and in this edit we using that command, and in this command, see, there's a, we already bind in the swap view this command, right? So see, this is command. If you scroll down, see this guy, so we have to bind that command in view model. But in this, that flyout context, actually work is differently, slightly different actually. So see, for example, we using binding, source is fine, but see here we using X reference for that main page content. But in swap view, uh, scroll down and show you on the side by side. Scroll down and see. Here we using something else, right? Relative source and then view model. But here we have to not use directly like that because that is not working. Actually, I struggle many things. Then after that, I found this solution. Okay, so what you need to do, you have to just create this name, the main page content. So where you can just get that main page content. So on the top here you have to just actually using that main page content, actually create that content name, right? So like that. Okay, x dot name, and then use that. Oh, sorry. So just revert back and go down and copy this main, whatever name you want you can just use it. But yeah, as of now I will use, because it is a main page, so I will use that main page. So this like that. So once you set this main page as a content name as a main page, then you can just refer over here, right? So this is, I just reference as a main page content, and then I can use as a path. And then path we have to use that binding context, and in this binding context whatever your command, like for example in our see this page actually itself we have to bind, right? So this is a binding context, and in this binding context we have to binding that view model. So in this view model we have that command, right? So this command, which is that command, edit and update command, right? For example, save and update command, right? So let me copy this guy and go back to that page over here. See, here we have to use same command, whatever we command use over here we can use that same command. So let me copy this guy, edit. Okay, yeah, so see, this is that main view command, right? So which we can redirect to that page. So we have to call this command over here, right? So go back here and go to here, and simply you can just binding your edit command, right? So once you're done, and also you can just bind that data, complete data, or you can, if you want, you can just specify a single data as well, whatever data, like see name, description, or id, whatever actually. So I'll just use that complete, because we required that complete one, right? So complete model. So that's why I'm just referring over here. So once you save it, now our desktop application also should working expected. So let me run it. So now application got running. Now see, add also we check, add is working. So now scroll down, and once you right click, see, once you right click you will get that edit options, whatever actually fly out you will get it. So edit over here you will get it, and once you click that edit you will see that message that now rest of things actually working same, right? The binding data and all. And if I want to edit something, for example one, right, and one is save it. So go back, it see save successfully. Okay, and once you go back over here, now see our data is got updated by a desktop as well. So both actually working fine. There's a desktop as well as mobile application. So like this way actually we can implement add and edit functionality. But yeah, in upcoming session we'll cover that delete as well as view functionality. And go to that solution explorer, and here what you need to do, first we have to go to in our uh, that main view model, because that main view model actually binding that complete the list view, right? So that's why we have to go to that main view model, and here first actually we have to just create one command that will handle that delete one, right? So go to that main view model, and in this file, in this actually view model, we have to create as like one command. So like that actually we previously we have to create that edit command. So same things we have to done for that delete one. So let me quickly create a relay command attribute, set that relay command attribute over here, and then we have to create a one method which will expect a one id, like because we have to delete something, based on this ID. So that's why we require that ID. And once you created that function, also we can make it to private. You don't record as a public. And then what I can do, first you have to record that now confirmation dialog box, right? So there is a many way actually you can do. Last time we have actually I show you, we can use as a shell, we can use that shell current and display alert. But yeah, there's another way also we can use that, application that current main page also, so that you can use it. So right now I will show you that way. So what I will do, simply I will use that await applications dot current and dot that main page, because this is a main page, right? So I will use that main page, and in this main page we have that display alert. And similar, in here the title, whatever title you want, you can just keep it as a title. So I will just keep it over here as a confirm. And then the second message would be whatever message you want, right? So I want as a message like, are you sure want to delete? So that message I want to show over here. So let me quickly put at that message, and also that bring back that guy, so that you can able to see over it. Yeah, so this is that message. And then last one would be like okay, and that cancel or okay button, right? So first I will record that okay, so I will add that okay. And then we have another one that we can edit over here as a cancel. So let me add a cancel as well. So that is done. And also see, this display alert actually written as a bold type. That means if you click OK, so you will get okay, it is a confirm, right? It will get a yes. And if you cancel, that means it is false. It will return is a no, right? So what I need to do, simply I can just store as a variable over here, so that I can get okay, what a user actually input over here, means what user actually perform. So as a result, I can store as a result. And then based on that result, I can just put a one condition. So if it is result okay, so then I can perform my operation from the DB. Yeah, this should be a delete, right? So for the DB operation for Firebase DB, I already did that. So what I can do, I can use that await and dot await. And then I am using that Firebase client, which I already injected in this view model. So use that guy. And here we have a child, and then in child, what is my collection name? This is my collection name, and we have to pass collection along with that what do you say, it is for example ID, right? Which ID we want to delete. So that key actually we have to pass. So my ID we are getting from that ID, which I am getting from this as a string ID, right? We have to pass over here. And then finally we have to just use that method as a delete method, delete async method. And that's it. So once you're done, what I can do, I have another method that load async, right? So simply I have to call this load async method, so that once I delete, so call that method and refresh the list, right? So also I can just put it as a await, because this is a sync method. Yeah, so this is done. This is that actually that very small and clean implementation for the delete. Simply you have to just create a command, and that command actually will handle, will just pop-up message will be, alert message will be appearing. Based on this yes and no, we will handle, and we will just perform that our DB operation. That's it, right? And now go back to your view dot main page. Over here we have to use we have to just create that delete button. So here we have already some, see, in swap item we have already that delete command, right? So this is the delete command. As like edit, we have already the delete command, so that is fine. And here we done nothing we have to do. We have similar binding which we have binding for edit, right? So binding source, and then whatever asserts insert type, and then we have to just using okay, which view model you're trying to bind, right? So I'm using that main view model we are trying to bind, and this is that path where actually my command. So this is my command, right? So this is that delete hotel command, right? So go back, and here we have to just change it to delete hotel command. This is command is a prefix, whatever actually you have to create that command, so the command would be a prefix, so you have to just change it to like that. Okay, so save it. And also see, this is important, that command parameter, right? So previously in edit we have to pass complete object, but this time I have to record only that id, so we can just pass it the id. That's it. So this is working fine for Android, but we have to do for uh differently, slightly different for that desktop application as well, right? So if you just scroll down, we have already done for that edit functionality for the desktop, right? Edit that flyout button. So if you see over here, so yeah, this is flyout base, context flyout. So this is a close attribute. So see here, the flyouts menu, we have that flyouts menu for that edit. So similar, I have to just create for that delete as well. Yeah, for the delete flyout context, we have to just create it over here. Let me create a flyout item for that. So this is that edit flyout item, right? So similar, I have to just delete. So let me quickly add that style. So this is another flyout item, right? And it is just for the delete one. And in this delete one, similar again, we have to do like this command. In this command, we have to just find the source, then main page content. So if you don't know like why we are actually I'm getting, so just watch my previous session, you will get actually why we record and how we are getting over here. So that actually we have to add it over here, and then be using that path, and then path we have to use that command, right? So which we have to just create it in our view model. So in the view model we have to the delete hotel command, so just we have to refer it over here, and that's it, right? And also one more thing actually we can do over here, this flyout context. So there is a separator as well. So if you have a multiple options for that context, so you can just use a menu yeah, menu flyout separator. So I can just use it that menu flyout separator, so that it will separate this two menu, right? So save it and just run it for first window and see the actions. So now my application got running, right? And here once I click that right click, so I am able to see the delete options, right? So that is fine. So first what I will do, now we have only one data, so let me add one more data and let me try to delete that guy. So suppose for example this is a paradise, or what is that hotel as of now? As of now we have the paradise, so let me add another one, in hotel, and rating would be something 5 out 5, and image something in hotel dot png, and save it. And okay, so now once you save it, now you will to see this guy, and let me try to delete this guy. So let me try to delete. Okay, now got deleted. That means that delete functionality is working fine for that windows, right? So similar we have to do for that Android, right? So what I can do, simply side by side just add another one, like for example in, or something else, like for example pizza hotel, and then 4 star and 4 out of 4, right? And then pizza png, and then save it. And once you save it, now we have the data, right? So once your data, now run it to our Android. So let me select that Android emulator and run it. Now my application got running Android as well, and once I swap right, you will get the delete options, and then delete, and you will get that same confirmation box. If I okay, so that got deleted and reflects that page. Now similar over here, see, Android and application, Android and desktop app, both are working fine. as expecting result. First, what you need to do, I have to just create one view model of that view details, as like we have to create over here. If you see, we have to just create a view model for that, add and edit page, right? So similar, I have to just create for that details page. So let me quickly create a one name view model over here. Let me create a name over here. So I'll just add that name over here. For example, hotel details view models, right? And once I created that here, I have to just implement over here. So first of all, what I need to do over here, I already cover. So I required one hotel model over here. So I can just use it as a hotel model over here, like that, query property using hotel and that. And in this view model also we have to just inherit that base view model. Let me quickly base view model, this base view model. And then once you're done, and also make it that public. So it is, once you make it public, now we are good to go. So what we need to do, we actually create one observable property over here. So let me add one observable property. So as like, see, we have just get another model over here, so that we have to assign in our observable property, right? So let me just create an observable property over here. So this is my observable property which will bind our view. So that's why I just adding over here. And also see, it is just complaining. So why it's complaining? Because if you're trying to view model, so definitely we have to just create a partial class over here. So once you're done, that is done. And now one more thing actually we have to do in this view model, that is we have to create a one command which will actually redirect to this view model. Once I click the go back function, so it will redirect to the main page. So that we have to just create it. So for that we have to just create an ELM model, and let me bring back that ELM model to that namespace. And also we have to just simply create a go back function, and that's it, right? So this is that go back function which will just redirect to our root component, right? This is simple. So now our view model has been completed. So similar, I just passing that model model means as a data, as a hotel data, as a view model, and that we have to trying to bind. But there is another way, like if you trying to detail space, so definitely you can get as a query parameter as a id, and that id you can just create one method, that onload method, which will can call your Firebase DB and get the details, and you can just bind this here. So there's a other approach, so which is it easy, so you can just use it. So as of now I will use it this approach. So let's go to now, once you create your view model, so I have to just create pages, that XML page. So let me create that XML page over here as a content page. So right click on that, view, add, and just create a new item. And in this new item you have to go to the .NET MAUI and go to that content page of that view model, view details view, and just specify on a hotel details page and just add it. So once you add it, now see, now we have just simple style, but we have to just create our own style. So I have already handy that style, so I will not going to write that design, because the design part actually it is a pretty much simple, right? So whatever design you want, you can just create it over here. So let me quickly use that design, like for example delete everything and just add that design. So see, I just using the scroll view, and this scroll view I use that stack layout, and we have as a grid, and in this grid we have to set a row and columns and all, right? And then we have to just use the box, view box view, and in this view box actually just we have to bind our image as a hotel model. As of now I don't have that, we have to just import over here, that I will do that. But yeah, I'll just show you that how actually we trying to generate that XML and then bind it over here. So we have another two level box, right, which will bind our name and description. This is a pretty much simple design, right? And then finally we have a button which will just click on the go back, so it will just call that go back command, and it will go back to the main page, right? So that is done. Now we have to just call this as a view model over here, which view model we have to just create it, right? So this hotel view model we have to create it, so that we have to just bind in over here. So first actually I have to just create add that namespace. So let me add the namespace of view model. So what is my view model? Let me call as a view model. So this is my view model namespace. So let me add this guy. So once we add that view model as a view VM, so let me we have to refer that view as a which view model we have to try to refer, right? So for that, simply I already explained actually, so let me try to do one more time. Yeah, the data type. So data type, and then you can just use which one view model and which view model you have to refer. So I want to refer this hotel view model. So now we are good to go to add our hotel view model, and we can use it easily, right? So now you just once you add, so definitely you will get that whatever their observable property, you will get it over here, and you can just use it. Simple. This is done. And now one more thing actually we have to do in this code behind file of this content page. If you go to over here, see, this is a content page, and this code behind file here we have to also not this one. I actually like similar, like, see, this is the add view model. We have to just binding our view model to our binding context, right? Similar, we have to do that on here. Go to the details page over here, and here I just simply just bind that guy, right? So what is my name of that view model? So hotel details page, and just inject over that constructor, and then create a variable of that guy, right? So create a private variable over here, and simply we have to just binding context, right? So this is that binding context, and simply you just bind that context. That's it. So this is another setting you have to do that, which will just refer your view model. So once this done, now we are good to go to create that options and call this the details page, right? So what you need to do, you have to go to that main view model, right? Because this is main view model actually called this main page, and in this main page actually we have to just now create another button. For example, see, this is that we have to done in last time. This is a swap view, right? So swap view actually we have the two options, delete and edit. So now you can just use that swap view as well, like you can just create a swap view item and you can just add another one. But yeah, what I will do for the Android, once I tab on that particular hotel, it should be redirect. So for that, what I can do, I already actually generate that HTML. So see, this is that HTML. Sorry, not as HTML, this is a XML. Sorry, my mistake. So this is the XML, and here what you need to do, if you want to tab, so you have to just use this frame. So frame dot get recognizer, right? And then here you have to just use the tab recognizer, right? And in this tab recognizer we have that command, and in this command we have to specify again, as like we have to bind previously things, right? For that, here see, we have already bind for that swap item, right? So similar things actually we have to bind. We have to refer by our view model, and we have to set our path, and we have to pass our command, like what kind of command we have to do. So similar binding we have to do in our tab as well. So go to down here. Yeah, so this is that not this is the tab command, and here just binding that view model, right? And gives to this function, means this command, right? So this command as of now we don't have, so that we have to just create it in our view model, because we have to refer this main view model, right? So go to that main view model and just scroll down in this view model and go down. So like that, actually, see, as like the edit hotel and add hotel, so I have to just create that details or details command as well. So what I can do, I simply have to just create a relay command over here. Let me create a relay command. So this is my relay command, and then I have to just create another function, right? So this is my function. which I already done, like similar kind of things, right? So we are, yeah, see, like, see, add hotels. So I have to just create like shell current sync page. Whatever page I want to, go to that land, go to that page, so I have to specify, and also parameter I have to specify. So similar, I have to do that over here like that. Okay, see, I just created go to details page, and this is except this hotel model, this particular items, right, the hotel. And then we have to use go to, and this is my page name, right? So this page name will go, and also we have to set true, and here we have to pass whatever item we are getting as a route parameter, we have to pass as a dictionary. So that's it. Once you send this here, actually it will go to our this guy details page, and it will bind first as a route. We get that route, and it will binding over here, that guy, right? So like this way actually it is working. So this is done, and yeah, I think we are good. So this is Android perspective, it is fine, but for Windows desktop app it is not fine, because see, this is tab, right? So if you go to again that main dot page, so see, this is a tab functionality. So tab functionality only work, tap and swipe only support in our Android app, but it is not supporting in our Windows desktop. So for Windows desktop actually we have to do one more item, so like context fly out item, which we have done for that edit and delete, right? So similar I have to do for that edit as view as well, right? So let me just quickly create that that guy, for example, layout fly out context for view. So let me add after that over here. So similar I have to do that. See, I have to use another fly out now separator, and this fly out item we have to use that view, and this is that command, and in this command we have to specify main page and what is my command name. So this is my command name, which we have to just create in our that view model, and just parameter pass to complete items. That's it, right? So once you're done, let me build it. So now will it succeed? If you see, will it succeed over here, right? And then if you make sure, once you make sure your application is will succeed, so you can run it. But here one issue actually still, see, I just added two new things, right? One view model and one that views, right? XAML page, right? So those things also we have to register as like we have done for before, right? So go to that mayu.program.cs file, main file. Over here, see, we are the section we have to just register. So similar I have to register for that that view model. So what is my view model? My view model name is like, for example, hotel details view models, right? And similar we have to register that page, which is that builder dot services dot add singleton, and here we have to add that page. So what is my page? The page name is hotel details page, right? So this is that one, right? So once you registered over here in this main dot file over here, one last thing actually we have to do to one, this is fine, but actually we also using that routing, right? So navigation, so once you trying to navigation for any page to here and there, so that also we have to routing, we have to set the routing register. So where I can the routing register, if you go to over here app.shell page, now see, we have to register, previously we have to use that add hotel page, like, so similar I have to do that for the over here for that new one. So routing, use the register routing, register router, and here just use that name of, and that name of is our add hotel details page, right? And similar I have to do for type of hotel detail page. That's it. Because whatever the new pages you have to edit, and you, if you're trying to do routing here, go back and landing page, right? So that you have to just register routing, so that routing should work, right? So that is done. Now we can run first as a window and see in action. Now will succeed and it is running. And once I right click on that, see, I'm getting that new options for that window desktop app, right, as a view. And once I click that view, Now I am getting that details page, and detail page also that hotel image and that particular name and their description. And we have a go back button. So once I click that go back, it should be go back to the main list page. So similar, suppose for example I want to see the details of in hotel, so go to that in hotel. So now see, I'm getting that information of the in hotels, everything is working fine, and click the go back, it is go back. So that means this is perfectly working fine for that Android window desktop app. So let me try to run for Android as well. So let me choose that Android application over here and run it to without debugging. Now it's running. So this is my application running on the Android. So let me quickly zoom in. Now see, once I click on that, so it is redirecting to the detail page, and you are able to see that information about that particular hotel. Now click that go back, is go back to that list, and list get loaded over here. And if I change something else, so it is again go back. So like that, actually both are working fine for Android and this guy. So let me show you the side by side for both application. So go back, then simply view and go back here, back. So now see, everything is working fine. So this is my actually running up open applications, right? See, so which have nothing. I have only all that views like add and hotel details, and and also the all the views and all. So let's see how is actually existing project is working. Then we have to start our authentication with the login, logout, and registered. So let me run in window desktop. Now my application got running on the desktop application, and over here see, we have this list which is binding from that Firebase DB, which is redirecting that details. Or if you want to a new at a hotel, so you can add a new hotel over here. You can update and save as well, cancel, you go back to that list page again. So everything is look like right, but this application does not have authentication, right? So that we will implement over here. So let me close that and just start to implement it. So one thing actually we have to required for that authentication, Firebase authentication. So go to that Firebase console, and here you can just create a new project, or if do you have an existing one, so you can use it. But yeah, I'm not going to again create it because I already created that one. So you can go to my previous session, means that a complete MAUI application in .NET MAUI application. So I just created over there. So whatever application I just created, like for example, see, this is my project has been created, right? So you have to enable authentic authorization section. So where you have to go, you have to go that build section, go to that this tab. So this is that the tab actually authentication. So click that authentication, and here if you first time, so definitely you have to get start for this get started. So click that get started, and here see, once you get started, it will rending to sign in method. So which sign in method you want to try out, right? So which actually provider you want to. So here I want to provide like using that email and password, right? There's a many other option as well. See, there's a by a phone, by anonymous type, but I will use that email provider. So using this email provider, click on the email provider. Here you have to just enable this email password. So let me enable these things and save it. That configuration you have to do that. So once it's done, now see, it will show that email provider is enabled. So these things you have to do that. So once you're done, now go to that settings. Here one more thing actually we have to record. So go to this settings section and go down to authorization domain, and here this things actually be required, like for example this domain, authorization domain, that we have to configure in our over here. So let me start configuration over here. So open over here. So what I need to do first let me add one package. So what packages we required? So go to that NuGet package and go to that browse section, and here I have to required one Firebase authentication client package. That package actually we have to record over here. So let me try to get that package. So package name would be over here Firebase authentication, this guy. So Firebase authentication, and this is that package name, Firebase authentication, right? .NET using this guy, and just install that, apply, and done. So once it's done, it is saying okay, it is running actually that another process. So what I need to do, whatever running application, just let me close that. So that is actually creating a problem. So let me close everything. Now we are good to go to start. Now once you're done, now go to that program.mayu.program.cs file here. So we have to configure that that configuration, right? So builder dot services dot add singleton, and inside this add singleton, what I can do, I have to require that client, that is name is Firebase Auth client. So using that Firebase Auth client, we actually see we require that Firebase Auth configuration. So let me create that Firebase Auth configuration, and let me close that. And once you close, we have specify some property or some configuration inside that. So what would be my first property over here? This app key. So where you can get it, now go back to again that console Firebase app over here, and here you have to go to, this is that our project, right? So in this project base you have to get that so you go to that project setting, and you can get this API key. So copy this guy and paste it over here, right? So this is one thing. And then another setting we required over here, auth domain, right? So this auth domain also I can get it from here. Go to that authentication and go to settings and go to that authorized domain, and you can use whatever, but yeah, I will use this guy, and you can just use this guy also, there's no issue. So let me add this guy. And then finally, what is that provider, right? So my provider would be over here as a collection of that array collection, new email provider, right? So there is a many provider over, see body email and others as well, but yeah, I will use that email provider. So yeah, this email provider, and finally close that. Now see, this is actually we required configuration, right? So once you're done, now we are good to go to use this Firebase auth client in our any view model or any actually that backend file. So once your configuration done, now we are good to go to use this client in our application, right? So now what I need to do, I have to just create that sign in page, sign out page, and sign in and sign up, and that log out as well, right? So those are things we have to do that. So what I will do, as of now I'll be using that community toolkit for view model. So what I can do, first I have to just create view model. So let me create a new view model of that sign up first, right? So what would be the name of that sign up? Let me add as a sign up view model. So add as a name over here, sign up view model, edit, right? And let me make it public, and partial also, because this is a view model. And here I'll just using that base view model, right, as we have done so far, and create a constructor. And in this constructor, what I can do, I have to just inject that Firebase client and create a variable and assign in this constructor. So let me quickly assign over here. Now this is client we have injected, and we have to also registered. So we are good to go to use this guy in our here, right? So what I will do, I'll just create a sign up method over here. So for example, I have to set as the attribute over here, and then using that input, and then we have to create a method. So like for example, I have to just create this method like sign up, right? And once what we are trying to do, sign up means we have to register whatever user we have getting, so that we have to add in this calling this auth client, and add that information so that they can register new user, right? So what I will do, for that actually we required one model. So let me create a one model, that sign up model over here first. So go to that model section, here we have that hotel model. So let me create that model, sign up model as well. So this is that sign up model. create or make it public, and this public, whatever property you want, you can just create it over here. So as of now, we record this three property like email, username and password, right? Let me create that and go back to here and let me define that property over here so that I can use it. I can bind that property in our XAML and I can use it, right? So for that, how we can do that? It is very simple. You can just use that observable attribute, right? And observable attribute, and you can just assign your sign up model and bring back the namespace and just assign over here, initiate over there. So that is done. Now we are good to go to get it the data from that sign up model and all the property, and we can use it. So right, so what I can do, simply I can use await auth client, Firebase Auth client, right? And in this Firebase Auth client, we have that many method, right? For example, see, create password, sign in with credentials, even if we have a reset password or sign out, and also see reset email password and all many method over here. So what I will do, I'll just create this guy, which is just provide, okay, create with the user with the email name and password, right? And what is that expectation over here? See, expectation is email and password. So where I can get that email and password? So let me uh, go to that new line, and here we have that model, and in this model dot that email. So what first parameter would be as a email. Now second parameter is dot password, right? And now third parameter also see as a display name, right? So that also we can just add as a for example, email, password and username, right? So yeah, these three things we have to record. And once I done, now it is returning, see what is it is returning, it is returning user credentials, right? So let me store as a variable as a result, and now we are getting the data, whatever actually output is this call, so that we can get it. And then what, once I get it, what I can do based on this, we have to just define over here, okay? So if it is not null of that, see this is a result. In this result actually we have that user information, user class, and user as a information, and information has, you know, all that information, like for example, see email, display name, first name, last name, you know, many things. So whatever things you record, you can just use it. But yeah, I'll just checking over here if it is that. So that actually if it is not null, so that we have to go to this sign in page, because this is a register, right? Sign up. So once you sign up done, so it is redirect to sign up page. So that as of now we don't have that, I will just create it. But yeah, just adding over here, that is fine. And then also we can wrap it over here as a try catch. So let me wrap it over here as a try catch and go to that inside that. Okay, so wrap it over here or any exception, so then you can just whatever you want, just logged in on something else, right? So that you can just logged over here, or just put some error message or something, you can just over there, right? So that is done, right? So once it's done, and one more thing actually we have to do over here, we have to just create another one. So that is another command that is called, okay, so this is not a right place, I think this is that closing of that method. So create this one, and yeah, just collapse this guy, yeah. And after that we have to create a one navigation property, right? So that actually redirect to another page. For example, see if user as a sign up page, so if user want to go to that sign in page, so directly you can just click that button. As you see the demo, you can go to over here, right? So this two page actually be required. So let me quickly create this two page, right? So let me create first a sign in page over here. So ideally you can just create another folder inside that view and you can create. But yeah, as of now I just use that simple way, right? I will not going to very complex. So let me use that content page and edit the name on the sign up page, right? And similar, I will just create as it is a sign in page, and also we have to create the sign up page, right? So let me create sign up page. Also go to here, right click on that, create a new item, create, select this content page, and here just make it the name as a sign up page, sign up page, right? So this page also done, but yeah, as of now we don't we have to create that style, right? So that we will do, but yeah, first let me bring back that namespace over here so that we can fix our error, right? Runtime error. So that is done. Also this is also done. Okay, so yeah, so that sign in page, sign up page is created, and also view model is got created, that I can use it in our sign up page. So go to that now sign up page over here, sign up, right? So this is that sign up page. Here what I can do, so before that actually we have to bind that whatever view model, we have to bind it, right? So that we have to bind it over here. So for that actually we have to just go back over that view model. Let me copy that view model. So what is my view model? So this is that my view model, that we have to bind it over here. So copy this view model and go to the code behind file of that sign up page, and here just inject it of that sign up model, and bring back that namespace and create a variable, and just inject it inside this here, right? And then we have to bind context. So binding context over here, winding context, right? And then winding context, you have to assign your view model to our this page binding context so that I can use it, right? So once you have done these things, now we are good to go to uh, design. Actually here we can start our designing as well. So let me start to design over here, right? So we have already handy the design. So what I can do, first of all, actually I just inject, or I just add that reference of that view model, right? So what is my view model? Just adding over here as a view model, and then where is my view model? Let me add that view model. Okay, so this is my view model folder, so I can just refer that reference over here as a namespace, and then I can just use as a data type over here. So VM, and that which view model actually we have to refer. So I want to refer over here that what is that name? So go back again and copy this guy, go back and just assign to over here, so that this particular view model I can use it in our design, right? So this is done. So once you're done, now we can just close that, right? Means remove that. And one more thing, actually we have to do that over here, like this page actually we don't require few things. So that configuration we have to set it. For example, shell uh shell we don't record as a shell flyout, right? So see, this is the shell flyout we want to disable, and also shell nav bars also we have to disable. These two things actually we don't record, so that we can as a disable. So once is done, now I can just write our design. So it is just simple design which we have, like for example this guy, right? So I just edit the design over here. I'll show you what actually we're trying to do over here. So see, this is simple vertical layout, right? A stack layout, and here this horizontal and center we have to edit, and then stack layout. And in this stack layout, we have two things. First is that we have to show that image, right, as icon as an image, and second thing is whatever that our model, that email actually properties binding, right? So like that actually we have to just bind over here. And one thing actually we have to use, that is style, right? So handler that borderless entry, right? So that actually we have to just create it over here. So let me just create a handlers folder over here, so that I can create a controller, so that controller I can use it over here. So right click on that project, add folder, and then edit handlers, and inside this handler we have to just create entry, right? So like that, for example, add new class, and just create a class name as a border less entry, right? Just add it over here, and inside over here what I can do, make it that public, and just adding over here as an entry. That's it, right? So once you're done, now what I can do, simply we have to just inherit or just we can use on that page, like see, we have to use that handlers over here, we have to add that namespace as well, right? Let me quickly add that namespace. For example, again we can just create like that, right? Add that namespace, and but this time I will refer for handlers, right? So let me quickly removes and just search for handlers, right? So this is that handlers, adding that namespace over here, and that's it. Once you're done, handlers over there, and we are good to go to add the borderless entry. And here for that, it is for the design perspective, right? So this is fine. And then see, this is that button, we are actually that sign up button, which we have that binding the sign up command, which we have to create it, right? And also we have to another command we have to create it, navigation sign up command, right? So once you're done, now we are good to go to see this sign up page, right? So yeah, we'll run actually together, like sign in and sign up page once completed, so that actually we can save our time. So now sign up is done. Now we have to do for sign up, right? So similar, actually already we have just created sign up page, but view model is not created, right? So what I can do, we have to just create that sign in, sorry, sign in, actually sign up we have done. So sign up is done, sign in actually pending. So let me just create a sign in view model over here, add class, create a view model, sign in view model, and in the sign in view model again similar things we have to do that, like first, like base view model, make it public, and similar things we have to do that, right? And also we can inject that Firebase auth client, make it variable, and inject it over here and as a private variable. That's it, right? So once you're done, now we are good to go to over here. So again we have to do we have to record that another model, binding model, that sign in view model, right? So let me quickly create, or I think we can use the same one, right? So whatever actually preference you can use it, but yeah, I can create a new one as well. So let me quickly create a class and make it that name as a sign in model, right? And whatever property actually we required, we can add it over here. So I'll make it a public, and once you public, we required actually this time sign in we required two field, right? Email and password, so that we can use it, right? So yeah, that is fine. But yeah, for more clean code, you can use it like, okay, we can create a single model and a common model which have this common property, this sign in and sign up. We can make it a common model, and then we can use it inherit for every model, right? That actually clean it approach, so that you can use it. But yeah, as of now we are good. Now go back here and just set is a observable property as a sign in model over here, and this is done. And then once it's done, now we have to just create the sign in command, right? So let me first set the attribute over here as a relay command, and bring back that namespace over here. And once you've done, let me create a method. This is a sign in, right? And in this sign in, again similar things we have to do that, like whatever await, let me await, and use Firebase auth client dot, now this time sign in. Previously we have to use sign created, but this time sign in, but sign in with using, see, this is a credential, using that credential we can use it, and also we can use it sign in with the email and password. So I will use that email and password. So where I can get that email and password, simply I can get from this sign in model, which will bind and dot that email and dot password, right? So this is simple. And also just bring back so that you can see clearly. And also again it is the return type of credential, so use result, and then further whatever logic we have to do, like as previously we have done, right? So similar, we have to just checking over here if result is empty, not empty, right? So it is not empty, that means it is perfectly sign in with this information. And then we have to go to our main page, because once you sign in, so that whatever page you want to go, so that actually now we have everything in our main page, means our binding, our hotel list binding in our main page. So if do you have another page, like for example dashboard and anything else, you can just create it and you can refer it. But yeah, this is that, for example, right? That is done. So this is done. So once it's done, now also we can repeat everything from using try catch, right? So let me try catch over here, and cut from here and edit from there, right? So this is done. And also we can just whatever exception you can just, if you want to, you can show it over here. So actually one thing I can edit over here. Okay, so see, it is missing something, so let me partially make it partial so that we can resolve that error. Okay, so see, here again you can show that pop-up message if it is wrong entry, like password or email address is wrong, so it will throw the exception. Then I can show that pop-up message or any error message if you want, so you can show it over here, right? So that is fine. But yeah, I'll show you how we can error message showing over here, so that you can aware of that. Okay, so let me create another message, like for example it is an error message, and this error message I can bind it over here. For example, whatever exception message, I can bind it over here. You can edit, or I can just common message, I can bind it over here. For example, this is not your authentication fail, please try again on something else, right? That we can edit over here. So this is done. Now our sign in model, sign in view model also done. So let me edit this sign in model in our that page, right? So go to that code behind file, and here again let me inject it that guy, and bring back that namespace of that view model, and injected as a constructor, and make it to binding. So use that binding context so that I can use it. So binding context, that is done, right? So this is done. Now we are good to go to use this view model in our this page. So go to that XAML page. Now again similar things we have to do, that what we have done, right? For sign in, so go to that sign in here. We have to use these two things, because these two things actually we required for, because we have to refer this sign in model, right? So that is done. Also handler is done. And yeah, that last things actually also we require this guy, but this time we have to change the view model. So go back, and here just edit over here, and now change to sign in view model, right? So see, that is done, right? And also similar things we required, like this two configuration, we don't want to show that shell navigation over here, so that also we can edit over here. That is done, right? And remove this style, and we will create our own design over there, right? So let me quickly add that design for that sign in page, right? So let me copy that design which I have already handy. I don't want to waste the time over here to creating the design. So let me add that design, and again it is just similar of that, right? Vertical layout, then again that uh, image, whatever image you want, you can just edit. Then here just set okay, just welcome, and that welcome, and also log into that your page, right? Whatever message you want, you can just use, log into your account. And then whatever username, this is that username along with the icon, and this is that password along with that icon, input field. And this is that sign in model, sign in command, which we have just created, right? And then finally go back to our that guy, right? So that is done, right? So once it's done, now we are good to go to show that page, right? This two page. But one more thing, actually we have to do that. Suppose, see, this two sign in sign up model is here, but if it is not authenticated, right, so that should be redirect to that sign in page automatically, right? So for that, actually we have to record another page, that is a page loading page, so that that page loading always will start first and just checking, okay, if it is sign in, your application is sign in, so go to that dashboard page directly. If it is not, then go to redirect to our sign in page, right? So that actually we have to required, right? So let me create that page also. So yeah, before creating that page, I'll show you how it actually look like, that those page, right? So what I can do, so let me open that application. So before I start, so what I can do, go to that app shell. So here actually see the first app, loading this main page, right? So instead of main page, what I can do, I'll setting that configuration actually later, but yeah, first I'll just run this application and see in action. So what I can do, simply just copy this guy, right? And we have pointed out that local, but other my all that pages inside that view, right? So let me just create another another settings over here, gemalance, and it is called as a views, right? And in this views, let me call that views. So where is my views? It is inside that namespace. So go down. So yeah, this is that guy. So this is views. So just refer this guy. So once you refer, so let me change this guy and call it to that sign in page. This is my sign in page. Also, what is the route? This is the route, and also the title name is sign in, right? Just sign in. So that is done. So now we are good to go to run this application and see in actions. So let me build it. Now see, there's a many error, right? So why? It's because see, I just using, actually I missed that this part actually. See, navigation sign up model command, which I just referred in the sign in page, but I have not created that, I forget actually. So now go back to sign in view model. As like sign up, we have to just create a navigation things, right? So that similar we have to just create over here and referred to that guy, right? So for example, see, navigation sign up, and just bring back that sign up page, right? So that once I click this guy, so it is landing to this page. So save it and now build it. Now there is some issue on this sign in page, right? So that views does not contain that sign in page. So yeah, because see, I just mistakenly actually I using that name. So see, go back to our sign in page, right? And just copy, go code behind. See, this is a sign in page, right? The name, actually I wrongly adding the name, so this is a wrong, actually spelling mistake. So just save it and now build it. And also actually there's some error actually. It will build succeed, but yeah, for runtime actually there's some error that I want to show you actually. Okay, now see, build succeed, but once I run, let me run in for first in window. Okay, now see, I'm getting that error, right? Just because I have just created all that beam model and pages and all, but I have not registered. So we have to register first. So let me quickly register for that. So go to that mayu.program.cs page. Over here I have to register all that newly created view model. So for example, uh first I just created sign in view model, right? Similar for builder dot services dot add singleton and using sign up view model, right? So this two model we have to create it, and also we have to just create it two pages as well, that sign in and sign out, right? So let me sign in registered, and similar we have to register for sign up. services dot add singleton, and then sign up sign up page, right? So yeah, that is done. And one more thing, actually we have to, because we are using that routing, right, one page to another page. So for that you have to go to that app shell that over here. We have to register, actually we have to register route as well. So whatever that new page, we have to just create it, we have to register. So let me copy this guy and paste it over here and sign in. It is sign in page, or sign up page. So let me add first this guy, and then another one we have to require this guy, sign up page. So sign up page, right? So those configuration also we have to set up. So once it is set up, now we are good to go to start. Okay, now let me run this application. Now my application got running, and you are able to see that login page is perfectly working fine in the window application, and also this two button, like sign in button, sign up button, right? And once I sign up, so it will go to redirect to our register page, and it is over here. And again, if you want to sign in page, so one and clicks over here, it will go to there. And see, be missing actually that icon is not visible, because icon I specify but I am not stored over here. Okay, so what I can do, I simply just add that icons over here inside that resource. And let me stop that and go to over here, resource page, images, and here we have to add those icons. So let me quickly import that images, right? So what is my images over here? So let me add so let me paste it over here. Right click on that image and paste it. Now see, these are the image over there. So now let me run it. Now it is running, and also see, it is looks like perfect with this icon. And if you go sign in, and also you are getting that image along with it. So this is a very nice look and feel, right? So let me try to register first, that user is registered or not, right? So let me add, for example, demo 123 at the rate gmail.com, and username, for example, demo, and password would be kkp at the rate 123, right? And sign up. So once you sign up, see, it is automatically redirect. And that also we can make sure data got created or not. Go to that console app, go to that authentication, and see the data got created with that user, right? So if you logged in with that user, so definitely you can logged in over here, and it will redirect to that main page, right? So let me try that. But yeah, as of now, what I can do, yeah, so let me try to that so demo 123 at the rate gmail.com, and password is whatever my password, and sign in. So once you sign in, now see, it is go to that main page and showing the data. But over here, see, one thing actually is missing, right? That fly out things actually missing. So that we have to enable, so that that fly out option we can show that log out option as well, right? So that means it is working fine. But yeah, we have to do something. We have to add that fly out. One thing actually we have to add that fly out in this main page. And another things also we have to do that if it is no application is minimized and again open, so whatever logged in user, if it is logged in, so it should be not redirect to that sign in page, it should be redirect to the dashboard page. And if it is not logged in, so it will redirect to over here. So that's why we have to create that common loading page, right? So let me close that and go to here, and let me create a common page that will handle so those condition. Okay, so first of all, let me go to that main.view page over here. See here that fly out option is disabled, so that let me enable first that. So either you can add it over that main page, right, the dashboard page, so that only you can able to see over here, or you can just add in the app shell page so that all other pages also you can able to see, right? So it is best way you can use this over here. Now see, I just add it over here as a disable, right? So instead of disable you can just use that fly out, right? And also that color, background color, whatever color you want, you can just use it as a over here. So I will use that dark blue color, right? And now this time run it to our Android applications and choose Android device over here and let me run it. Okay, now see it is running perfectly, and login page nothing we have, but yeah, what I will do, yeah, also we can check it over here that navigation also working. Like if I want to sign up, so click that sign up. Now go to that sign up. If you want to sign in, so it go back to the sign in page, right? So now see the sign in page over here, and let me try to run over here, means let me try to logged in. So what is that? Logged in user is demo 123 at the rate gmail.com, and go to that password, whatever my default password, just add it over here and simply sign in. So once you sign in, it is go to over here. Now see, this time you are able to see that sign in page and home page, right? So that sign in, actually see, this is wrong actually. That's why we have to create a common things which we have to don't actually once sign in, it should not be sign in page, right? That should be a log out page. So that we have to do that over here in this fly out icon, right? So that we will handle. So now what I can do, simply close this, and now we can start that display that sign out, and as well as that whatever display that sign in user, right? So now go back to here and let me create a new view model of that, that is called loading page view model, right? So let me add that new view model inside this here, add that new view model and edit over here, make it that similar things what we have done in previously, public partial, right? This is a common things. Also the base, so base view model, right? And once you're done, now we can just simply inject it, right? Again we can inject it, and that Firebase client, because we record that Firebase client over here again. So see, I just create a constructor and just using, and this method we don't have, but yeah, we have to just create that method. But yeah, as of now, what I can do, I simply just, I'm not writing that code, but yeah, I'll just explain what actually we're trying to do over here. So let me copy that method over here and edit over here. Now see what I'm trying to do. See, I'm just checking that user details, right? So in the user detail where I can get, see, this is a singleton class, right, which we have to adding our authentication and store that information. So till your application is running, so you can get these informations from that user information, right? So that information I'm checking. If it is null, so that means if it is null, so what I will do, I just try to check over here, it is a bin form, right? If it is a bin form, so it will go to that sign in page, right? So let me bring back that namespace, and this is actually I'm trying to use because sometimes I found that window application, it is not proper dispatch, right? Means is it is not a dispose, so that's why I'm using this app shell current dispatch, right? And then if it is, suppose see, this is a bin form, so like using calling that sign in page, or if it is not a bin form, so then again it is go to that sign in page, right? Because this is a condition, both are condition, because for windows we require this condition, but calling means ideally calling this go to that main page only, sign in page only, right? But it is just behavior different that platform, so that's why I'm using. Apart from this, see, this is else condition. Suppose it is a logged in user, which means we have information on this particular user information. So that means it is a logged in user, so it is just directly go to that main page, right? So like that actually you can just use this way or like this way, so both way you can use, but I'll just keep it the common way, right? So this is done. Now this is good, right? So this is actually we have to do in the landing page, and this landing page we have to landing page view model, we have to create a landing page which is a common page which we have to refer in the starting in the app shell, right? So let me quickly create that page that is called landing page. So let me add that landing page over here. Right click on the views, go to here, create a new item, and go to that MAUI, use that this guy, and adding that and add it. So once you add it, again we have to do something as like we have done before. So we have to binding that view model is a binding context. So go to that landing page, and here again we have to just uh, inject that guy, that particular view model, and this is my view model. Bring back that namespace, and here inject it and assign over here in this constructor, and then binding context. So that is done. So once it's done, now we are good to go to call this view model in our this page, right? So go to that YAML, right? And in this YAML, what I can do, I have to just simply close this guy, right? And nothing we have to do, we have to just use one activator, indicate activator. So it is just actually nothing, just activator indicator, it is just loading kind of things. So it is trying to loading, once it's not proper loading, so it will just show is the loading part. So that's we have to just do that over here, nothing we have to do that, right? Simply just loading over appearing, right? So once it's done, now go to app shell, we have to do something on the app shell. So go to that app shell.xaml page, and here we have to just call that loading page. So how we can do that? It's simple. So go to here. Now we don't require this guy, right? Because that is handled already in our that view model. So let me remove that guy, and simply I just call the shell contain that same shell contain over here, right? And in the shell contains yeah, so views over there, shell contains I just disable. See, this loading page we don't require any fly out and all, right? So that's why I just disable that fly out item false, and also fly out behavior is a disable, right? And content template is a data binding, and this is a loading page, right? For this loading page also we have to just add over here yeah, the view has already that guy, so yeah, that is fine. And routing also is a loading page, that's it, right? So this is things actually we have to do that. And one more thing actually we have to do that in this view model, right? So in this view model, where is my view model? Go to that loading view model, right? In this loading view model, I can have to actually log out things over there. Yeah, we can do loading page as well, but yeah, this is not a right way actually, because before after loading we have to sign out, right? So that we have to load properly. So in this case, what I can do, in this app shell, inside this app shell, because in app shell we have as a fly out, right? So that fly out in app shell, so what I can do, I can just create another app shell view model so that I can handle. So let me create another view model. So yeah, it is a little complex, but yeah, this is the way actually. So if you try to do, so definitely you will get idea actually what actually we are trying to do. So let me create a app model, and similar again we have to do whatever we have done, right? So we have to just create a constructor, and then we have to inject that Firebase client, and also it is called as a base view model, make it public, and partial also. So once it's done, so now I can create one command for logout command. So let me quickly create that logout command without wasting a time. Now see, this is a relay command, right? In this relay command, What I am trying to do, simply first I am just checking. Okay, okay, let me bring back so that you can see the proper message. Okay, so it is just display alert, right? App shell current the display alert. If it is true, so then I am using this, injecting that Firebase client. It is sign out, and then once you sign out, it is go to that sign in page, right? This is a behavior. Actually we can just sign out. So once it's done, now go back to app shell. Yeah, this is app shell over here, and it's already in this app shell. We have already we have to adding that namespace of that views, but we have don't have that view model, right? So we can just add a view model, for example x dot data type, and here we can use bm, or we have that bms over here. No, actually that bm also is missing. We have that views, so we have views but not view model. Okay, so let me quickly add that view model as well. So like this way, bm, and then we can use view model. So this is that view model. This is that view model. So let me add this guy first, and then using this view model and refer that whatever our app shell model, right? So this is that app shell view model. That's it, right? So once you view model over there, so that whatever view model have that method and property, I can use it over here, right? So let me quickly create a footer in this app shell so that it will always show as a no, down, right? So this is the down, and it is showing the logout which we had already created in this that things, right? And save it. Now we are good to go to call and see. Still one thing actually pending, that once you logged in, the logged in user, whatever logged in user, that it should show in this app shell on the header, app fly out header. So that is still pending, but yeah, I'll show you how we can do that. But yeah, before that, let me run this application. But yeah, before running again, whatever new component or new file pages and model view model we have to create it, that we have to register, right? So that you don't forget to that. Okay, so what newly we have to create it, we have just created, okay, landing page. So let me quickly add that landing page, builder dot services dot landing page, right? So this is page, only one page we have to newly edit, right? So that is one, but here we have added actually two new component, right? So one is that landing page view component. So this is one, and then another one also we have just created for app shell one, right? So let me quickly add that app shell view model. So let me add this guy, and yeah, that's all. And also little things actually be required later, but yeah, as of now we are good. Okay, so now build it, now run it. Now our application got deployed. Now run it. It is running perfectly fine. Now try to log in. Demo 123 at the rate gmail.com, and what is that password, and just logged in, sign in. So once you sign in, you will get the data, and also if you just fly out. So now see, this time I have only just home and along with that sign out button. So once I click the sign out, it should be sign out, allow at and redirect to our that uh, sign in page. So once I sign out, it should be sign out, but yeah, see, it is not working. Something I'm missing, right? So let me go back over here and let me find out what we have missed. Okay, so go to that app shell code behind file and go here. Now see, actually we just create a new app shell model, right? And this app shell model has a command, this logout command, but that actually we have not binding, that binding context is missing. That's why that is not reaching over there, right? So that's why what I can do, so we have to call that app shell view model. So what is that call, app shell view model, that actually we have to binding over there. So go to that code behind file, just bind over here, means injected, and bring back that view model. And this is just concept actually view MVVM. So just create and assign over here and binding context, so that whatever this control means, whatever this page, so all that view model actually binding over here, right? So let me binding context. Yeah, so this is guy binding context, and that assigned to over here. That's it, nothing you have to do that. So let me show you. Okay, so this is done, and if you refresh, I think it should work. Once I sign out, yeah, it should not work because I think it should be closed and then should run. Okay, let me close it and run it. Okay, so app view model app shell. Okay, so now see, this is that main problem. Okay, so now see, app shell, if you try to inject something in app shell, so definitely you have to pass over here, right? So for this, we have to do something modification on here, right? So what I can do on that, you know, in this app shell, we can inject it, iService. Simply I can just iService method over here and service provider, and in this service provider we can just getting that app shell class directly using that iService service provider, and get required service. And in this required service, whatever our service I want, so I can just use it like this way, so that we can avoid this issue. There is another way also, but yeah, I think this is the simple and easiest way. And save it, and now we are good to go to run and see in action. Okay, now one more thing actually I'm missing. See, it is saying that app shell service is not registered, means whatever app shell actually we trying to get it, that is not registered. So for that we have to register as well. So go back to here, that is actually good part, so that's why I'm not fixing, so that you can understand okay why I have to edit and what actually needed for that. So go to that mayu program.cs. So what you need to do, simply you have to register app shell as well, means app shell page, which we have to just added some reference on that, right? So that's why we have to register app shell. So just register on that. And one more thing actually we have to register, but yeah, let's see if there is no error, so we don't require that. Let me run in Android application. Now application got running perfectly. So let me add my user, which is 123 at the rate gmail.com, and password would be this guy, and sign in. Once sign in, let me open this flyout and click that sign out. You will get that pop-up message. So if you no, that means nothing will happen. But if I yes, so now see, it is yes, and also redirect to, once I proper log out, so it is redirect to the login page. And again, you can just sign up as well. But one thing is missing, that display name, right? So once you logged in, so that display name is missing. So that is pending. So that let me add that quickly over here, that last thing expanding. So for that actually what I can do, there is a many way actually you can do that directly. You can just create a header section over here, like for example as like over here, just create a header section on the app shell. But for dynamically prospective, I will just create a control, so that that control I can use over there, right? So that you can aware also actually how we can create a control and I can use it, that control, right? So that's why I am using that control. So let me create a control folder over here. Let me create a name that is called as a controls, and in this controls we have fly out. We have to just create a fly out page. So let me add some fly out page over here, new item, and this time actually control will create not content page, this time we'll use that content view. Okay, so make sure you have to just proper this guy, and make it that name, that fly out header control, and just edit that fly out header control. And in this fly out header control, nothing I will do fancy, only just what I will do, I'll just simply just design, right? So whatever design as of now, just remove this guy, right? And here I can just make it standard, but yeah, I will use as a simple way over this, right? For example, this guy, like I just create a stack layout, right? And then stack layout I just using that horizontal, and then label, this is that label, that username, and label is that password, that user email address, right? And also that finally label user email from C. This is that label, and this is that username, and this is that email address. So those two things actually I'm showing over here. But yeah, you can just modify as per your convenience, like you can add that image and all as well, but yeah, that is fine. And also you can edit that view model as well. But yeah, this time I will not doing that. But what you can do now, next, go to the flyout.xml file over here. So see, now in this content page I'm actually using, so see, I'm using not content, I don't really require that content use, like, right? That's why we have to use that stack layout. And then in stack layout, what I can do, I can just change it to that content view to stack layout over here. So let make it to that just stack layout, right? And then in this stack layout, what I can do, I can just checking one thing over here, right? So let me inject this guy and just inherit and just inject it over here. So see, once you inject it and make it also, it is public, right? So yeah, this is public class and also stack layout. Okay, that is perfectly fine. And the last thing actually we have to do, yeah, so if we are checking, right? So first we are checking if it is, so whatever this Firebase client has a user information, so it is not equal to null, means we have information. So in this information, what I will do, simply whatever that label text, we have to just using, and we have to assign that things over here, right? So these things actually we have to do that. And go back to over here, we have to use that stack layout. So something actually be missing. So let me padding over here, padding that stack layout label, and now we are good to go, right? Let me build it now. Build success, that means it is just burning, right? But it's showing as error, but yeah, there's a no error. Okay, so that is fine. Save it. And finally what I can do, I have to assign this flyout, right? This flyout on that logged in. Once you complete logged in, so that I have to assign some information over there, so that I actually not information, just you have to call this flyout control, so that I can show it. Okay, so where I can actually, there's a many way actually you can do that. Like for example, on that main, if you go to that view model, so after going to that main page actually calling this home view model, right? So in this home view model, on appearing, you can appearing on that things. But yeah, the best part over here, we can just sign in, right? Once I sign in completely, then I can just assign to that, so that inside this, see, once I sign in, then I just call to this guy, right? So ideally you can go to that page and you can assign there, or inside here also it's fine. Like for example, we have to assign app shell dot current dot flyout header. Actually, that is flyout header. We have to assign that control in this flyout header, flyout header, right? In this flyout header, let me create assign that out flyout header controller, right? So let me bring back that namespace, so that, okay, so let me bring back that namespace. Yeah, so this is that class, page class. And then here they asking, okay, Firebase client auth, right? So we have already Firebase client auth over here, so I can just pass it over here, and that's it, right? So this is the way actually you can just edit fly out header. Whatever controller we have, I just get it and then assign it over here so that our current fly out header, I can assign that value, right? So this is done. Now build it. And yeah, now see, yeah, now build succeed. Now run it. Okay, now our application running, and let me logged in with the demo 123 at the rate gmail.com, akp at the rate 123, and sign in. So once you sign in, once you click this guy, now see, whatever logged in user, I logged in. So that is appearing on the header section, and footer action sign out, right? Similar, we can check it our Windows application, right, as well. So let me sign out, and yes, it's perfectly working fine. And just stop that so that I can run both application together parallelly without debugging. So run it in without debugging mode first in the mobile app, means Android app. Okay, it is running fine. And similar, I can change it to window and run it. Now minimize this application, minimize everything, and here I can show both application together. Now see, this is Android and this is my here window, right? And both application working fine. Once I click sign up, it will go to sign up. It is going to sign up. Okay, and let me try to create a new user, for example, uh mobile, right? Mobile at the rate gmail.com, and that make it user is a mobile, right? And then password would be uh kkp at the rate 123, and save it, sign up. So once I sign up, it is redirect to over here, and just sign in over here. So let me add mobile at the rate gmail.com and kkp at the rate 123, and sign in. Once you sign in, it should be so mobile and mobile at the rate gmail.com, right? Perfectly working fine. Similar, I can register from here as well, like for example desktop user. So it is a desktop user. Okay, let me add a email format, email.com, and that username would be desktop, and password would be kkp at the rate 123, and sign up. So once I sign up, it should be redirect to sign in page, and here I can sorry, desktop desktop and at the rate gmail.com and kkp at the rate 123, and sign in. So now once I sign in, you're able to see this also appearing the desktop user and also sign out. So once I click that sign out, or just before sign out, let me here, everything is also this. See, now next session actually we'll do like if authentication user only can see the data. Okay, so this time actually everybody can logged in, or without logged in also I can able to see that this data. But that actually we do like whatever authenticator user, so based on this actually we are able to see the data. So that is the next upcoming session. But yeah, as of now we just checking. Okay, it is working fine. Go back, everything, add, update, delete, everything is working fine. Also if I click this guy, now see it is working fine. And once I just here sign out, it is redirect to over here with this confirmation. Also once I sign out, it is redirect to over here. So that is perfectly fine, that we have achieved everything, like the sign in, registered, and log out, and also logged in display user, right? So this is completely complete things we have to done in our Firebase authentication. And also you can see whatever that user we just created, that user also got updated over here, means that user. See, desktop user, mobile user, or demo user, right? So this is actually we can manage everything like reset and all that programmatically also we can do that. So this is that same example, right? And here if I just run this application, so you will get the data. And then after let me show you, like, so let me try to run this application first and show what we have uh, existing flow. So my application got running, right? And for actually I'm using and different database for over here, means the other database which I show, which I can see over here. Yeah, so I am just using Firebase real-time database. So this is another our DB name. So if I go back to our console app and go to that main page and Firebase DB real time, yeah, this one, this app actually I'm trying to use over here. And if you go to authentication, so if authentication section, there is a three user, right? So that I can to logged in, so I will use logged in with this user. So let me try to logged in demo at the rate, and then if I remember correctly the password, so this would be my password. So once I logged in, so now see, I'm able to see the data. Because if you see, go back and go to that real-time database, so here there is a no rules actually. So all that now see, there is a data, and this is the hotels, all the hotels. But if you see the rules, this here I just set on a true. So all that read and write options is true, means everybody can read or write, right, without authentication. So now what I will do, I will set as authentication rule over here, that so that this DB only can access if user logged in, right? So how we can set it? So if you see, this is a auth variable over there, and there is a many options over here, right? So like UID token. So if you go to the token, there's other section as well. So in this token contain email, expire, phone number, name as well. So base whatever things, whatever property you want to validate, or whatever property you want to restrict. So based on this you can propose the condition, but as of now I will use this UUID, and this UID should not be null. So this is my condition. So same condition I will put for write as well, right? So that nobody can read and write without authentication user. So once you're done, and also one more thing, so like see, there could be a many collection, right? So that particular collection also you can specify. So as of now I have in this DB that hotel collections, right? In this hotel collection, what I can do, I can just wrap it this rule inside this hotel collection. So like this way actually we can wrap it, and we can set that rules. So and once publish, and also here that options, rule payload. So here I can just check it, like okay, whatever rules I set it, that is actually meet our expectation or not, right? So like suppose for example, as of now simply run it. So once you run it, see, it is a read denied, right? Because I whatever rules I set, it is required authentication. So as of now there is no authentication and no collection as well. So let me try to add that collections. So what collection we are trying to looking? Hotel collection, and run it. So once you run it, now see, one step is crossed but read is fail, because read actually required that UID, authentication UID. So as of now you will see that request detail auth is null, right? Because there is an authentication. So the for that testing perspective, you can see over here the one options, authentication true. So once your authentication true, once you run, it should be execute, right? And also the request detail, see, now authentication ID and everything is over there, right? Email and all. So like that way actually we can check it. And also same things for not get only, we can read only, set set also. So once you run, also it is working, like read and write both are working. So right, once you working, go back to your application over here, right? And here now again just try to uh, just log out this user, sign out. And once you sign out, now try to log in again. This time you are not able to see the data, right? So let me try the demo 123 at the rate gmail.com, and what is my password, and sign in. this time it should be fail, and also it throw that exception. Now see, I just running, yeah, I just running and without debugging, that's why I'm not getting any error. It is crash actually. So let me try to run with debug mode so that I can show you what exactly error actually it is saying. So let me try to log in one more time, and once I showing that error, then I will try to implement. So what is my user? Actually I forgot that is demo 123 and gmail.com and this guy, and sign in. So once you sign in, now see, I am getting that error. And what is that error? Let me show you. So see, if you see this request, so I'm just sending, this is that my URL, right? This is my hotel URL of real-time database. And if you scroll down, there's an inner exception. And what is that inner exception? Inner exception is 401, means unauthorized, right? So because I'm not passing any token, so that's why it is saying it is unauthorized, right? Similar, you can test it from the Postman as well. So open that Postman and go to that any new tab. Now see, this is my tab. This is yeah, not this guy, actually this guy. So let me remove this guy and see, this is my URL, and also you want to take a URL, so you can take it from that your database. So go to the data, and this is that URL, right? So you can just copy this URL and go back to that Postman, and here what you can do simply, if you want to REST API using the REST API, so you just need to add and the last .json, so that make it your REST API. And then once you make it REST API and just simply you send that request, you will get that permission denied, because now I set as a rules only auth user can access this DB, right? And if you pass that any authentication, now see, I just added that auth, right? Auth parameter as a auth, yeah, auth query parameter, and pass it that token, right? Or this is that old token, so that got expired, so that should not also get the data. Now see, it is, you are just passing the token, that it is actually that previously token that also got expired. So till even you are not able to get that access, because right token we have to record with this current, without expiry date time, right? So that actually they making internally, actually they validating and then they providing ads, right? So now let me start the implementation. So what you need to do for that passing that authentication in your application in .NET MAUI application. So first you have to go to, actually which we have to covered, go to the view model, and if you go to that view model, main view model here, previously we just injected the Firebase client, and that Firebase client actually I just configured in that main.program.cs file and specify only that URL, right? So instead of this, there's a two way actually we can do that. Ideally you can just create a HTTP client and passes that on the header, or that query parameter, you can pass that as a request, right? There's a one way. Another way is actually we can use same Firebase client and actually pass it that configuration. So how we can do that? It's simple. So what you can do, simply you have to just specify that Firebase client, and here there is a two overload function, right? So see, is a base URL and options. So you can get that base URL using that that configure in your app setting and get it from here directly, which I already covered, so I'm not doing to that. But yeah, simply I just edit our base URL, and then we have to add our configuration. So Firebase options, and in here we can just using some configuration. So let me bring back to the new line so that we can see, and also just close this guy. Okay, now see, now we have to add some configuration inside this Firebase options, right? So what configuration we require? See, there's a many configuration as a access token. So if you access token is true, so it will authentication with the access token. There's a two way actually to authenticate, like access token or auth token. So I will use the auth token. So if you trying to auth token, so you have to just false as a access token, right? So that is fine. And then now if you pass that pass the token, so you can use that auth token async factory, and is async factory is a callback function. So let me create a lambda functions over here, and inside that we have to pass that token, right? So that token actually expect also as a string, right? So how we can get the token? So in last session we covered, if you go to that any sign in and sign up model, so I just using Firebase auth client, right? So which have that, create, update, and sign in, everything actually we have to manage this Firebase auth client, right? So once you sign in, also they will keep all that informations, right? So what I will do, simply I just copy this Firebase client and go back, and here just inject it over here and assign as a private variable. So once you assign the variable over here, just initialize on the top, and after that we can get the token directly from this object. So Firebase auth client user dot get token, so this is that method which will return the token. See, it's just returning as a string token, user token. So once I get the token, we can assign to this variable, and that's it. So now this client, this Firebase client, have a token or every request of that particular view model, right? So this changes actually we have to required. Only rest of things we will remaining same, but only this settings we have to do that, right? And also we have to pass this URL, right? So go back to our main program.cs file and copy your Firebase real-time database URL over here, and go back and simply pass it to over here. That's it, right? So once you save it, now let me debugging point over here, right? Now we are good to go. Yeah, before that also we just keeping over here as a try catch, so that any exception we can keep it and track it, right? Exception as well, right? So let me inside the try catch your block, and that guy, and remove this guy, and put the debugger point over here as well. That's it, and also debugger point over here. Save it and run it. Now my application got running, right? And let me try to logged in again, the my user. So this is my user, and let me my password and sign in. So once I sign in, so if it's sign in success, so definitely it will go to that load the data. And here see, if you scroll up to constructor, so see, this is that initializing constructor of Firebase auth client, and in this auth client you will see that user information as well, and go to that credential. Now see, you're able to see whatever current user logged in, you're able to see all that logged in user informations, like what is the provider or refresh token and the token, right? So let me copy this token as well, so that I can show you using this token our and a postman also get that result, right? So copy this guy, and let me go over here and just continue. So once I continue, if it has got access, now see, I'm able to get the data because it is now got access, right? Similar, if you go back to that postman, so last time see, I am just trying to access, it is not access, but yeah, once I try to change my token, valid token, which just generated now, and also make sure that double code we have to remove the token and send it. So once you send it, it should be get the result. Now see, I'm getting that same result whatever that data is available, right? So like this way actually we can authenticate and get that result. So similar, now see, add is perfectly get uh, get get all that things is working fine, but yeah, for add definitely I will get that issue, because in add request we don't have a then auth token, right? So let me show you. If auth token, we trying to add a new data, for example new hotel, and then for example 3 star 5/5, and that my image dot png right, and save it. So once you save it, definitely see it is failed due to authentication issue. So also I can show you the debug mode. Let me go to add and edit so that I can show you. Actually it is on authentication error it's saying, right? So there's an exception over here. So let me try to debug an point over here and just save it. So once you save it, I am getting that exception and I just expand that exception. It is clearly saying, let me zoom it. Oh, once I zoom it, it is gone. So what I can do, simply I can take it as a go to quick watch, right? In this quick watch you can see reason for the data, it is saying permission denied, right? So that's why, because I am not passing on a valid token, so that's why it is a 401 and also permission denied. So how we can fix it and add and edit as well? So continue this guy, same things we have to do that over here. Let me stop that, and once you stopped, so go back to again that main page. I simply can copy because I don't want to write again that code. So where is my code? Yeah, same things, just simply copy this guy, right? And once you go back to my add edit, right here, go to the top constructor over here and simply edit over here. And we don't require this one because we already assign over here. We can just simply remove this guy. So I just remove, and we have to inject it that authentication, right? Firebase auth client as well, so that I can get the token. So copy this guy, go back and simply edit this guy and inject it as a private variable. That's it, right? So these things actually we have to do that. So once I do that, yeah, so just try to access on the top, initialize on the top. Yeah, that's it, right? So this also is perfectly working fine, right? So let me try to run and see in actions. Get working fine, and read, add and edit option also should work, right? So let me try to logged in with demo 0123, not 0123, actually it is a 123, and gmail.com, my password, and sign in. So once I sign in, it's logged in, and continue. So it is logged in perfectly. Once I click add, so let me try to add a new hotel, and it should be star 5 out 5 and image.png. Save it. So now this time, see, you can get save successfully. Once I save and continue, you will get the data, whatever the new data also you can get over here. See, the new hotel is over there, right? We just added. So like that, actually you can just do everything. And also there's an option like add, edit also, delete also. So yeah, as of now I think delete will not work because delete also required that authentication token. So once I click the delete, the delete should not work actually. Now see, new total data is over there. So yeah, so delete also, if you want to delete, so yeah, delete also is work because see, delete section inside this home view model. Yeah, so yeah, it is working actually, my mistake. So yeah, because same client I'm using for delete as well. So if you go down, delete one, yeah, so see, same client I'm using, so that will pass that authentication token. So that's why it's working. So it is fine, like all that operation is working fine for add, update, delete, everything, right? And similar you can test it from that what is called and mobile app as well, right? Because that is not different any platform specific, but yeah, we can show you both applications. So now it is running for Windows, and let me try to run for Android as well. Yeah, finally it's got deployed. Okay, so let me add that user over here. So demo Now sign in. Now see, once I sign in, I'm getting that data, right? And similar, everything we can do. For example, if I want to delete, so I can delete as well with the confirmation dialog box, and it got deleted. Now see, it's got deleted, right? So yeah, like this way we can just achieve our accessible things. Now one more things before closing this session. Now if you go to that rule section in the Firebase real-time DB, there only not only see I just adding up if auth id is not equal to null, so that not only the CUID, if you have a token, right? So if you see this token dot email, so if you want to that particular email, you also just restriction with email. So like for example, that email only can, for example, my email, right? Like say demo 123@gmail.com. So only read allow for this hotel collection if who has access of the token email ID is this one. So like this actually you can do that also once you publish. So that rules will apply, and only this user can allow no, read the data. Similar, right? Also you can just specify that particular user, so that particular user can only write the data. But yeah, in upcoming session we'll handle like, okay, whatever user has that no, that role, like suppose every user has a particular role like admin role, user role, or something else roles, right? So that based on that user role authentication, that we will handle in upcoming session. So let's start it. So what I need to do first actually we have to check, okay, what we have that functionality in this current application. So let me show you first. So what I can do, simply whatever that current in the demo application is open, so let me close it so that there is no confusion. So let me close it, and once you close, so choose this Windows machines, run it this application and see in action. So yeah, my application got open or running in our window application. Let me log in with the admin user. So it is admin@gmail.com, and what is my password? Let me edit and sign in. Once you sign in, it is a debugging point. Let me remove the debugging point. And once you sign in, so you're able to see over here whatever that current hotel list which we have completed in last session. There's a binding that all complete hotel list which we can add, edit, delete, view, everything, right? So now we have only just functionality like user can logged in with that user, right? And also will be display, along with there is a hotel management system as well. We can manage their hotel like there is a hotel as well. So what I need to do, whatever user actually we are trying to log in, right? So that user also we can manage over here. So yeah, that we have to add a new section over here to user management system. So let me sign out, yes, and close it, and let us start to implementation. So for that implementation, what I need to do, first actually I have to create a view model for that particular user, so that I can get that all the user and bind it to in our views, right? So let me just create a new view model over here. Let me create a new class, and in this class we have to create one as a user model or user view model. So let me add that as a user model, edit over here, and once you add, let me create public and also partial, because this is a view model, we have to use the view model, and we already actually created a view base view model, so we have to edit that one. And once we add, what I need to do over here, we have to create this two property. One is that refresh property, right? And see, I've just created a one refresh property. So if it is refresh, so we will managing this property. And also we have to create another user list model or collection, which we can get it all the list, update it, get it the list and update over here and bind that in our XAML page. So for this actually we have to record on a one view model of a user view model, so that actually I have to create a user model, right? So let me quickly create that model over here as well. So go to that model section, there is a model section, create a new class, and here Let me quickly add that name user model, and in this user model make it public's class. Okay, and whatever that information be required, so we have to add it over here. Let me quickly add some property over here. For example, UUID, display name, email ID, password is email verified, photo URL, and phone number and roles. So this is that important part. Actually we have to do some tricks for that roles, so that's why I just taking as a roles as a string, so that whatever roles that particular user we can show is at a as a comma separated value, right? So that's why using a string. But yeah, we can use as a collection as well, that depend on how you can show it to user. So based on this you can just use it. Okay, but yeah, I will use this way. And once you're done, so now we have to bring back that namespace. So this is my namespace, so we have to bring back over here. So once I'm done, now I have to create a one method where first actually I just create a relay command, right? So that relay command actually we can use it in our there from my view model, right? So that's why I create a relay command, and here we have to get that namespace, which is a community toolkit MVVM input. So I have to get it that, and then once it's done, now I have to just create it one function which will return, or which will get it all that user informations from that Firebase DB, right? So for Firebase, actually how we can get that user from that Firebase, so that is an important part actually. So what I can do for this, I have to record Firebase Auth as a class, Firebase Auth class. So for this I have to record one of the package, so that Firebase as like we have to use previously one of the package, right? So let me show you what package actually we have to use in last time. So we have to use Firebase Authentication.net, right? So that same we have to use another package which is similar for that, that will actually handle our Firebase admin and Firebase authentications, right? So for that we have to just get it that uh, Firebase admin package for here. So right click on this package project, go to that manage, and here let me choose that browser, and just looking for that Firebase admin, and this is that package actually. So this package is required to handle that now Firebase authentication user. So what I will do, I will take the latest one and install it and save it. Okay, so that's fine. We have to do that this package, and once you're done, now go back to your view model. Where is that view model? Here, that view model, and let me start the implementation. And one more configuration we have to do that in our mayu.program.cs file, that I will do it later. But yeah, as of now we are good. So first what I will do, I have to just clear that list over here first, because whatever the list we have to just clear it. Okay, and once you clear it, so now I have to just create the try catch block, so that if any exception, we can handle it over here. So try catch over here, right? So that is fine also. And inside that I have to just create this user info list, which is that initialize that user list over here, so that whatever that get data getting from that Firebase auth, so we have to store it over here, and then we can just convert it to that. So how we can get it? So simply we required this Firebase auth dot default instance and dot list of, there is a many method actually. So like see, for example, the generate sign in and generate password and all, but yeah, which we have to record over here, which we record a list of users, right? So I will use the list of user async method, and this also we can pass as a parameter over here, but as of now we don't require any parameter. We have to record all that user which is we have currently in our Firebase system. So we'll get it over here. So I will just keep it as a variable name whatever the data we are getting, I'll just keep it as a page enumerable, right? And then what I need to do, I have to just getting that whatever the see, it is returning as a enumerable, right? And also see, it is a page asynchronized enumerable list, right? So that I have to just convert it as a row response, right? Page as a row response, and get async enumerator. And now finally I will get that response of that, this like I async enumerator export user records, right? So once I get it this response, what I need to do, I have to just using a infinite loop over here, this while loop, so that I can iterate one by one all that response, whatever response I am getting. So I have to just now iterate it using that while loop. Okay, so once you're done, now what I need to do, I have to just create a one response, whatever that current response, I have to store it over here, and then I have to iterate a for each loop and get it the data. So let me quickly create a for each loop over here, and like this. Okay, so see, this is response dot user. In this response has all that user, so I have to iterate all that user one by one, and then we have to just store it in this user list, right? So how we can edit, it's simple. For example, like I have to just create it over here as a user model, right? And whatever that user, I have to just store it that particular properties, right? And this is that important part actually. So this roles, okay, so as of now that roles table returning as a user claims custom, right? Actually it is returning as a dictionary, right? Whatever roles we have, right? So they will returning as a dictionary, like I say, okay, what is the roles and what is the name and what is their roles, right? Like suppose like user is user role and all, right? Something like that actually they will returning. Don't worry about that, I will tell you exact role what actually will returning. And that's why we have to do one thing, just we have to joining, because see, this role property we have to add as a string, but we have returning as a dictionary item. So what I need to do, simply I have to use just join and comma separate using that delimiter, right? And then we have to map as well, like whatever the custom role one by one, we have to map it to like that key, right? Whatever key we have to map it and return back to assign it over here. Why we are mapping? Because see, once I add a new roles or new roles that particular user, so that time we have to store different role. Like so for example, let me just create that role which we have to trying to map. So let me go on the top and let me add a role, some roles. Okay, so this is something as a key map, right? So as of now the Firebase returning is admin as a key, okay, and which we have to store once I register new user or assign that user, we have to store as a admin. But what we have to show to user, okay, if it is admin, that means it is the admin, and what is the user, that means it is a user, right? So something like that actually we have to map it for that user perspective. So that's why we have to map over here, and we have to create this dictionary as a key map, and finally we have to map over here and get back to that roles over here. That's fine. And then once you're done, what you have to do, whatever roles we have to add over here is whatever roles, not whatever the user information, we have to take that user list. Where is our user list? So this is my user list, and we have to add it over there, right? And one by one we have to just adding in our user observable collections, all that user. And once is done, let me see, where is that and loop? Okay, so this is that and loop, and in this and loop, or actually what I can do now, I just have to add an exception over here. Actually I forget that. So this is that exception, and whatever exception we have to maintain over here as a logged it and all, so that we can logged it as well. So that's fine to that method, okay, which will returning all that data, and we have to bind it, we have to get it over here, we can bind it over here, right? So this is fine for list binding. So one more thing actually we have to do over here, that is refresh, right? Suppose our list is, I want to refresh from our mobile app or some other place. which is actually supported. So that's why we have to create another method, which is something, okay, I think one thing I miss over here, that yeah, I think one braces is missing. Yeah, that's fine. So this is completed, and then go to the next command. So which is then my next command, which next command is would be the relay command for that refresh. So I want to refresh list as well, that's why I just create this method to refresh our list. It is nothing, just simply I will put some delay time for the refreshment. Like for example, is refresh is true, so always once I refresh that list, it will be true, and we have to put some delay over here, and then we have to get it the data, and then finally is refresh false, right? It is just simple. So once their view model is completed, now what I can do, I have to just create that pages, right, where I want to bind it. So right click on that in the view or anywhere if you want, so you can just create it over there. But yeah, create a new item and go to the .NET MAUI, and here I will use that .NET MAUI content view page, and view page name would be over here something like user or what. Yeah, I think user page, so that would be fine. But yeah, it is up to you, whatever you want, so you can keep it. So I will put it our user page, so which we can show it all that user information. So first what I need to do, I have to add that namespace which we have to want to use. Suppose for I want to use that view model, so let me quickly add that namespace. For example, view model, and look for that view model. So this is my view model, and similar things we have to do for that model as well. So let me quickly add as a model, like let me copy that complete path and paste it over here and change it to like model. So model like this one, right? So yeah, so these two things you have to do that, and once you're done, now one more thing actually we have to do over here, like that what is that data type, right? So let me add that data type. So using the data type, I will use over here that view model, and which user model view model actually we are using. So I am using that user, and if you that space user view model, right? So this one actually we are trying to use, so this is that one. And once you're done, now one more things we have to add, but yeah, that will add in a later, but yeah, that's fine. So these three namespace you have to record, and you have to bind that data type as well, so whatever data type. So once you're done, now we have to create a one grid actually. So that grid actually I have handy. So what I can do, I can just remove this section. I don't want to this section, so I have already prepared as a grid. So let me copy that grid, because that is just design part. So I will just create a grid over here, and let me show you what is actually. So see, this is simple grid, and also we have a refresh view over here, and which will actually bind that that property along with that refresh command, which we have to create in our view model, right? So that is one. And then after that we have to just create a collection view, and in this collection view, whatever that collection model or collection property, we have to just create it, we have to bind it over here. And other part actually it is pretty much similar. Like for example, I use that swap view left, which will actually bind this two data, right? Means two button, like one is that edit, and one is the delete for that mobile perspective. But yeah, in after that actually we have also just using for desktop app, because see, this swap view is not working in our desktop application, right? So that's why we have using another view or another design for that menu layout, which will allow to desktop for that add, edit, and other section. So we have to just create for that over here. For here we have to just create that edit option, and this is a delete option. And also we have to just comment it over here for other section. For example, if you want to click on that view, so whatever that particular user has a views and complete details, so we can show it over here. But yeah, I'll just comment it, we don't record as of now, but yeah, for future perspective we record, we can use it. So we have to keep it. And after that, what we are trying to do, simply we have to just design, okay, whatever that photo we have, so we have to bind that photo as a image, okay, and then we have to display that name. This is my display name and my email address, and this is our roles, okay. So these are things actually we're trying to bind, and this is another things we have to comment it. So in this mobile section, once you that click on that particular section, so it is a look like is a tab, okay. So once you tab it, so you will go to the details section. So that also I just show it over here. If you record, you can just use it, but as of now we don't record. And finally we have to just close it. So these are things actually we have to done. And one more thing actually we have to record. So for example, see this reference, okay. So this reference, as of now we have to create this reference in our pages, so that's why we have to use. So where actually we trying to bind this command, we combine this command, this particular user page, right? So that's why we have to just create this user section over here on the top. Go to that over here. I already actually explained this how we can create, you know, menu layout in our desktop app for .NET MAUI. So you definitely will get an idea if you want to learn over here. So go to my channel, you will get that session as well. But here what I will do, simply I have to just create it variables over here. For example, name, and name would be as a user content. So that's why I have to reference over as the user content, so that in this particular page, once I right click, I will get that reference over here. So it is also have that edit user and delete user, which it is still not implement, but I will implement in little bit later, okay. So we are almost done except this photo section, I guess, because as of now we don't have any photo and all. So yeah, we can check it if it is photo is available or not. But yeah, I think let me try to build it and see is there any error and all. Okay, so there is a no issue, build succeeds. That means whatever we have implemented, it is perfectly working fine. And yeah, so what I need to do for run this application, we have to config something, okay. So now view model is fine, also this is fine, but yeah, one more thing actually we have to do, that inside this, you know, page and code behind file of that user page XML file. So here we have to do we have to call that, you know, view model over here and binding the context. So let me quickly do that. So what I can do, simply I have to just user view model and bind that user view model and just create a property and assign that property over here, and that binding context. So let me quickly binding context over here, and that's it, right? So this is one section completed. Now one more thing actually we have to do that over here. So see, once user comes this page, so in this page there's a some life cycle, okay. So in this life cycle we have to use navigation override, okay. We have to do that override method, and we have there many life cycle method over here, right? So is on appearing, on navigation change and all, right? So I will use that on navigation change. So once user navigate anywhere in this page, so this method will call, okay. So I will use that navigated to, and in this navigated to, what I will do, I have to call this user model have that method, right? That I have to just call it. So let me call it await, okay. And then this dot get data load, so that see once I comes navigate this page, so this function will call and this will bind in our XML page. So that's it, right? And now is part of that configuration, because I have used in my view model. Now see, again I will show you user view model. I actually use it over here, this Firebase Auth default instance, right? So this default instance is fine, but we have to configure. So based on this configuration, actually it is connected and get it the data, right? So for that we have to go to that my.program.cs file, and in here what I can do that I have to call actually one file. Okay, so that I have to just keep it also, that configuration file we have to get it first. So let me go first in our console.firebase over here, like see console firebase google.com. We have to logged in over here, whatever my user, so I have to log in and go to that particular a particular project which I have just created for this this application. So what is my application is, so my application I want to show you. So see, my application name is Firebase DB real time, right? So if you go to your here, so I just have to create it in my, when you start this series, so I've just created, but yeah, this is this project. So go to inside this project, and once you go to inside this project, we have to go to somewhere. So where is I have to go to? So click on that section, or yeah, this range section. Click on this guy and project setting, go to that project setting, and in this project setting go to the service account, and in this service account we have to generate this new private key. Okay, and this private key actually we have to configure over here like this, right? So we have already is a just a sample, but it is a sample for Node.js, Java, Python and Go language, but yeah, we have to use .NET as well. So what I need to do, simply nothing we have to do, just download this file, create a generate key, right, and just save it in some of the place. So for example, as of now I just downloaded my download section. Okay, and once you download, go back to over here and just rename it. You rename it as per our convenience name. So let me rename, for example, this is fine. Okay, so this is renaming, and just copy this guy, copy. So option, where is copy? Yeah, is it's copy. Go back to your solution and go to that resource page, resource folder, and inside we have a row folder, and here actually we have to keep all that files which we can read it. So what I will do, I simply paste it over here. Now my file is over there, right? And one more thing, actually we have to do that once you pasted your file, you have to right click on this file and click on that property, and in this property you have to just add as a MAUI asset. So that you have to make sure, like that you have to properly set is a build action is a MAUI asset, because without MAUI asset I don't think so it should be work. I haven't not tried, but yeah, I recommend please use these settings, because I face many issue for this, so that's why I am using. And other things also you can just use it if you want to, but yeah, don't copy or copy his neighbor and also those are things you can just do it, but yeah, as of now I just leave it, so that is fine. And now go back to your section over here, right, the configuration section, and after this section I have to, what I have to do that over here, I have to just call this file. Okay, so where is my file? This here is my file. So this file I have to just read it, means I have to call this file. So how I can call it that file in our Firebase in our .NET MAUI application? So simply I have to use that file system, right, and I using this method on package file system, and I have to replace our file name. So what is my file name? Let me copy this file name and just change it to this guy. Okay, so this is my file name. Whatever your file name, complete extension, you have to get it, you have to put it over here, and using that dot result. Okay, so now you will get that data over here, and once you get the data, what I need to do, I have to read this data. So I have to using the Steam reader, so that I can read the data. And once I done, so now I have to use that Firebase Firebase app, right? So this is the Firebase app dot create, and in this create method, now see we have that for overload method. Now if you look into see this app options, right? So I will use that app options, new app options. So this is my app options, and inside this what I need to do, there is a many configuration, right? So like for example credentials, server and all. So I require the credentials, and here I will put that credentials like for example Google credentials, right? And dot from JSONs. Now see, here's the something as a from that file also you can just get it that data, or from the JSON also you are getting the data. So what I will use that from the JSON, and from the JSON I will use that reader dot read to end, so that whatever data I have, that I have just getting the reader that data, so I get that all the data in this file and just assign to this credentials. That's it. Now this is a very important part actually. Once you have to do that, so once you have to do that, now we are good to go to run this application, right? And we can get the data. But yeah, one more thing actually we have to do that, we have to resolve the dependency, because we have created new view model, we have to create new pages and all. So those actually also we have to do that. So let me quickly add over here. For example, we create a new view model, right? So what is my view model? User view model, right? So this is one things, and another things also I have just create another page. So let me quickly that page also we have to register over here. So let me add singleton, or add scope is also fine. So what is my page name? User page, right? So this is also fine. Now we are good. And one more thing actually we have to do, that we have to configure in app shell. Yeah, so we have to register also over here that user page, right? So let me quickly add that user page as well over here. So routing dot registered register route, right? And then name of whatever that user page, right? And then the type of user page. That's it, right? Now we have configured all of the stuff, right, related to that user page and view model. So now we have to add one more thing actually, that navigation, right? So as of now we have to if we go to that app.shell page, right? So in this app.shell page we have only that main page over here, right, which is returning hotel management system. But similar we have to just create another page which will returning, or which will just show the navigation for that user page. So same things we have to do that. So what I will do, simply just copy this similar and paste it over here, right? So see, I using the shell is I using the title of that user, and the views already we have to just using that views, right? So inside that views we have that user page, so I'm just using, and route would be on a user page only. Save it and then run it and see in action. So my application got running over here, and let me sign in. So sign in with the admin user and my password. This is my password, and sign in. Yeah, I am signing, and once I click this one, so now see this new tab available over here. So once I click that user tab, now I'm getting the data, whatever data I have. So now I'm getting it over here, right? And one thing I observe over here, there is no roles for that any user. So that could be happen, because as of now could be happen there is a no roles and all. But yeah, we'll check it, is there any role and all. So go back to over here and go to that view model. Where is my view model? And we can make sure, okay, we have that or not. Okay, so what I can do, simply here, right, put the debugger point over here, right? And one more time go back to here, just okay. So refresh will not work. Also see the user page over here, but yeah, it is looks different, little odd. So go back to that user. Yeah, it is reaching over here. So click that user section and check that custom claim. Yeah, custom claim is 0, that is fine. So continue. This is another user, there is a 2 3 user, right? So again custom claim is 0, that is also fine. This is third user, again custom claim is 0, that is also fine. and the last one also custom claim is 0. That means whatever data is look like it is fine because there's a no any user which have that the roles, right? So that's why it is look like. Okay, so don't worry, we'll do one more things. We will just create another section where we have to implement add and update, right? So in that section we will just update that particular user and assign that roles as well, right? So but yeah, as of now the role binding is perfectly working, the user binding is perfectly working fine, right? And except this the image, right? So that's fine, like whatever image you want, so you can just see there is a image section, right? So a photo URL, I'm just passing over here that image. So whatever image, if it is available in your system, like for example where is the resource, and this is the image, right? So if you use this image, like suppose if you want to change that username over here, so you will get it over here. So what I will do, I will do just copy my image, whatever my image, right? So that I will put it over here so that it can show you how is look like. Okay, so copy my from my desktop and paste it over here. Now see this karthik.png is over here, and let me stop it and run it. I don't think so it will work for that hot reload and all, but yeah, let's see in action now. Okay, one more thing, actually I have to do that. Now see, every time I am just putting that username and password, right? So that I have to avoid that. So what I can do, I go to that view model, model, and where is my sign in model, and here just I have to put the default username and password. So what is my username? My username is admin @ gmail.com, and the password would be my default password. So let me kke @gmail.com, right? Or just something else, I guess. 1 2 3, I guess. Yeah, let me save it and stop it and run it. Or might be I'm missing something. Okay, so run it. Okay, my is running, and now see I am getting this username and password, so I don't want to always. Okay, so now here once I click that users, so okay, leave it that part, continue. Now I'm able to see that image as well, right? So it is fine. So now we have to implement or same things we have to show you in our mobile application. Okay, so let me stop it. So let me run in an Android emulator, click sign in, and once you change your users navigations, okay, there's a debugging. So yeah, continue the debugging and you're able to see all the data over here. So that means Android and desktop app both are working fine, right? And one more thing actually I observe. So yeah, if any issue while this actually running your Android application or emulator, any emulator, so if it is something issue, so you can do one thing. If you go back to here MAUI or that project file, and this is that one of the package. So if it is missing something, if it is not running properly in your Android emulator, so actually I observe one thing, this required one more package. So that is the one, actually community MAUI package. So just add this package. So as of now I just comment it out for your future perspective, or might be some system specific issue. So yeah, that will be resolved that issue. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Commented this one, but yeah, that is perfectly working fine. So now move it to next feature, that is add an update. Like suppose user want to add an update and all, right? So for example, this add and edit functionality, we have to implement that one. So for that, stop that application and go back to your view model again, because I have to record another view model over here. For that add edit hotel, as like we have to record add edit user view model, right? So let me create this view model quickly, and would be the name over here. So this would be a name, add update user view model, edit and make it again, it is a public and partial class, right? And same things we have to do that for any every view model, base view model, right? And then what I need to do again, there is some edit functionality and all, right? So for that I have to record some property, for example edit, right? So if it is edit or if it is a new user, we have to create it a new user or edit of user. So based on this we have to identify using this property, okay? And then we have to record another property which is password visibility, right? So that means suppose one of the user I want to add a new user, right? So that new user only will have that, password, input a password field. So based on this actually I will show that password field. If it is edit user, they does not need to any password update and all. So that's why I just put it this guy, okay? And then I have to record another one which is just user model, which will keep it all that user information, which will be bind for that edit information, right? And then we have to record one roles, actually that roles collection which will binding all the roles, right? And for this we have to create another role model. So let me quickly create a role model over here in the model section. Go back and create a role model over here. So first of all we have to create this public class, and also actually it's look like as a we have to use this model as a MVVM pattern, right? Or MVVM approach, right? So for that actually I have to just create a partial class over here. Why I'm just doing that I'll tell you a little bit later, but yeah, let me quickly decorate for this as a view model, right? Base view model. And in here whatever the three properties, right? So that is look like this, okay? So I have a ID, name, and is selected property. Actually I want to update based on the roles. Suppose I change that roles, right? So if I change the roles, so I want to update same data as well, this role model as well. So that's why I'm using this role model as MVVM approach, right? So yeah, that's fine. Then go back and you have to get it over here, that role model. And similar I have to do one more property which will be get it like which one is selected, right? Like suppose I selected role admin, so those are actually will store it over here so that I can easily pass it to for our at API call, for that Firebase API call, where they will require that okay, which user roles you want to update it, right? So based on that particular user roles we have to get it from here and we have to update it, right? And apart from that we have to record one last property, actually that is if it's any fail and all we can keep it over here in this property, that's fine. Okay, now what I need to do, I have to just create a one method as a relay command method, which I can use as a command as well, right? Or let me bring that namespace of that MVVM toolkit, right? And here it's simple, I have to just create a method which will actually get that all the roles, right? So whatever the roles currently I want to bind it, right? So that roles it will bind it using this method, like as a load roles, right? And before that implementation, this method actually be required as a dummy roles, because as of now we don't have a role in our database. But yeah, that also fine if you get that call of database as like we have to do in a hotel management system, so you can store that roles in a database and you can get it. But as of now I usually using in memory, because as of now we have just few roles, right? So that's why I just using the in memory list, and that in memory list I have to use over here. So first of all I have to just clear that, like if it is Passport is visibility. If it is not equal to edit, so it should be true and false based on this, this flag. And first role should be, all that roles should be clear, and then one is clear, I have to get that roles from this method, calling this method, get the roles and store it over here, and then we have to just add in our collections, right? So like this also you can use it, and also this would be fine if you use like this way, right? So both our approach is fine. Which one you refer, you can just use it, but yeah, as of now I just commented this guy. So yeah, whatever roles, I'm just assigning the role collection. Where is our role collection? This is my role collections, observe role collection. I've just added over here. So now this load roles, edit all the roles over here. That is one thing we have to do that. After that, we have to create one method which will actually, whatever currently selected role, we have to store in this selected role, right? So for that again, so we require another method which will actually, whatever roles, right? Suppose I have a 5 roles, this 5 roles, right? And if I click on edit functionality, so what role are actually the current user have, so that actually we have also selected, right? So how we can select it, like see, is this role model, if you go to that role model, where's my role model? See, there's a property ID and name, right? So there's a also property is selected. That means if which role is selected, so if it is true, so that means that role will be selected in our UI, right? So that's why what I need to do, I have to create another method which will be, role will be selected over here. So this is one, this is the selected, and first actually I have to just clean all the roles, right? Whatever roles we have currently in the role selection, that I have to clear it, and then again I have to get that roles, as like we have to get it over here, same things I have to get that all the roles, whatever roles we have, and then we have to match it over here. Okay, so let me filter it or match it over here like this way, like okay, whatever user roles conditions, like whatever that current user, right? So what is that current user, where I can get it? So this is that current user, which once I click edit, so I will get that all that user information, and that user information would have also the roles as a, roles as a string, as a comma separate value, and then we have to just split, and then we have to just compare, okay, whatever that this user and a role name, that should be a, if it is equal, so we have to just filtered, right? So once you filtered, then I have to get that I have to update that role. Okay, so how we can update that role? Simply again I can just using that update role, right? So this is that main roles, our main roles, like whatever that current observable collections, this is the main roles whatever we have, and then where I update whatever that role we have and this particular user, that I have to matching, if it is matched, so that I have to get it over here. So once you get it, then we have to update like this way, right? So this is that update role, and whatever update role just selected, it is selected, is true. That's it, right? So this is done. So whatever role that particular user already have, so that will be selected as a select is true. So that is done. Now one more thing actually we have to do over here, like for example is selection. Like suppose user has changed, like suppose user changed that draw checkbox, right? Particular role checkbox. So if it changed, so that also we have to manage, like how we have to change that user that particular rules, so that we have to change it. So for this I have to create another function over here, that is called something selection change, like selection role change. Also we can use it selection role change, but yeah, that's fine. And here first of all I will take as a try catch, so that if is any error I can handle it over here like this. Okay, and then here I have to create one selected item. So whatever that roles we have, so whatever that is selected true, right? So that I have to filter it out over here, and once you filter out, I will just clear over there whatever the previously selected roles. I have to just clear it, and then I have to just add using that for each loop. So this selected roles I have to iterate it and adding in this whatever the new roles the user selected, right? So that I have to add it in this collection, observable collection. That's it, right? And then if it is any error and all, we can just set it over here as like that. Okay, so this is also done. And now what is pending? Okay, so one more thing actually pending over here, that assign user roles, right? So that assign user roles means whatever roles whatever user we are getting, right? So that assign user, like for example add an update, right? So in add an update, like for example where is a save method. Okay, so this view model also will take in care, like okay, user if you want to save an update, so that function also we have to implement, right? So that function, let me quickly implement that function over here. So first I have to just create let me collapse all that method. Okay, and go to the down. Okay, this is that function, and after that I have to just create another function and just call it to something, save and update something, right? So that we can call it over here like save or update or something like, okay, that's fine I think also. Yeah, and let me quickly try catch. Okay, and just decorate as like we have done. And here first on our condition if, right? Because we have to handle both conditions. So for example if, right, if it is not equal to edit, so that means it is add, like it is add functionality. So in this add functionality, what I need to do, I have to call that method which is await Firebase auth Firebase auth, right? And then default instance dot create user, right? So this is the method actually we have to pass over here, user record, right? So where I can get that user information, so I can get that user information from that user model. So like that I have just created user records, right? And this is that email and whatever that we have to record, like suppose I want to pass it that email, so that email I have to get it from that user, display name also get it from that user, phone number also get it from here, and also password get it from that user. And simply I have to pass this guy, this is that guy, save it, and that's fine, right? And here one more thing actually we have to do that. So this is one section where actually new user will be created in our Firebase authentication, right? Authentication user, that is fine. But what I can do, I have to assign some role as well, because that particular forms have user selected some roles as well, right? So in this case what I can do, I have to just create actually another, I have to call that another function which will pass as a response, like if it is response, whatever response, if it is success and false. So based on this we can just assign that roles as well, that particular user. So let me just quickly create that function. So let me create this function over here. For example, this is that function, right? So this is just returning as a bool parameter, right? It is success or fail, and it is accept also expect actually user record, right? So in here what I need to do, also I will use here also try catch block, right? Yeah, this guy. And now we have to check it over here. First we have to check whatever that response have a UI ID. So if it is not null, that means we have successful added the new user, right? So once you successful new user, I have to do one thing over here. So it is a little complex, but I think it is fine. If you see this code, so yeah, so see what I'm trying to do is see whatever that current role, selected role, right? So that's selected and get that all the roles, right? And the to dictionary and here I'm just using that the switch case statement. So if it is admin, so I'm just change it as like map it, right? So if it is admin, so it should be is admin. If it is HR, so if convert it to is HR, or if it is HR, so if HR. Okay, so that actually we have to pass it over here, and if it is not match, so it will unknown. And then finally also whatever this it is selected, so we have to set it as true as well. Okay, so like that we have to add a claims over here, right? And once you add the claims, right, after that here I have to call another method, which is for example, yeah, for example await Firebase auth. Firebase auth, where is Firebase auth? Firebase, oh sorry, Firebase, yeah, this guy, Firebase auth dot default instance dot we have a set custom user claims. So this method actually this method actually passing that claims, whatever claims actually we have to store it over here, right, as like dictionary format. So just pass it to as a dictionary over here, that's it, right? And once you pass it the over here, actually we have to record another one. Okay, so see, it is expected UUID, whatever that current user UUID, and along with that claim. So what is my current UUID? So this is my current UUID, right? So let me copy this UUID and pass it. Okay, I think go back to over here, so just pass it over here, that's it, right? So once you're done, so that is perfectly working fine. And then in else conditions we set it the return false, right? And finally we have to set as a return true, means this method actually the return type is a boolean type, right? So that I'm actually trying to handle over here, like if it is success, so that means fine. If it is fail, so it should be this guy, right? And also we can handle over here as a something like that, some error handle and all over here, could not complete assigned roles over here, right? So that is fine. And then this one I have to call in our here. And why I create as a common function, because this common function I have to use for both add and update. So that's why I'm just create as a common function over here, and that's it, right? Yeah, that's cool. So this is done. Now we have to move it to if it is this guy, right? So then we have to else block. So that else blocks means in here is a update functionality, right? In this update functionality, again we have to do similar things like binding of all the data. So this is just storing as a user record argument, like all that whatever that updated data over here. And then we have to call that update function as like we have done for over here. So similar things we have to do, like for example just copy this guy, right, and update user to update user and change it to update user, right? So this is a update user method. And again just call that method as like we have done. And yeah, one thing I missed, that if it is fail error or something is message, so I just edit it. Okay, this should be a save and update it, right? Because newly created would be a save and updated would be updated, right? So now our save method also is fine, right? So that means that view model almost completed. If it is anything we miss, so I will modify it, but yeah, as of now we are good. So now what I need to do, I have to just create another view for add and update user as well. So right click on that, go to this, go to that new page, and here I have to just create it that add update user. So go to that MAUI content page and let me call it to add update user page, right? So create that new page. And again similar things we have to do that on that add update page also. We have to call that namespace of that all that view models, right? So what is my view model? over here my view model is a view model. So this is my view models, yeah. And then another one would be a model as well, right? So model, for model also we have to call this guy and just change it to model, yeah, this guy, right? And this two things is done. Now third things also we have to do the type. So data type is that VM colon, and what is that our data type is add update whatever our view model, right? So update user model, right? And that's it, right? So something is not right, I guess. So let me quickly get it from here so that there is no spelling mistake. So go back and just change it to this guy, okay, and save it. Now this is done, and yeah, that's cool. Now what I need to do, I have to just remove this style, and I have to just create one style or one form over here, for example this, right? So what I'm trying to do, see, just using the label which will show that error and all, but yeah, after that there's a entry which will input the data from that user, like okay, display name, username, and email and phone number and all, and this is that password, right? And also we have to just create this borderless entry in this handler. So if I am not using any handler, yeah, we using a handler, but yeah, we have to create okay, so we have already borderless entry. Okay, so yeah, I have to just import that namespace over here as well. So let me quickly add that namespace over here. So let me add that namespace, look like this call as a handlers. Let me add a handlers and also call that handlers. So it should be, yeah, this guy, right? And save it. Now this is also fine. Okay, so now see, this is a password field, this is a phone number, this is a user email, and this is user, right? So these are that normal field, that is perfectly fine. But yeah, we have to do one more thing, which is a little complex, right? A little tricky as well, like that binding, that role binding. So that particular user have some roles. Suppose user does not have a role, so that roles should be bind, but there's a no assignation, there's a no tick box and a checkbox checked, right? So that things actually we have to do that. So for that, what I can do, I have to create another frame, and that frame, let me create inside that frame. See, I just created another frame, and I am using that collection view and just binding that role, role collections, right? Observable collection over here, and again we using that collection view template. Everything is similar, but here see, I'm using the checkbox. So whatever that roles have a checked, so is checked is selected, so that checkbox will be selected. And there is a also we have to create, as of now we haven't created, but yeah, this event we will create in our code behind file, and yeah, this will be created. And this is another field which is showing that name, whatever role name, right? So like that, actually we have to do that. And after frame, we have to do another two button, right? Which is a save button and go back button, right? So which already we have implement this save command, and this go back command also I have to implement, which I have not implemented, but yeah, I will implement. So now before that implement this command, go back command, I think we have to take in care this guy, right? So what I can do for that, so go back to now code behind file, because we have to binding as a that code behind file as well. So go to that this guy, okay. So similar things we have to do that over here, as we have done for that user page as well, like so add update user view model, we have to inject it over here and assign to this here, so that I can binding as a db context, binding context. binding context, right? And then once a binding context, and here so again we have used that life cycle of that. This life cycle is that on navigation 2 method. In this on navigation 2 method, we have to call this 2 method, right? Just first actually we have to uh, load that roles. Okay, so I think we have to use that await function. Okay, yeah, so first I will load that roles, and that whatever roles we have that particular user, we have to select it as well. So this 2 method we have to call from that view model, right, which already we implement, and that method we have to implement this guy, right? So this guy, just let me create a one function over here, or if you want, so if you want you can create directly function as well, like for example here, if you want, so you can just create a function directly, like for example change, right? And if you click this new handler, so yeah, go back. Okay, so same method actually you can just create it over here. I think there's a shortcut, but yeah, so see, method got created, right? So let me just change it, that name, whatever name actually the default name was there, but yeah, I've just changed it, the name I just change it over here, right? And on here what I need to do, there's just some tricky part over here. Means if, for example, if, right, in the if add update model dot selected change method, command method, right, which we have in our view model, right? And in this view method can execute, right? If it is can execute, and we have to pass it is null, right? And that null, so actually we are checking, so if it is null, so it means it is false, right? And if it is false, so might be something is missing, but yeah, we can check it. But yeah, if it is false, then we have to execute uh this command actually, right? So mostly actually we are trying to do on this on checkbox check event, we have to fire this selected command over here, right? That's why we are doing this kind of things. And but here some issue I guess, so let me just trying to fix that. Okay, so yeah, might be it is a null level field, so that's why I've just put it that null level handling over here. So now it's done, right? So now we are good, right? So let me build it and see is there are the other issue and all. Yeah, there's some issue. And so yeah, what is okay, so see, go command, it is asking me actually go command, so we have to put that go command, but we have not implement, right? So let me quickly go to my view model. Where's my view model? Yeah, so here my view model, go to scroll to down, or yeah, before that I can just create that go command quickly. So where is my go command? Yeah, so it is simple, nothing fancy. Simply I just create a relay command, go command, just read whatever that page and the root directory, we can return back to that root directory, right? So now just check it. Now it looks now it should be good. Okay, still there's some issue. Yeah, now see, this is again same issue, right, which I just observed last time, and I also explained, like this issue might be happen in your system as well. So what you need to do, go to this guy, and now this is the right place actually. I'll show you, like, okay, this is the issue and how we can fix it. So this you can just fix it, and once you save it and build it. Okay, now there's some other issue, but yeah, that issue was gone. So let me quickly build again, right? And yeah, it is failing, but it is saying something different, right? So yeah, there is a no issue as well, like let me rebuild also. Okay, there is a issue, there is a issue, but it is not appearing over here, right? But it is showing something. Okay, let me try to run it. Yes, now see, that warning or some error is showing, but yeah, that was not an error. So once you add this community toolkit, community toolkit.myu, so that problem will be gone, right? So that I just prove it. So what I need to do actually now, that is fine, it is running fine, but actually we have to register some that view model and pages and all, right? So that I have not done. So what I will do, I will just stop that application and go back to again that mayu.program.cs file, and here again just okay. So see, this is just showing that error, but this is not a stopping actually. Okay, I think it is strange behaving, I don't know why, but yeah, see, my application got running, but it still is showing that error and all. But yeah, that's fine, that's might be some issue in my system and all, but yeah, I think so you will not get any such kind of issue. So yeah, close it. Okay, and I this time I will ignore this one. Still it is not prevent my application to run. So what I can do, yeah, actually I'm just doing to builder dot services dot add singleton, and here I will add that new view model. So what is my new view model? User, or add an update, right? Add update user view model, and similar things we have to do for here, like add transient, and this is my add update user page, right? So this is one, and another things also we have to do in that navigation part, right? So yeah, for here again we have to do something similar over here. Routing, routing dot register route, and name of and my page name would be add update user page, right? And then also type of, right? So that is done. So now let me run first in our window machine, and it is running, right? It is running perfectly, and sign in. So once you sign in, I'm able to see that a hotel list, as well as if I click that user, so I should get that user list. Okay, so now user list also is there. So once I right click on this, so I able to see that edit and delete options over here, right? So yeah, yeah, one thing I missed that actually. So that edit, as of now, that command actually some edit this edit command actually I have not created. That's why it will nothing will happen. See, nothing will happen. But yeah, I think yeah, that edit command and delete command actually we have to create it. But yeah, so yeah, for that actually we have to just create one more button over here, that add also. Like suppose if I click add button, so that form will be created, right? So this things is pending, so let me quickly fix that, stop that, and go to that user view model, because see that whatever that user, it is coming from that user view model, right? So if you see that whatever list is coming from this user, right? And here actually be binding the list, and this is that page and all, right? This is that command, and in this command we have that edit user and delete user. Similar we have to bind that in here as well, right? So edit user and delete user. So let me quickly create this two command, not delete command, but yeah, I will create first that edit command in our user view model. So this is my user view model, and this user view model, let me create that command in this, and this, let me collapse all method and create it over here. And the last, first I will just create an edit, right? So let me quickly create that edit command over here like this. So I just create a edit as I using delay command, edit user using that user model, right? And we will use that shell.current.go sync page, and here I will call that page, right? So this is my page, and I will pass it true. So what is that true actually? This true means what is that parameter we are passing, right? Yeah, so that parameter we are passing, this is that one. I think actually I missed that, this add and edit parameter, I guess I have to bind in our somewhere. okay, in our edit view model page, that I missed that. Okay, so that I will show you. Once I run, it will see some exception, and why this exception, then we'll to resolve it. Okay, but as of now, this is a calling method, how we can call that edit user method, right? And similar, we will call that add user method as well. So let me quickly before that, let me create that add user method as well, like, and this time also pass true, and is edit will be false and is edit will be true, right? Now see, this is the way actually we have to create this command, and once it's done, now it will call, it will reach it to, you know, this page, and this page actually this page, and it will be open that page, right? So let me run it and show you. Okay, my application got running, and sign in, click that over here, go to that users, and we have that users, and once I click over here, click that edit. So see, yeah, that is the issue actually. So once I click edit, it is not binding the data, right? That particular data means whatever the currently we have the data, username and email and all, and this is the password, it's visible, it is not visible for edit functionality. Okay, so that means something issue. So what is the issue? So see, I'm passing the edit flag, and go back to in our add update user. Over here actually, see, we are missing something. So let me show you what we have missed over there. So before that, actually we have to map as a query property. So whatever that query property we are passing, we have to map it over here. Like for example, we have to pass that user, so we have to map that user over here like this. And also if I map this is edit property, so like that actually we have to map it over here. So if you go back to again, what does mean actually, let me explain one more time. So see, this is, we are calling that page, but we are passing as a query parameter. So this is that query parameter actually. So that's why we have to handle over here also whatever the query parameter we have to, this is the query parameter, so this will be equivalent over here, and then we'll get the data. So now let me run it and see it is working or not. So yeah, my application running, sign in, go to that users, and once you right click on edit. Now see, this time I'm getting the data along with that mobile number. Might be mobile number does not have that user, but yeah, that is fine. But yeah, the role does not have also roles. So let me check, like both update, like this demo user, I want to update that mobile number along with that some roles. So for example, let me +91, and let me add some number, randomly number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, and let me add 2 roles over here, this particular user, and save it. So yeah, I am getting some error. What is that error? So let me check what is that error. So where I can get it, that error. So in here we can see that error. So save it and also put over here what is that error, we can check it. So let me debug so that you also aware like what happened. Now see, this is fine, is edit is true, that means it is edit, and here we calling this guy. And okay, so update is fine, but once I assign role, I think is assign role, yeah, assign role also is fine, but once you go back, yeah, assign role also will fine, but I think it is not redirecting. So this is the problem of that redirecting. So what is that issue then? Okay, yeah, so issue over here. So whatever this things, actually I missed the something. So what did I miss? Actually that dialog pop up pop up pop up, like if it is success or fail, it will go back and redirect to that navigation page, right? So that I missed that, so that I can just edit after all that things over here. Now see, like that I'm just using the display alert, right? And this display alert, whatever if it is success or fail, so it will redirect to that main page. Okay, so if you see over here, if you go back, you will see that data as well. So let me continue. So see, data got updated perfectly, but there was a redirecting issue. But now it's, I just fix it and save it. Might be it will not work. We have to stop it and run it again. But yeah, that is one. And let me implement another functionality. Then I will open as a mobile application as well. So yeah, one more thing actually it's pending. So go to that again, that user view model, because in user view model we have just create add user, right? So yeah, this add user button also is actually missing in our this user page, right? Because edit is over there, but this before that actually, yeah, before that, this user page, I have to add one button, that add button. So let me quickly add that button to look like this. I have to add that button. I have to use this shell title view. On the title view I have to add this button, and it is called as a add user button, right? And I have to add that some in. And there's some issue also that that background, right? So that, okay, leave it as of now, but yeah, we can fix it later. But yeah, let me run it and see in action. Yeah, application running, and sign in, and go to that users. Yeah, see, add button is there, right? And once you click add, I'm able to see that password, and also this is that whatever that user have that roles also we are getting over here. And let me add a new user. So previously we have to add it, that user, right? And now I will update, I will create a new user. For example, new user @gmail.com. And okay, so this is not that password, this is not a user's email address. So this is the email address, and this is user. So what user I want over here? Okay, new user, right? And then phone number something, for example, +91 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, and if I password, what I password I want, so let me put some password over here, and I want to give these 3 roles over this particular user. Save it. And okay, this time also I will show you the debug mode. So this time it is a false, so that means it's coming in inside this, and call it this guy. This is perfectly successed. And once you success, also assign that roles and save it. And once you continue, you will able to see this message. And once you okay, it will redirect to that page, and which we have to create a new roles. See, this is a new new user which we have to create it, which have 3 roles, right? And once you go to that edit section, you will also see whatever roles we have to see over whatever the user information along with that roles. If I want to update something, we can easily update. For example, I want to less that user roles along with this username, for example, new user 1, and save it, and again continue. So see, it is updated successfully. Okay, and go back, you are able to see the data got updated also. Like username I updated with Bon, and that roles I just choose that account, except I remove that, right? So now see, it is perfectly working when add and update, right? So now I have to implement that delete also. Like for example, as of now, nothing is happened for delete, right? So I want to delete that particular user, so that I want to delete as well. So let me implement that, because that is a quick implementation. So that I have to implement here itself also, because that is part of that user pages also, user page, because in user page we have the delete button, right? And the delete command we have to create it itself here. So what I can do, go to that view user view model, and here I have to just create that delete command. So let me quickly just create a delete command as like similar kind of here, but a little different. Yeah, so see, I just create a relay command, right? And just using a delete command and accepted, from this parameters a UUID, means whatever that current UID. So here simply we get a confirmation box, right? And in this confirmation box, if it is confirm yes or no, then result, actually we just calling again that Firebase auth and default instance of that Firebase auth, and then delete user method and pass it that particular user ID, and then load that whatever that our data. Again we have just load it, whatever that recent data, like current data, right, and save it. So this is also done, right? So this is just a simple implementation, right, so that we can easily delete it. Okay, so let me try now this delete functionality as well. So let me run in without debugging mode, right, so that I can show you both application, like Android application and Windows application together. So let me run it. So yeah, Windows application is running over here, and sign in, and go to that user section. So yeah, I want to delete something. For example, recently we had this yeah, I want to delete this guy, right? So let me delete this demo user. Okay, and now see, demo user gone, right? Similar, I just added this guy also, update this guy, yeah, add an update last time. So let me try to delete. Yeah, that's also should be delete. Now we have admin user, and yeah, let me try to edit this admin user, allow this admin user, right, and this admin user does not have a user, right, so let me add that username as well, for example admin, right, so let me add admin, and let me add that phone number, for example +9112345678910910. Okay, and save it. So it is update successfully. Go back. Now see, admin has this information. Once you click the edit, now I'm able to see the other information, and click and cancel. Let's go back to over here. So that means it is completely working fine for add, update, delete also. Yeah, so let me delete this guy also then. Let me delete this guy. Let me delete this guy. Okay, now we have only admin user. So let me try again, just try to add another user. Yeah, once you click add, so now let me add a new user for desktop user, right, and that email ID is something, for example desktop@gmail.com, right, and then phone number something 9112345678910910, and then put that password, for example this, and then put it that user, actually user and HR. Okay, and save it. And okay, there is some debugging session, so let's skip that. Okay, save successfully. Now I'm able to see that add that user, right? So let me try to edit something over here. Suppose desktop update user 1, right, and then change it to this. So save it, update it. Yeah, now got change, right, and if I want to delete, I can able to delete as well. So this is perfectly working fine. So let me open, this is our Android Studio, Android emulator. Select it and run it. Yeah, it is running. Sign in and go to that user section, and now here that add button. Let me add a new user, so click on add, and let me add a mobile user, right, and mobile@gmail.com +9112345910, and then user HR, and save it. Yeah, now save successfully. Okay, once you save, now see, you are able to see this new user, right, and if I want to update, so let me click on edit. So now see, whatever that user information you are able to see, and if I want to update, for example this guy, and I want to change to this guy, and save it. So once you save it, update successfully. Okay, so now it's got change, right, and if I want to delete, so let me try to delete. Yeah, or you want to show to delete, if I cancel, nothing will happen, and once I delete, yeah, it's got to delete, right. So yeah, now I will show you both application together. Select that window application, run this application. This is my window Android, and this is my window application, right? And sign in. So yeah, you can just use both application like that, right? So now I have only just one user, so yeah, it is fine. But yeah, all that functionality will work as expected. This is same sample application which we have actually step by step we have tried to covering to complete. So I will taking same one. So this is that, and what I will do before I start implementation, I will show you how actually what we have existing implementation, and then we have to implement that role-based access. So let me try to run in our first window application. Now my application running in our window app, right? And simply what I will do, I will log in with this admin user. So once I log in, now I'm able to see that list of that hotel list, as well as I can see that user management system, right? But here they don't have a role-based access, so everybody can actually add, delete, and everything we can do it, right? So let me show you. Let me suppose this is admin user, so that is fine. I am able to add new user. So let me show you. I'm just add that new user, for example, user role, and suppose a test user, and that test@gmail.com, and phone numbers, for example, +91 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and password would be whatever password I want, so I can keep it that password over here, and let me save it. So save, it is saved successfully. Okay, now once you save, you are able to see that user. That means I'm able to add this user, any user in this admin role, right? So let me sign out. So let me log in with that new user. So that is, I guess, test user, right? We have to create, and password would be same. I keep it same actually. So yeah, it is logged in. And once you logged in, now if you go to that user, so once you go to that user, now you are able to see that all that list over here, right? And if I want to, so see, once I right click, I'm able to see the edit and delete as well, right? So let me try to delete. So yeah, let me try to delete so that I can show you. So once you try to delete, okay, so now see, it's deleted. So that means this is that problem, so that we have to implement here. So that user means that user role does not have that that permission of that edit and delete and add as well, right? So that we have to prevent, and also we have to just restrict. Okay, so if that particular user does not have that permission to show that tab, so also we have to manage that, how we can just show and hide that tab as well, right? So yeah, let me close that and let me start that implementation. So what I need to do first actually we have to go to that in this application, go to that sign in model, because in the sign in model we have to actually store whatever that role we have to get it, like whatever the role that particular user, we have to get it and store in our local storage. So that we have to do that. So for that, what I need to do, I have to just after that fly out, okay, after fly out I will just need to call one another API which will returning that particular user information, right? Because in this user does not have that that role and other information, right? So let me show you what I mean. So let me just click over here and let me run it again. So my application running, and thus it is admin sign in. So once I sign in, so let me let me debug for further, and now see we have get that result. Once I sign in, I will get that response, right? And in this response we have that auth credentials. That is fine, whatever auth and email ID and password we have. And then if I just expand more in the user section, now we have that information of that user which have the display name, email, and this one, but there is no actually that role and that permission information over here, right? Because we have to record that custom claim information. That claim is does not appearing actually here. So if I see credentials also, so in this credentials also we have this information, but not custom claim. So for that custom claim, we required call on one of the API which will returning that. Okay, so how we can call it? Simply whatever we have done in last session, right? We have to use one of that implementation which is called Firebase Auth, and in this Firebase Auth default instance dot get user, right? So in this get user, see, in this get user there's a two way. Like if you pass that null, so it will returning all that get user, and if you pass that particular ID, so it will returning that particular ID information. So what I will do, simply whatever logged in, successfully logged in, so I have that information over here, that result dot, for example, we have that response over here, right? So result dot user dot uuid. So this is that particular user which is be trying to logged in, right? If it is successfully logged in, so we have checking over here. If it is successfully logged in, then we have to get that user ID, and based on that user ID we will get that user information, and in this information we have that that custom claim information. So let me show you actually what we have. So yeah, before that actually let me just store it, then I will show you like what I mean, what we are trying to do over here. So let me just store another variable over here, like for example user claims or current user roles, right? And in this current user roles, what we have here, like user dot, yeah, see there's a property is called a custom claims, and here what we trying to do, I have to just filter in here. So what we trying to filter actually, that need to filter, for example x, we put that lambda expression and dot that value, right? So whatever custom have that value, we have to get it over here, and also we have to actually, this is that object, right? So we have to just pass it as a, convert it as a bool, because we have storage as a bool value over here. And then what we're trying to do, to list, and this to list dot select, and in this select again we have to just use, for example this, right? And this is that value, and then we have to get that whatever that this custom claims have that value, right? That we have to change it to, we have to map it, right? We have already done it, so that's why I am not explaining, but yeah, we have to actually we have actually storing the data as like for example, I will show you as a token how we are actually storing the data. So data is storing like that. Okay, if user has a user role, or if has a user admin, so is admin is user, like that actually we have to store in this custom claims. So that value also we have that, okay, is admin is true or is user is false, like that actually we were storing. So that's we have to trying to get, again we have to convert it over here. So let me try to convert over here, for example that l dot key. So right, see there's a two things, right? There's a key and value, right? So we have to key, so whatever key we have to map it, and that map, and we have to returning to not first and default, we have to returning the to list. Okay, and see this will be written actually is admin is admin is user, like that. So what we have to do, we have to map it. So how we can map it, there is a many way, but I will use over here like that. We can create a dictionary so that you can easily understand actually. So see, now we have that key, like such kind of this we have storing the key, like is admin is user, is admin true, is user true, or is HR false, is account false, like that we have to storing in our claims while logged in, right? So like that we have to revert it back, like suppose we have storing as a is admin, right? So I want to change it is admin to admin, I want to change to is user to user, like that. So that's why we have to create this map and go back to here and just change it to this map, like suppose key map over here, right? And in this map I just change like that particular, it is a dictionary item, right? So simply I can pass it that key over here, and it will returning back, and whatever I just filter is okay, whatever claims has that true value, only they will filter, right? Suppose for example I just one of the user like admin user, right? So in admin user has a two roles which have true and other two is false, right? So in this case I will get only the two roles like admin and user, right? So that's why actually I'm trying to do this filter. So once I filter over here, what I need to do, I have to actually just this is the list of string, right? So what I will do, I can ideally keep it same way, but yeah, I will show you, because as like we show in our user list as a comma separated value. So what I will do, I will again just store as a comma separated value. So what I can do in this case, I can simply using the join, and whatever that list I want to comma separate it, I can use the delimiter and then comma this second parameter, your list parameter, and keep it like that. Okay, so just simply I just comma separate string over here, and then what I will do, I have to store as a local storage in .NET MAUI. So how we can do that? It is very simple. Again, I will use that await, and in this await we have that secure storage. So this is secure storage. Actually this is a Microsoft MAUI storage, secure storage as a package, but is automatically we have in this .NET MAUI. So we can use this package and use that set, or just you can just use a default, right? Local storage and then secure storage, I guess. Yeah, I missed that. Okay, secure storage dot default. Either two way actually you can use that, but if you use that default, that means it will make in a static one. So let me use that set value default dot set async, and in the set async there is a two things actually. You can just pass as a key and then value. What would be the key? So key would be, for example, I will use as a current role. So this is my current role, right? And then what would be my value would be like this, right? So similar, I will storing another value, for example our credentials, right? So as of now we don't require, but yeah, if you required, if you want to change, if you want to use that credentials, so that you can use it. For example, let me store it as a user info, and this user info, so what we have to store it, we store it as a result. So let me store it that result dot user dot credentials. So see, this is that credential which will keep it all that the token, refresh token and all. So that's why I will keep it this guy, so that if I require any API call and all, we have to we can use it that from that local storage. We don't need to again call that any other API or any other user information, right? So that we can keep it, store it over here, and then we can use it. So for that actually they actually require that string value. So for we have to convert it as a string. So what I will do, I can simply use it that guy JSON serializer. Okay, and it is coming from text.json actually. So let me using this package, and that's it, right? So let me terminate. Okay, yeah, so like that we have to keep these two information, so that we can use in further in our application. Like if we required any user related information, like we required a token, we required a refresh token, so like that we can use it this key. And if I require that user information like user access role and all, so that we can use this value. So like that we can use it. And there is another way also, and preference which we have to we have that we have in our .NET MAUI application as well, in a mobile application, so that we can keep it that way. But yeah, I will use it that. But yeah, one more thing actually. So before storing over here, what I need to do, we have to check, okay, if already exists, so we have to remove it and then we can store it. Okay, so see, now we have that same secure storage has another options, like we have that remove options. So we can first actually remove whatever existing backend, because see, this is the sign in page, right? So once you sign in, so first we have to remove everything, then we have to just fresh whatever the latest information, we can keep it over here, right? So like that, this is the way we have to do that, right? So that is done. right? So once it's done, now what I will do, I have to just create one of the common function which will can handle, okay, that particular user has what are the role, right? So suppose this is the role, so what is that meet that particular user role or not? So based on this we can show, okay, you are able to access or not, be can dependent on all, right? So let me just create it that common function over here. Let me right click on that, create a common folder, for example here, and let me create a new folder, common, and in this common folder I will just create a one of that utility so that I can use it. But yeah, whatever that name you want, you can just refer that name, but I will use, right click on that, create a new class, and use that utility or something is a common service, we can use it, right? So now I will use this guy, public and class, or also you can make it static, but yeah, I will create a static method. So let me just create one of that static method so that I can get it that I can able to see, okay, this role, suppose, see, I'll just create a check user role method. We will pass that whatever roles that that user have, right? Suppose user have that admin role, user can have a multiple role, right? So that we have to pass it over here, right? That particular section, and this particular section, suppose I pass that, you know, admin and user, and that admin and user have that belong to that current user, so that means it will returning true, otherwise it will returning false, like that, right? So what I can do, simply I just need to get it that, you know, see, I'm just returning back to that data whatever we are storing while signing. So this is that get async method, I can pass that key, so I will get that whatever roles we have stored it, right? For example, see, I just storing like that, right? Set default. So simply if I want to get it, so simply I can pass it that key, I will get that data. Once I get the data, I have to just split that. So now see, I'm just splitting that, right? Because again I have to convert it to the string array, so that why I'm using that splitting method and that converting as a string array, right? And then what I can do, I can use a common elements, right? So let me just try as a common elements. So what I can do, I have to just map it, okay? So suppose whatever roles I am just passing, and whatever our current role, right? So see that role, whatever role inserts intersect, like that means we have to compare, okay? So whatever roles we have, that both array, that is match or not. If it is match, so it will returning that data, right? That particular data will be returning. If it is not, so it will returning that 0, right? So in this case we can just simple put a one conditions, right? And also just bring back, it is nothing, just a case sensitive things, so that's why I'm just putting over here. And finally we have check, okay, if it is count greater than 0, that means we have role which it is match in our current role, right? Whatever role we are passing, so that is match that particular user, so that means it is true. Like that we have to implement. So once I implement, now we are good to call this method and we can use it, right? So this is that my utility. And now go to that section where I want to implement this first. Actually let me implement in our yeah, app shell, right? Because in this app shell, yeah, in this app shell actually we have to bind our menu, right? So whatever that menu items, we have to bind it over here. So for example, this user means this is the tab which will show in that menu. So this user we have to show based on that flag, right? If it is match, user match, so it will show. If it is not, that it will hide, right? So what I can do for that, I have also created that view model, this app shell view model. So go to that app shell view model. Where is that app shell view model? Yeah, here's my app shell view model. So in here what I can do, yeah, I can create another method which I can call it over here, that utility method. So let me call that method over here quickly and just create this method, for example this, right? And in this method what we're trying to do, let me call this await and that utility, right? Utility dot check that method, and whatever role you want this particular uh, menu item, so you can just pass it, right? So for this what I can do, simply I'll just create a constant value for this here and just make it, for example, see, menu access for that user, or just user menu access, right? So let me user, or let me create a user, yeah, user menu access. And so for first I will show you that I will add only just user menu access only for that admin, right? So that I can keep it over here and simply I can pass it to that guy so that it will compare that particular logged in user. So if it is matched that admin for that user role, so it will returning true, either it will false, right? And what I can do, I have to just create another property which we can store. Okay, it is a true, based on the true false we can store it, right? So let me just create another property. So we have to just create a observable and using that is menu access, or just you can use that is user menu access for, because we have many items, right? So that's why we can identify, okay, which tab actually, which menu we're trying to access or not. So it is a for menu user, for that user menu, so I will keep it that user menu, and for that we can just simply is user menu access and then store it, whatever that result we can keep it over here and copy that same value, go back to your app shell XML file, and here we have that is visible, yeah, we have that is visible, we can simply bind it and we can use that is access menu, right? Now see, based on this flag we can show and hide that particular user access, right? So let me save it and we are good, I guess. Okay, so let me build it and see. Now only we have to handle that tab, right, menu item, but yeah, we will handle also that add edit part as well, that particular user list as well. So let me show you one by one so that you can easily digest and understand. So let me run it and see if there any issue we can handle. Now application got running. Now see, just try to log in with the admin user, so sign in. And also, yeah, one more thing I want to show you. So see, this is sign in function. So go to here. Now we are getting over here, and now we are getting the tab. Okay, so I will show you that credentials. So let me open the credentials and copy this token. So this is the token which I can copy from here, right? So yeah, this is the token. I just copy over here and just open. I'll, for that understanding processing, JWT IO, open that, because how actually we are storing the data, right? So that I want to show you. JW and go down, pasted your token, whatever we copied. So yeah, let me remove this guy and also remove this guy. Okay, and now see, we have stored the data as a claim data like that. So that's why actually we have keep it like that, right? So if any user has that role, multiple role like is admin, is HR, so based on this flag either is true or false, we have storing actually, right? So that's why, so that is fine. And also if you further move it, right, so this is fine. Okay, now we are get that user information also, and in this user information, now see, we have that claim, right? So once you expand, now see that claims we have, okay, is admin is true, that means this user has a is admin and true, and we can keep it and we can run it. Now see, our application got running, and now we are not able to see that flag, right? Why? That means we have missed something, right? So that we have to handle it, right? That I was assuming, but yeah, okay. So what actually missing? So stop that application, go to that app shell app shell, that code behind file. Now see, this app shell actually running on that constructor level, but we have not calling that newly method we have to create it, right? So that we have to call it as a lifecycle hook method. So which lifecycle hook method we have to create it? So let me go to that override method, and we have many lifecycle hook like on appearing and all, but in this our case we required here on navigation, because every time once we are navigate, we have to check, okay, what is that role, and based on this we can show it. Okay, so I will use that on navigated, right? And in this on navigated, simply I can call that method over here, await, and using that app shell view model, and can access menu, and we have to just call it this guy. Okay, so once you call this method in this app shell lifecycle root method, it will go to over here, and whatever that particular user role, that user menu, it will update it over here. So that part was missing. So okay, let me try to run again. Now application is running, opening over here, and sign in, and just remove this guy now, and continue. And once I continue, click on that tab, now we are able to see that user, right? And if I go to here, now easily we can do add and edit, right? So that is perfectly fine. Okay, so let me do one thing. Now let me try to create another user, which is that does not have an admin role, and we'll see that user can have able to see that flag and not this menu or not, right? So for that, let me try to add a new user, for example user, and user@gmail.com. phone number might be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and password would be my default password. Save successfully. Okay, now see, we have a particular role, particular user we have created. Once I add it, now see that user has a user role, right? So let me cancel and sign out. So once I sign out and just sign in with that user, so for example user, and sign in. So now I'm signing, and here now see, I'm not able to see that user, right? That tab, because that user does not have that role, because we have specify only that user role, right? Where I can specify, yeah, I specify in that app shell view model. See, we have just specify, okay, this user menu has only admin role. If I assign that another role like in comma user, so that time I will able to see that, right? So let me show you that one also. So let me show you that. Okay, so now if user also this user menu, if admin and user, both user can able to see that things. Okay, so let me run it again and show you. So now it's fine. And also if I go to that user, sign in, now see, now I'm able to see that. And now if I have that, now we can see edit and delete. Now see, this is that another problem, right? Because user should able to see, that is fine, but user should not have that edit and delete role as well, right? So that we will restrict for now. But yeah, before that I will show you in a mobile application how look like. Okay, so let me close that, and let me change it to window application to that Android application. So stop that, change to that emulator, and run this application. Okay, now application deploy on Android, and this is admin. So let me try to admin first and run sign in. Now I'm logged in with the admin user, and I'm able to see that user. Once I click that user, I'm able to do that add and edit as well, right? So that is fine. But once I sign out, but in this case what I can do, I can just remove this guy, because if I allow this guy, so both user can able to see those things, right? So in this case again, let me try to run. Yeah, and just change that user, so it as a user. And once I sign in, now I'm logged in, and once I logged in, now see, I'm not able to see that that tab, right? The user tab, because this user we are not able to allow to access to see that one, right? So like that actually we can handle all the tabs, like which one we have to show which user and not, so that you can easily handle, right? So that is done. But now what I have to do, implement, I have to just implement that after suppose I am allowed to access that some user to that tab, but we have to prevent, okay, inside that user does not have to permission, like okay, they can use edit and delete, right? So that we have to prevent. So how we can do that? For that again, it's simple. We have to go where actually we want to prevent, so we have to go that place. So for here, that user model, right? So in this user model we have to bind that list, whatever that user list, right? So here whatever list we are binding, so we have to prevent over here, like in this user view model, as well as our where is that view, yeah, so that user page, right? So this user page has those swipe button and also fly out button, right? Fly out menu. So we have to restrict over here so that the user can only see that option but not able to do that, right? So for that, first we have to implement in our view model. So where is our view model? It is a user view model, and in this user view model we have to specify again that two property. For example, that first let me add those value, like, so see, like edit access and delete access. So I am allow that edit access for admin, delete access for also admin, right? If you want to more roles, so we can just increase our roles, right? And this is one thing. So now second things, we have to require the two property, right? Can edit and can delete, right? So suppose this can edit and can delete flag, based on this flag we will we can control in our UI, right? So that's why we have to just created this guy. And once it's done, now what I can do on the load section, because in this load section we have to update this two property, what actually that current role and all, right? So in this case we have to just call that utility functionality, right? Utility and dot that get role access, and suppose this is for that edit access, right? So let me edit access, we pass that edit access, and we can assigning over here can edit, and then simply assign to this guy, and also we can use that public property. So like that same way we can use that can delete, right? So this is public property, and use that same things whatever we have, but yeah, this here we will change for delete access, right? So now this is fine, and once it's done, now nothing need to do over here, that is perfectly fine. Also that other things also we can do that, like see, this is that add click, right? So once a user click add, here also we can restrict for that flag, like okay, if it is can edit, can delete, so based on this flag we can just prevent over here, and we can show that pop-up message as well. So that way also you can handle, but yeah, that's up to you how we can handle it. But yeah, this is the way, all the way I'm trying to explain over here. And then go to that main user page XAML part, and in the XAML part we have to handle that flag, like can edit, can delete, right? So how we can do that? It is very simple. So let me try to show you how we can do that. So as like we have done for this other things, right? Like suppose this command, so same things we can do, just copy for this complete command, right? And just copy, and once you copy, because we have that user that property inside that view model, right? So that's why we have to try to access like this way, like we have to using binding, then source, and then relevant path, right? Relevant source, and then we have to specify the view model, and then we have to get that name, right? Whatever name. So let me do like that, and what I can do over here, if we have that is visible flag, so is visible or is editable enable, so but I will use that is visible, and pass it to that complete command, right? Complete code, and here simply you can change it to can edit, right? Because can edit is our our new property which have that ideally it's true or false. So based on this true or false candidate, it will handle and it show it, right? Same things you can just copy again for this, delete also, because this is that edit, right? And this is delete swap. In this delete swap, what I can do, simply I can edit to can delete, because I just make it that property as a delete. So let me create as a delete. Okay, so now we have done for that swap functionality, and as well as we have to do that for desktop app, because this swap view is not working for the desktop app. So we have to handle a different way over here, as like already we have handled like that. So similar things we can handle again. We have to copy for that swap view how we can handle, right? For that flyout. So same things, but here in the desktop app, actually see there's a not two options, there's only one option, is enable flag, is enable property. Actually there's a no is visible property, so we can use that is enable only, and we can simply pass it over here. And for here we can simply can use this can edit instead of can command, right? And same things we can just copy again for the delete one also. So where is the delete one? Here's the delete one, and let me create over here and change it to can delete. So both platform we can handle like that. Yeah, this is that one. So that is done. Now we are good to see the changes, right? So let me try to run first. Let me try to run in our window machine. So my application got running, and yeah, I think for admin user, so let me see in admin user it's working fine or not. So because we have to check first that real scenario. So see, the user is appearing, that is fine. Once I click that user, I'm able to see that. And if I want to add something, suppose for example edit, and let me try to edit for user one and just save it. So yeah, that means it is perfectly working fine, that it is got updated. But yeah, for updated with the another user, for admin is fine, admin can do everything, that is fine. But for the other user, so that should not able to do that, right? So let me try to sign out, and let me change it to user. So we have already changed it, so let me logged in, and in this case you are not able to see that user, right? So that is fine, right? Because we have to prevent that view model, we have only show that user for that only admin access, right? So what I can do, I just simply for testing purpose perspective, I will allow that user have that that permission, so that I can able to see visible that item. And then further we have to check, okay, that add and edit of option should not able to do that particular user. So let me close it, or let me sign out and close it, and go back to again that view model, app view model. And here simply I just allow to that menu access for both admin and user also. Save it and run it. Now application got running. Sign in. Oh, by mistake I running the admin. Okay, so let me, yeah, it is visible, that is fine. Let me sign out and change it to user. That user sign in. Now I'm able to see that user, right? That is fine, because we are forcefully allow. And once I users click, now see, I'm able to see that to user, right? And now this user should not have permission to allow anything like add, update, delete as well, right? So what I can do, simply I can just click over here. Now see, I'm not able to see that edit and delete options, right? But it is also, see that add one also, I think similar permission to we have to give it over here. But yeah, it is visible. So once I click on add, now see, I'm able to see that options, and I can add the new user. So that is a problem. So what I can do, I have to add that add user also. We can restrict that add user also. So how we can do that? Simply nothing, we have to set that flag. So go to that user page. Where is that our user page? And in this user page, where is that add button? So we have that add button on the top, I guess. Yeah, we have the top. And here we can check, is there any property for that button? So is, yeah, is enable disable over there. So if you want to visible or disable, so we can do that. Yeah, but I will do that for visible, so that I don't want to show that option. So what I can do, I think here we can simply bind directly, because it is a can edit. Yeah, we can bind it directly over here, save it and run it. So this time that user should not able to add also. So let me try to run with this logged in with the user, sign in. Now add option is for that another part, but yeah, click on that user. Now see that add button is gone. So nobody, this user, if does not have admin role, so nothing they can do, that only can just can view that user information, right? That's it. So like that way we can easily handle, right, that user role and permissions, right? And what else? Yeah, so one more thing actually we want to show you. Suppose some user does not have that user role, right, but that data also, suppose for example I show you on the starting, suppose this is have that few permission actually provide, like in this Firebase real-time database, like only user and admin can see this role, right? So if does not have, so definitely we have that error, but this time we don't have anything, so that we will handle also. So what I mean actually, so let me show you. For example, let me create another user. So as of now I cannot able to create another user. So what I can do, simply I can sign out, and let me go to let me log in with admin user, so that I can create a new user. And this time I will create a new add a new user, and let me add that HR, right, and hr@gmail.com, and for example 9112345678910910, and then password would be my default password. And then I will give you this user the HRN account, okay, and save it. Yeah, save successfully. Now I'm able to see that new user which have that HRN account, and let me sign out, right? And once I use that new user, suppose HR, and sign in, now I'm getting that error, because this user, okay, this user also have that permission, I guess. Okay, account and admin, okay, might be there's a different rules be upset, but yeah, if does not have, so it should not able to see. Now see, okay, let me see actually what that rules actually be upset for this this database. So might be there is some issue. So go to that Firebase console and logged in with that user. So this is my user logged in, and which is my, actually we are using the database. So let me check what is the database we are using. So we are using database for yeah, so we are using database Firebase real-time DB, right? So real-time DB we are trying to use. So go back to your browser, Firebase real-time DB, yeah, this one, and go to that real-time database and rules. Okay, now see, we have not set any rules actually. So only authenticated can user can do it, or otherwise read also authenticate rule. But yeah, we can specify some rules as well. So let me try to add some rules. So go back to other DB, actually we already set, so we can simply set that rules. So where is my other DB? Go back to the main application, yeah, Firebase secure one. If you go to that one, because I don't want to write that rules, so that's why I want to copy from here. Go to that rule section, and here now see, I want to copy this rules, so that only see read only allow admin user and user, right, normal user, and write only permission for admin. So this is that actually perfect rules that we have to set it. So go back to again our my db, real time db, and Firebase real time, go to the rules and change it to this to here and publish it. Okay, so once you publish, now you will get that error. So let me sign out and just logged in with HR. So because this user has that does not contain that user and admin, right? So that's why that list also should not be visible. So that I want to show you actually. So once I click, now see I'm getting that error because this error, this token, whatever token we are passing, right, that particular access, so we don't have access because this is a unauthorized, right? So that for this actually we have to handle that should not be actually throw that exception. That should be a prompt a message, so that we have to handle, so that you can handle in your application. So what I can do, so go back to hotel view list. So where is my hotel view list? It is a main view model, and in this main view model, yeah, this is that way actually. So here what we're trying to do, we are trying to get that now subscribe method and get that information, but in this way actually we are not getting that exception. So that is a one problem. So that's why we have to do, what I will do, I will just simply change my implementation little bit slightly different, but yeah, not same, but yeah, little bit different, but it pretty much same. So let me quickly create that method over here. So first what I can do, actually I already done this one in some of the place, so you can find it over there. So what I will do, I will use same Firebase client, right? So this is my Firebase client along with that token and all. So Firebase client use the child as like we have used that Firebase client child, right? But we have to use previously observable, but this time we have to not as a observable. We can simply use that once async method, so that it will get that result. And once I get that result, simply I can just whatever that list, right, we have to add that whatever object we have to add it over here, like that, right? So this is done, and once it's done, so whatever exception we are getting, right, so we have to capturing over here, and we can show that user, right? Let me try to run my application, got running, and let me check first admin user. So let me try to log in with the admin user, and yeah, it is reaching over here, and let me continue. So now see, I'm able to see that particular list does not have that image. That is fine. And let me see, yeah, other functionality also, it is completely fine. We can edit delete as well, so we can edit also, that is fine. And let me try to sign out and sign in with that user. What is the user? For example, user, right? So user have that user access also, and this is also able to see because we have set that rules, right? So both user can able to see that. And if I click that user, so I am able to see that user information, but I don't have an options to add and delete and add, edit and delete, right? That particular user, that is also fine. And let me try to sign out and just logged in with that other user which does not have a permission of that list view as well, right? So once I click, now see, I'm getting that error, and this error just getting for here that permission denied because this user does not have belong to that rules. So that's why I'm getting that error. That is perfectly working fine, and also I'm not able to see that other information as well, right? So like that actually we can prevent that permission and all. And let me show you that side by side for both application, like no, desktop application and Android application. So let me stop this and run it with the without debugging mode, so that I can show you both application. This is my window application, and also let me choose that Android, run it this, yeah, application also running. Let me show you the side by side both application. So let me check with this here, sign in with that admin user. In the admin user, I'm able to see that list, hotel list, that is fine. Also, I'm able to see the user list, that is also expected. And I'm all able to see that add button, update button, delete button, everything, right? So for example, if I type out, so I'm able to edit also, that is completely fine. And if I want to cancel, so I can cancel as well. And same things I can do, just sign out, yes, and just try to log in with this user login, right? And just sign in. And once I sign in, that list appearing also fine, there's no issue. But yeah, here also fine, like visibility of that tab, because we are allowed to that particular user, so you are able to see that user information, user list, right? But here once I swipe out, right, see, swipe to route, right? So I'm not able to see any option, right? Okay, where is gone? So that is not, I'm not able to see that option, right? And also we are not able to see that add options. That means this user does not have that role to add, edit, delete as well, right? Same things if I just sign out and just sign in with that HR role, which does not have any other access. So once I sign in, now see, first they are not able to see that hotel list because that user does not have that, that is fine. And also they are not able to see that tab options as well. So like that, actually we can implement, right? Everything we can implement as a role-based access, we can implement easily in here in .NET MAUI using that Firebase authentication and Firebase role-based mechanism, right? And now upcoming session we will handle this image, right? So see, this image as of now we are getting from directly from here, right? So if you go to the my database, I just put that image path, so that's why that image actually loading over here. For example, this is that generic path, I guess. Yeah, this is the generic path. But yeah, what I will do, we actually be using a storage. We have that storage section in this Firebase also, so we will use that Firebase storage and we will upload our image to Firebase storage, and then we can retrieve and show it over here. So that part is pending for this series, so that will complete an upcoming session. So what I need to do first for that storage, that things, so first you have to register new Firebase storage in our Firebase console, right? So you have to go to that login with console Firebase with your credentials, right? And once you logged in, you will see last time also we just create a new project and all. So I'm not going to details that, but yeah, I already created this project, like, and in this project we have Firebase real-time DB and many more things. So we have to create new Firebase storage as well. So what I need to do, just go to that particular app, and once you go to particular app, you will see there is one section is a build section, and in this build section you will see there are many things. So you have to choose this guy. So let me zoom in for you. So this is the storage where we can store our all that file and all. So once you go to there, I already just created, that's why it is not asking. But yeah, once you first time come in this section, it will ask to just create a new storage. So once you create the new storage, now it look like this, right? And once you create, you will get this URL. Actually, this is that URL which will can able to access and get upload all that file and files inside this folder. So whatever folders and all, we can just create from our UI, right, in our client side, and we can upload files inside this folder. Like, let me show you once. Suppose as of now I'm using this one, so just open this guy, and once you open, now see there's a wall of that whatever that recently in a demo we just upload that file, right? So those files over here, right? So all that files over here. And if I want to access this one, so once you click this guy, so you will get that particular URL as well. Using this URL, you can get access this image directly in your applications. So like this way, and we can create it. But don't worry about that. Whatever that folders and all, we don't, either you can create it over here directly is a create new folder, or you can just from client tab also you can just pass that folder and file name, so automatically will be created. Okay, so that is one thing. Now another things also, there's a something we can set our rules as well. Like once you go to the rules, now I already just created some rules because in last session we just create all that stuff, like all that Firebase rules. So we also just allow, actually whatever the read only, we just said okay, only authentication user can read access, as well as only read access can be admin user, right? And also we can set as a admin I think why it's two time token equal to true. Okay, yeah, I forget to actually change to over here. Like this is the another way. Like see, this is one, I just giving that admin access as well as whatever other access you want, like for example HR user or user, other user, so you can just change it over here, like is user, right? So let me is user, so only that you is user or admin user can read this one. But right, for the right access, now see in this right access I'm just providing only for that admin user, so that I am just specify and just publish it. And once you publish, so these rules will be set over here. So that is done. Once you configure these things, so now what I need to do in our client app, only this URL. Okay, so let me copy this guy and go back to your applications and let me start to implementation. So what I need to do first actually I have to record one package. Okay, so let me right click on that, go to that NuGet one, and here let me look for a package which is called Firebase Storage. So once I zoom in, see this is, you have to look it, and once you get, now this is that package Firebase Storage.net. So this will allow to access and flexibility to read that image as well as that storage that image. So let me install this quickly. So now it's got installed. If you see, it is just installed. And once you install, now go back to your here, and what I need to do, I have just created one service, so that service I can I can use that service for all our application. So let me quickly create a service folder, because as of now we don't have a service folder. So let me quickly just create a service folder, and let me add the services. And in this services, what I can do, I have to just create a new interface. Look for that interface. This is that interface, and here I have to create a one service that is called like Firebase Storage and something, right? So let me call it this guy, but yeah, whatever as per your requirement you can just add it, but yeah, I will use this Firebase Storage over here and make it that public. And in this public I have to just create a one signature. So let me quickly create a signature over here, and just simple, I create a upload file, and two parameter we have to pass, like file, whatever that is stream of that file and that file name. That's it. These two things I record. And let me quickly just implement this file or this interface in this service folder itself, and create a new class or concrete class, and create this guy Firebase, make it public, and also just inherit that guy and just implement it. Implement, that's it. Okay, and now start to implement. So what I need to do for that, I have to just create just cancellation token first, because I required that method as a cancellation token. So let me just quickly create that. And after that I have to create that Firebase storage, which will coming from that whatever NuGet package we have to get it, right? So let me create a variable over here, like for example task, and in this task let me create a new, and then Firebase storage. See, this is coming for Firebase storage, right? And just see what the expectation. So now see, it is asking to bucket. Okay, so what is our bucket? My bucket is, this is my bucket. Okay, so copy this. So that's why I show you first like what I need. And once you set that bucket, now see what other things, like there's a other things, example option, like Firebase options, right? So that I have to just create it now here inside that. So how we can just create new Firebase storage option. In this Firebase storage option, I have to add some token, because see, this is that complete client call, right? So this client call, what are this Firebase storage? So see, this is a auth token factory, and in this token factory we have to pass our token. So how I can get that token? My token will get from my Firebase auth client, so which I already use in some of the place, like for example here. If you go here, now see, there is my Firebase auth client, right, which we are trying to get the token. So same things I have to just inject from there. So let me copy this guy, go back. I already actually implement. So if you first time visit my channel, so definitely I'm recommend go to my previous session first. So create a constructor and just pass our client and use as an injection over here, and simply edit over here and just make it as a private field. So I'll put as an underscore. So that is done. Now once I get, simply I can get the token like this. It's simple, users and dot get tokens, right? Like that we can get the token. And now what is the second things I have to add over the configuration? It is a throw cancellation token, so that I will set as a true. That's it, right? So this is done for the configuration perspective. And after that, what I need to do here, dot, now see, some of the method I have to call. Now see, one method is a child, and in the child what I need to pass over here. In the child section, now see, it is saying the child root, right? So what is the child root? Child root means whatever folder you want to create in this bucket, right? So those you have to mention, like for example, if you want to uploads, if you want to test, if you want to something else, right? So let me create something else for here, so that once I created new file, so I will show you like how actually created that file. So for example, upload my files, right, like that. And then once you're done, now there's another child, and see, this is the first root child, and then another child. What is that folder? Inside that, whatever file name, right? So that you have to pass it. So whatever the file name coming from here, so I have to just pass that file name from here, and then finally put a sync, and just simply whatever that file name and cancellation token, you have to just over here, like whatever the file stream, so whatever the complete file stream coming from this method, we have to pass, and then cancellation token dot token. That's it, right? And once you're done, now see, your task has prepared, right? And let me remove this, I just unnecessary adding over here. Now see, your task got created, and in this task what I can do, I have to just use the try catch over here, try catch, and in this try catch just mention over here as a string, because I want to get back some data from here. So like for example, download URL, and in this download here await, and then whatever task I have to just perform over here, so that I just prepare the task and it will execute over here with the await async synchronize process. And then whatever return type over here, we have to just simply return, right? So just return and the download URL. That's it. So this method just create a new file, and whatever the file will be generated storage in our Firebase storage, they will get our URL, and thus URL will be returned from here. And just simply if any exception and all, so we can throw the exception along with that the details, right? So that's all. So now our this Firebase storage got created, and the last time we have to implement in our add edited hotels, right? So in this add edited hotels, what I need to do over here, see, those things previously, whatever that hotel URL we are passing from that URI in here, right? So that we don't need to pass that hard code URL. So let me show you what actually previously is working in this application. So that I forget to show on the startup, but yeah, let me show you. So let me run quickly this application in a window desktop. Now my application got running over here. Let me sign in, and here let me quickly add a new application. Now see, this time just asking for me as a add a image URL. So this is not a right way, but initially just started for that application for understanding its perspective. So that's why I just use this way, this approach, so that I can show you that image and all, right? So this approach we will remove from here, so that user can upload that file, and whatever a file is uploaded, that URL we have to store, that complete file we have to store in our Firebase storage, or any storage, not as a Firebase storage, any storage. You can just upload it and get that URL and save it to your your DB, just really whatever that username and all, so that whatever that URL will generate it, that storage, so that we have to storage over here, right? So that's why we just remove this guy, and here previously just we have to passing that complete hotel, which is coming from that UI, right? And that we have to change it. So what I can do, I have to call that method over here, which we are just creating new service, right? So that service we have to inject it over here as well. Now go back to that service, copy this service and injecting that here, so that I can use that service and this guy, and just namespace, bring that namespace over here. That's it, and just assign as a private property along with this naming convention, and that's it. Okay, so once you're done, once you injected, so what I can do, I have to just call this this initialize method over here, and just call it to this upload file, right? And in this upload file, what I can do, you have to pass that stream data and file name, right? Now we require this two information, like once you upload that image. So once you upload that image, means upload that image from UI, you have to this two information that you have to pass it. So as of now, let me comment it for a bit, and let me start to implementation of UI, because from UI, once you upload that image, then I have to get that things, right? So for that, actually how MAUI application as actually flexibility, give the flexibility to playing that image, right? So if you first time, or if you're not watching my previous sessions, you see I just created one more session, not one more session, I just created two session actually. See, file picker in .NET MAUI as well as camera view in the .NET MAUI. Like if you want to pick any image from your .NET MAUI, so how we can, that is a great details I just explain over here, that you can check. And even if you want to integrate your camera view, like if you don't want to pick image from that any storage, you can directly pick or directly capture your photo via mobile device or your desktop device. So you can just capture and then you can use it. So both way I just explain very details, so you can go to over here. So those things we will implement over here. So now go to my view section, and this is my view section, add view, add update hotels over here. So in previously, now see, previously just simply I just adding or input from image URI, right? So that slightly need to change over here. So what I need to change over here? So first of all, I have to add I have to add one button over here before, I guess, yeah, after description I have to add one button that is called simple as a button, and I'm using the command. And as of now we don't have this command, but I will just create this command like pick image command. Okay, and once you create this command, what I need to do, I have to show this image, like this image URI, like say this image URI only will visible once you are edit mode, like edit and edit. I'm just using this reusability component for both add and edit, so that we have to handle actually little bit. So for this, what I can do, okay, so I think that is fine for this. As of now, this one fine. Let me implement one by one. Like suppose I just created new command. So let me implement this command. So go back to here and let me copy this guy and go back to your view model, and here scroll down, and in this scroll down, what I can do, I have to just create a one method. We are just pick method, we can use it. So first I have to just create a relay command over here, so that I can prepare that command, and then I will use one of the method name, like which I just uses in our UI. So pick image, right, and automatically it will append this command, pick image command, which I just defined over here. And once you're done, there's a first things we have to call it, this picker image, actually file picker, which is coming from your, it is a inbuilt package Microsoft MAUI storage. It is coming from there, and we have to just simply pass that on a picker title, pick image, and whatever the file types. So as of now I'm using that images, but yeah, whatever file types, or if you want to custom file and all, so you can use it, and you can see my previous session. So once you're done, now I am getting that image from here. It is asking to that pop-up message, and then wanted but a pop-up message. Once I upload that image, so it will just check, okay, user has upload any image and all in this section. It is done, so that is fine. If it is not done, just simply it will return from here. And once you get that image, successfully upload that image, I have to read that image. Let me quickly read that image as a string over here, like see, result dot open read async. So it will returning as a string value. So now I'm just reading by the string value, and in the string value, what I can do, I have to show that image from here, right? Whatever a user is picking that image, so that image I want to visible to over here. So in this case, what I can do, I can yeah, I can do something. I can show you one of that image control over here, so that whatever image I can visible over here, right? So for that I will use another section, like using that frame. And just as of now we have not created this property for visible true and false, but yeah, I will keep it later. But yeah, simply I just create a image control, and in this image control I just add that some height and width, and here the source, and this is that one of that property which will add some image stream data, so that it will should bind. So let me quickly create this image property over here, so that you can understand over really. Okay, so here I will just create that image, right, image control. So what would be the name of image control? It's simply observable property, and that image, that type would be a image source, right, which is coming from MAUI control.image source. And just simply I just created over here, and this one I have to assign to here directly, right? Like for example, image source, right? So this is that image source, and here I have to assign, or I have to just convert it to that whatever stream. So that stream I need to convert it in this image source, right? So how we can do that? It's simple, like again image source, and that image source dot from stream, yeah, from stream, and using that lambda expression over here, like this guy, and just pass it to a stream, so that whatever stream it will convert it over here, and it will use it over here, right? And the image source from stream, this is that right one. And also you can just make sure like this is name should be same, right, but with the capital, because as a MVVM pattern, if you observe set that observable properties are small, so automatically it will generate that Pascal case, right? So yeah, that is a deep more, so you can learn it more over here. But yeah, see, just storage this guy, and once you storage, now copy this guy and go back to this here, and just edit over here, right? So that whatever image I just selected from a user, so I can show it over here. Don't worry, I'll show you. And before that, that is property and all na. So let me is property is visible. So yeah, this property also we have to create it, so that because these are two things actually. See, while edit condition this should be visible, and for add condition this should be visible. Actually that's why we have to differentiate with some flags, so that now based on that condition actually what user performance, so we have to show and hide these two controller, right? So that's why I have to create this control this property, as well as I have to create another property so that I can control this property. There could be many approach to use that property. As of now I'm just simply use that property so that I can just create this two property. Let me quickly create this two property over here. So what would be the two property? First would be that image, and then another one is like so. See, this is two property, is selected image and is visible edit image, right? So I just create this two property and go back to here. So this is selected one is fine, but I need to set for is visible in edit image as well. So let me add that edit image property flag over here, and what I can do, that is fine, but here it should not be editable, should be images, because now this time I will get that image URL and directly I will show you the image URL. And let me remove this guy because we don't require, and also not required text, it should be a source. Let me change it to source. That's it. Now UI design got completed. These three things we have to edit, like one is the button, another two is for the image control. Okay, and also we can set something height and width so that image should not be a bigger. Save it. Now done. Now go back to over here, and one more things we have to do that in this command, like see this command. So once you this command, before this rendering this image is storing in this image, I have to set it that flag as a true, so that should be visible, right? So in this case I have to just before that I have to just set this guy is selected image is true, and that visible one should be is a false, right? So like that. So save it. Now let me run it and see in action. So before that I guess we have to miss something. So see, I just created a new service, so that we have to register first, neither it will complaining, right? So let me just quickly register over here, like load this, and just registered that one, like for example builder.service scope, that we have to register over here like this, and just bring back that namespace. That's it, right? So once you're done, now run it this application. Now my application got running, right? And just by default I set this credentials and sign in this here. And if you go to add, now see I have to change the design. So I able to see that pick selected image. Once you select that image, you will see that dialog box, and once I open it, now see this, it is visible, right? So that actually we have to use. And then once I save it, so the whatever the image we have to store, we have to convert it as stream and pass it to that method, whatever method we have to create it, right? So that is fine. Let me close it. So as of now we are good, there's no issue till now. And what I can do now, see whatever is stream we just created over here. So after that, once I save, so that stream is not working, because that stream saying it is a close stream, right? So that's why we have to do another mechanism over here. But yeah, you can just do one of the R&D, like how we can easily use the current stream, but as of now it is not working. So I have to use some other approach, different approach. Like I can store some bytes, I can just convert it back to stream to the byte, and then once I require that byte is a byte to stream, so I can convert it back to over there. So that approach I will use, but yeah, just do more R&D. I am not spending more time over there, so that's why I just use this simple approach. So let me create this two property. One is that file name and file stream as a bytes, right? And go down here, I will just create a two method. So one is that convert I will take as an input, and input to convert it is a bytes, right? So see, I just create a one method which will use that whatever is stream, I will pass it that a stream, and this stream just simply copy and a memory stream and return back to as a bytes. And actually it is just converting as a bytes, right? Similar, we have to create another vice versa method, like whatever byte array, like suppose I get that byte array, so if I want to again just stream, and then we can simply convert it as a stream. That's it, right? So once I create this two method conversion method, I have to store those two property over here, which I already just created, right? So how we can just create it simply before or after, actually that's fine. So after this method, I can just use that underscore file name and use that result dot file name. This is a file name I'm storing, and another property is a file stream. So let me store that file stream equal, how I can get it, simply I have that use that converting stream to byte array, and converting to that byte array, right? And just pass to that stream, and that's it, right? So whatever the stream pass is just stored. So now I have this two property. Once I user upload that image, I get this two property, and this two property I will use whilst user will submit it over here, right? So now is the last point over here, use here and just pass to this two property. For example, one is that stream, to pass that file stream, and the second one is a file name. So let me pass that file name. That's it, right? And also it is a synchronized method, so let me use that, and just store as a image URL, right? Or download image URL, whatever things. So let me store it over here. And yeah, we don't need to store it, we can just assign whatever the URL we are getting now. So we can just directly assign to, in this model, the hotel.image URL, and we can just assign to back over here. And now see, it is complaining, right? See, because it is expecting that stream. So that's why I just create two method. Like again, if I want to convert, so I can just convert it to this guy to byte array to stream. So simply I can just convert it to back directly over here like this. Okay, so now it is converting back, and just whatever the URL we are getting, we can just update it in our model, and we can proceed to our database to save that URL. Simply similar way I can just do over here as well, or edit part as well. So that's it, right? Now I guess we are good. Now see, now start to check like, okay, it is working or not. Run this in our first desktop app. Now application got running, and sign in and add a new hotels. So for example, tested hotel, and description something like that, or this, and then choose an image. So I will use this guy, and once I use this guy, now save it. Now see, it is failed. So why it's failed? Let me debug, or let me put the debug point and see why it's failed, because that is important. So what I will do, I will just go to this method, go to the definition, not definition, go to that implementation, go to that implementation part and put the debugger point over here, and just go back here, hit one more time, and just choose any image, save it. Now it is reaching over here, and let me debug so that you can get idea like why it's failing, and if it is failing, so how we can resolve it, right? So let me check this guy and put that catching part over here. So this guy, that is fine, that is fine. Now it should be exception over here. Why it's exception? It is saying invalid URI. If you go to that invoice and see, this is a 400, that means invalid request or bad request, right? Why it is saying invalid URI? Like see, it is exception, it is saying while processing it is invalid URI and all, right? So yeah, I think something we missing, like for example, if you see over here that gs, right? So see, whatever the URL we are passing that gs and all, right? So if you go back to in our here, so I just copy complete from here, but it is an important part actually, that's why I did not remove from there. So whatever the bucket name, you have to use only this part, not gs slash back part. Okay, so keep in mind, so we have to use only this part, right? Till Firebase or whatever things means before that backslash, double backslash, right? So let me just quickly stop this application and just remove this guy. Okay, let me run this application again and see. Now application got running in desktop, and simply sign in. Once you sign in, now I am able to see that all that data. And once you add, and let me try to new data like new hotel test, and then put some description over here, and then pick the photo. And for example, I pick this guy, or I just pick this guy because this is my favorite one, and just save it. Once you save, now it is reaching over here. Now check over here. Now see, now I am getting that URL. That means successfully uploaded. That's why I'm getting this URL. And once you get back that URL, it will returning back over here, and it will update our this guy, and along with this image and all, right? Whatever models. Now see, model will be updated over here, and once you update it, so once I continue, it will be give that new pop-up message for success. And once you success, you will get that reflected data over here. Now see, the newly data got created along with that image and this the description. Same thing we can check it over here as well, like this new data we are get it, right? So let me refresh. Where is the refresh button over here? So I don't see here that refresh button and all, but yeah, I can just simply refresh directly over here. So once I refresh, it should be get that new folder which we just newly created. Now see, this newly folder got created inside this bucket, and if you go back to inside that, now see this new that image we just uploaded, right? So this new image just uploaded, and I don't know why it is a Google issue, I guess, something. So but yeah, see, this is that image URL, complete URL, and once you access this image URL, you will get that image directly because it have some token and all, right? Because it is static URL. Okay, so that is fine, that is completely uploaded over here, and also just let me check for edit functionality. Now see, add functionality is fine, but edit functionality little complex, right? So let me go to that edit functionality. Now see, in that edit, whatever that image I am able to see over here, but I want to change something, right? So let me change that image to, like, suppose we have the 5k subscriber, right? And before 5k subscriber, what I can do, I just add this guy like 100k subscriber that I need actually. So what I will do, simply save it, and once I save again, it is just trying to update. So let me see. Now see, it is got updated as well, and once I continue, and it is updated successfully, and once I go back, now see, it is completely updated over here along with this here as well. Like see, once I refresh over here, it should be changed actually. So it should be get a new image inside this over here, because now this is that new image, right? And now see, this is that new image and over here. But yeah, you can just another mechanism you can do that, like as of now. So see, I uploaded over here, and whatever image you want to remove, so there is some mechanism actually we can follow, but as of now I'm not following that, but it's simply I'm just using the upload. But yeah, there's a mechanism to delete as well. So whatever image you want to delete, you can just delete. So now it is looks good, right? Add, edit, whatever image, I'm just storing that Firebase database storage. So I'm getting back over here, and let me check together parallelly in mobile app as well. So let me stop this application, quickly and run it with without debugging, so that I can run both platform, like desktop as well as over here. So now see, my desktop is running. Now change to this to Android emulator for a mobile and run it this guy. So let me minimize everything. Okay, let me close that old demo version. So let me close that, because this will be reloaded, I guess. Yeah, finally it's got deployed, my Android emulator. And just open parallelly both application. Now see, this is my and desktop application, this Android application. And let me run first Android, because already we checked the desktop. So let me run first in Android. Now it's logged in, right? And whatever that old image and all, I am just over here. And let us start from that new one. So add new. And if I want to add something, the final test hotel, and the description would be, for example, 5 star to 5/5, and just choose the pick. So I'll choose that pick from my images, download, and let me choose this guy. And see, now it is there. If I change something, so I can change it as well. Like suppose I want to change this guy, so this is got changed. And once I save, it should be saved. But yeah, it should be saved. I supposing I am debugging mode will be enabled, but yeah, because I'm running without debugging mode, so that's why it's fine. But now see, this is last one we have just uploaded right recently, and that I want to change from my desktop app. So let me run it again in my desktop as well. And if you scroll down, you will see same data over here, which is coming from my Firebase DB. And once I want to, suppose first let me go back to that view. So if you go to view, you are able to see same image along with the details. Go back, similar, we can just tab it over here. So same things we can see in this mobile application as well. Go back to over here and just update if I want to update, or if I want to delete also we can delete. But yeah, that delete will do in the last. But I will just edit something. I want to change something in that image. Okay, so for edit part, I guess yeah, something is not correctly working, right? Because on edit, that whatever image, it should be appearing, right? So that is not appearing. Okay, so yeah, I missed something, I guess we have to fix. Or let me check from here as well. Like once I click that edit, now see, edit is fine for Android, but some issue I guess for desktop app. So yeah, might be something we missed. So let me quickly, or I think this is Android and this is desktop. Okay, let me check one thing. Let me cancel over here. And if I just edit something, yeah, so desktop have some issue. I think that Android one is perfectly working fine. For example, if I edit, yeah, so edit one is fine for Android, but yeah, desktop has some issue. So let me quickly fix it and see where is the issue. So yeah, I think issue is here while initialing or running this app, right? So if I go back to here and go to that backend file, now see, yeah, so problem is while initializing or just go to that navigation part, so we have to set something so that we can get those data on that initialize level, right? So for that, what I can need to do, I have to just use one lifecycle look method over here in this add hotel update page, so that once I open up, so what is that add and edit, we can treat it as a what need to do and what need to do hide actually. So for in this case, what I can do, I can use that override method and use that on navigation to property, so that every time once I to navigate from this page, so I have to set something. So yeah, I can do one thing. I have to just whatever that view model, right? So that view model already I just injected over here like this way, but ideally it should be underscore. Okay, so let me just underscore, let me change it to this guy, and also change back to over here. Just formal changes, not a big changes. Yeah. So yeah, for this here, what I can do, whatever the selected property, by default it should be false actually. Okay, so a selected property will be false. And one more thing actually we have to check. Yeah, so that actually I missed that. So whatever that initial, once I move it this page, so whatever that is visible for edit, so that I can do, I have to check actually if any data for here, right? So for example, in this here, that hotel data, there is a image URL. So if first time, if image URL has some data, so based on this actually we have to set true or false this property. So let me check this one, like this K, and this check. Okay, if it is null, right, if it is null, that means I have to set is false, otherwise it's true, right? Because if it is not null, so that means it has contained some URL, and if it is URL, that means is visible, should be visible, right? So now let me check again one more time. Okay, now my application got running for Android, but I want to check first our window because that issue was on the window. So let me run this window as well. Okay, application running, sign in. Now it is sign in, and if I go back to that edit functionality, like for example this guy, so go to that edit. Now see, this time I am able to see perfectly, and also Android parallelly. Let me check, both should be work, right? Sign in, and in this sign in, let me go to this guy only. So if I edit, now see, it is perfectly working fine. And also if I want to change, so I want to change to this 100k image to like this guy. Okay, and open it. Now it's got change, and save it. Oh, why? Okay, I by mistakenly I click this image. So let me choose this guy again and save it. Once you now see, update successfully updated, and once you update it, now see, it's got change. So this is actually I change it, and similar I can just cancel it. I can see it's the same updated over here. That means it is working fine for Android and desktop, both, means all that platforms. So that's all for this complete session. And now upcoming session, upcoming session or upcoming series, we will convert it this, actually we did this one for .NET 8, but .NET 9 also got release version, so that I will just migrate this .NET 8 to .NET 9, how we can migrate it this application. And also the few things also we have to cover in upcoming, like, okay, see, as of now desktop and here this is a almost pretty much similar look like, right? So but that also I will show you like in upcoming session or upcoming series. Like it should be something like it is a grid, so desktop should be a grid version and Android should be as a tabular format, right? So that's look like on how we can implement those things, though we'll cover in an upcoming session, upcoming series. So thank you so much and have a nice day, and don't forget to like, subscribe and share.